Chapter 1275. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chun was jolted awake when he saw his white hair. So he was still in the consciousness space. Lu Chun said calmly as if he was already an old man. Good Lord, now I don't even need to use the demon-god symbiosis. And my hair is already white. I wonder if my hair will also turn white overnight in reality. Speaking of which, how many years have passed? 170 years. Sky Pilfer's voice sounded. In reality, your hair is also white, but it's not this long. If we include the cultivation in the consciousness space, you're almost 300 years old, but in reality, you're only in your 30s. Lu Chun smiled faintly. He suddenly understood what age is just a number meant. It's like a lifetime ago. Lu Chun said calmly. There's still 30 years. Let's train a little more. Underground immortal ancestor ruins, on the outskirts of the artifact refining area. In a room made of vines, a large number of vines weakly retreated into the ground. The vines retreated, and a white-haired man sat cross-legged on the grass. He opened his eyes slightly. He didn't know if he should say that 200 years had passed, or that one day had passed. Sky Pilfer, I keep feeling that there's something wrong with Mu Sheng. Lu Chun stood up and brushed the dust off but why do you say that? Lu Chun nodded. Back then, during the cultivation technique trial, she could turn 1 hour into 48 years, but this time, she said that her limit was to turn 1 day into 200 years. I feel that there are two possibilities. One is the problem with the upper limit of the consciousness space. Although 1 hour is equal to 48 years, the upper limit is only 48 years, but this time, the upper limit is 200 years. The other possibility is that during the cultivation technique trial, she didn't use her own abilities, but this time, she helped me in private. Lu Chun stood up, looked around, and continued. The most important thing is the words she said before she left. I keep feeling that she entrusted Yao to me. Didn't you say that she's not your wife? Why do you care so much about her? Lu Chun sighed. She's not my wife, but she's Yao Er's mother. I can't just ignore her. When this matter is over, I will find out. It's up to you. In any case, I'll go wherever you go. Oh, right. Remember to find an artificer to help me repair it, Heaven Pilfer said. Got it. There should be about 10 days before the immortal ancestor ruins close. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps it was because he had been cultivating for 200 years, but the current Lu Chun was actually somewhat serious in speech and manner. His temperament was much more stable than before. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can resist universe reversal in the real world? Heaven Pilfering said. No need, Lu Chun said indifferently and walked straight to the area in front of him. In front of them was a barren land. There wasn't even any vegetation on the surface. When the wind blew, sand and stones would fly. There were many broken swords stuck in the ground. As the dust and sand blew up, some white bones could be vaguely seen buried in the ground. It seems to be an ancient battlefield. Lu Chun walked in it. If only Rhubarb was here. With it, finding treasures wouldn't be difficult. But now, Lu Chun raised his head and looked at a towering mountain range in the distance. On top of it, a palace could be faintly seen. Lu Chun shook his head. There isn't much time left. I don't have time to dig up the remains and look for treasures here. He directly passed through the ancient battlefield. Perhaps because he didn't dig, Lu Chun didn't encounter any demonic mechanisms along the way. Don't tell me you're going directly to the immortal ancestor hall? Heaven Pilfering said in astonishment. There are still 10 days. Since we're here, of course we have to go to the last place to take a look. Lu Chun said, looking at the mountain and running until one's legs break. I don't know how far that place is. Let's go directly, just like when you passed through the one-line sky. if you passed through the one-line sky. You wouldn't be able to obtain any treasures, but you wouldn't encounter any danger. Since Lu Chen's goal was the immortal Ancestor Hall, as long as he didn't have any plans for treasures, he would be unimpeded. 4 days later, Lu Chen finally approached the foot of the towering mountain. This mountain looked very tall from afar. At this moment, standing at the foot of the mountain, he felt that the mountain was even more majestic. Just the foot of the mountain extended out for thousands of meters. Lu Chen noticed a stone tablet erected at the foot of the mountain in front of him and walked over to take a look. Ethereal Mountain, the peak of man, is the human king. The peak of immortal is the immortal supremacy. The peak of mountain is the ethereal realm. See mountain walk. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. There were still 6 days. There was plenty of time. He could make it in time to walk up the mountain. Then, Lu Chen walked up the mountain. 2 days later, Lu Chen climbed up the ethereal mountain that was 10,000 meters tall. When he reached the top of the mountain, he saw a towering hall in front of him. The ground in front of the hall was paved with black rocks of the same size. They were neat and tidy. There was a plaque in the hall with the words Celestial Supremacy Hall written on it. Lu Chen took out the Celestial Ancestor Ruins token and found that this was the last important point of the human race. I wonder if the hall will be affected by the Zhouqian star. Lu Chen frowned slightly. If it was not affected, he would have to be very careful and think of an escape route in advance. In front of the hall, there were 4 tall human-shaped stone statues. Each of them was 100 meters tall. The 4 stone statues of mythical beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, were even twice as big as the human statues. Lu Chen slightly channeled his spiritual energy. Now was the time for heaven and earth reversal. He took a deep breath and walked toward the 8 statues. Lu Chen was ready to fight, but the statues did not move at all. Lu Chen waited for a while, but the statues did not turn into war souls. The statues don't move? Lu Chen was a little surprised. To ensure his safety, he waited for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that the statues did not change, he walked toward the Celestial Supremacy Hall. Standing in front of the iron door of the hall, Lu Chen was about to push the door open. Who knew that the ancient door of the hall would slowly open by itself? Lu Chen, come in. Suddenly, a deep, ancient voice came from inside. Lu Chen frowned and was a little stunned for a moment. There was someone in the Celestial Supremacy Hall, and that person knew his name. When the door of the Celestial Supremacy Hall opened, Lu Chen found a white-robed immortal sitting inside. At this time, his back was facing Lu Chen, so he could not see his face clearly. What? You came here after thousands of miles and hardships, but you don't even dare to enter the door? The voice sounded again. Don't worry, there are no traps here, nor are there any demonic puppets. Lu Chen frowned and finally stepped over the half-meter-high threshold. Who are you? How do you know my name? Lu Chen asked in a deep voice. At the same time, his whole body was on guard, ready to fight at any time. I heard your name from your friend, since you entered the underground ruins. Except for that day when you entered the world of the Great Mongol Tree, I can see your every move. Lu Chen stared at the man's back. You are the Celestial Supremacy? Why don't you turn around? You are half right. This place has been abandoned for 10,000 years. Except for the essence of the 5 elements, there is no living thing. The man said, I am the Celestial Supremacy War Soul. I was ordered to guard the Celestial Supremacy Hall for 10,000 years. My master has fallen, but I am still here. Lu Chen thought for a moment. This guy said everything he knew, and he could not hear any hostility toward him. Lu Chen said, What is your purpose? Will you only help me if I want to seize the treasures here? Treasures? Ha 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 ha. The man suddenly laughed. Those treasures before are just trash. In the entire celestial ancestral ruins, there has always been only one treasure. Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. What treasure? Jiutian star. Jiutian star? Lu Chen opened his eyes wide. Chapter 1276. Lu Chen had been meditating for 200 years in order to deal with the changes in the universe, but he had never thought that he would have to enter the Jiutian star. The immortal venerable war soul never turned around and spoke to Lu Chen with its back facing him. A long time ago, after the Jiutian star lost control, its internal spiritual energy gradually went out of control. Today, it is in chaos. If the current situation continues, sooner or later, the Jiutian star will self-destruct. At that time, the entire seventh heaven will be affected. Lu Chen frowned. The survival of the seventh heaven is not my concern. There are so many immortal venerables, and Sengoku doesn't care. Why should I take this risk? The man chuckled and said, "Aren't you looking for a treasure? Why are you making excuses when the treasure is right in front of you?" Lu Chen said, "Don't tell me that I can subdue the Jiutian star. Whether you can subdue it or not, that's your business. I'm just giving you a chance." The man's tone remained calm. If you can resist the attack of the Jiutian star, you do have a chance to subdue it. Didn't you cultivate in the primordial world to resist the changes in the universe? With that, the man stood up, but still did not turn around. But you have to know that when it comes to opportunities, if you can grasp it, it will be called an opportunity. If you can't, it may be your grave. So I can give you a chance, but whether you can grasp it or not, that's your business. Lu Chen frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he asked, "If the Jiutian star is in its normal state, what is its function?" The man said, "You want to see if it is worth the risk? Lu Chen, you should have heard that the Jiutian star is one of the Jiutian treasures. You can't imagine how many immortal venerables died in the fight for the Jiutian star. There are 3 reasons why the Jiutian star is called a treasure. Firstly, it's a rare growth-type magic weapon. After subduing a Jiutian star, you need to use your own spiritual energy to nurture it. Every time you level up, it will become stronger. A growth-type artifact." Lu Chen's eyes widened. The limitless godly demon sword was also a growth-type equipment. From the amount of spirit tablets it required, one could see the difference between it and normal equipment. Don't be surprised. Let me finish. The man continued. Secondly, under certain circumstances, the Jiutian star can convert your affinity to the 5 elements. Remember, I'm talking about conversion, direct conversion. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then his mind buzzed. It could directly change a person's 5 elements. Just this point of this magical treasure could be considered heaven-defying. With this treasure, Lu Chen could practice the ancient earth secret art. He could also practice the true fire profound ice sword art that required the ice and fire attributes to reach a certain level. Starting from the 4th level of the god-slaying spear, it also required elemental energy. As long as he had the Jiutian star, this would not be a problem. The only problem now was that the man said that there was a condition before the Jiutian star could convert elemental affinity. What condition? Lu Chen asked anxiously. You can't convert it to an element that repels your spirit core, the man explained. Some people specialize in the fire element, so their spirit core will be of the fire element. If the Jiutian star forcibly increases your affinity to the water element, it will be no different from pulling a seedling to help it grow. It will only produce the opposite effect. If it's light, it will damage your spirit core. If it's heavy, it will directly destroy your spirit core. When Lu Chen heard this, he realized that the only thing to take note of had nothing to do with him. He had an ancient chaos spirit core, so it would not repel any element. Naturally, the 5 elements were included. What about the third point? Lu Chen asked. The third point is just a legend. You should have heard that there is a 4th level of spirit energy refinement, but no one has reached that level. The 4th level of spirit energy refinement. Yes, it is said that the 4th level of spirit energy refinement is called the ruler of all things. To comprehend this level, you need 5 supreme treasures, and the Jiuqian star is one of them. Although it is just a legend, at least the Jiuqian star is also in the legend, isn't it? Lu Chen took a deep breath. He had to admit that after the introduction of the war spirit, Lu Chen was already tempted. Oh, right, there is one more thing. Once you subdue the Jiuqian star, my duties and the duties of the celestial ancestors' ruins will be over. At that time, this place will be closed forever. Lu Chen frowned. Then, what about the treasures here? When I said it will be closed forever, I meant it for others. For you, you can use the transmission talisman to come in at any time. Lu Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had only explored half of the human race's ancestral land underground, and the 10,000 races' ancestral land. As for the surface area, he had only explored 1% of it. Even so, he had already obtained so many treasures. If he slowly explored in the future, the treasures here would all be his. The other party was going all in. Lu Chen felt that the benefits were not inferior to the Jiuqian star. At that time, you don't have to search for treasures. All the treasures will be taken into the immortal palace outside the heavens. Every time you advance to a higher realm, you can get a part of the wealth here. Lu Chen suddenly frowned. Corresponding level? My current level is not the same as yours. It doesn't matter. As long as you defeat the spirit puppet of the corresponding level, you will be considered to have reached the corresponding level. Lu Chen nodded. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, send me there." "You are indeed courageous." "Good." As he spoke, a transmission door opened behind him. From the transmission door, spiritual power surged out violently. From here, you will enter the interior of the Jiuqian star. From the moment you step into the interior of the Jiuqian star, you will be attacked endlessly. You must be prepared. Lu Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped into the transmission door. On the surface of the immortal ancestors' ruins, all the people who were exploring here were suddenly forcibly transmitted out of the ruins. Whether it was individual immortals, true immortals, or Sengoku, they stood on huge floating boulders, not knowing what to do. What's going on? Why? Why was I transmitted out? Strange. I was looking for treasures in the war god temple. I just killed the soul of a war god and was about to get the treasure chest. Why did I appear here? I have been to the immortal ancestors' ruins dozens of times, and I have never seen such an incredible thing. At this moment, the huge transmission door of the immortal ancestors' ruins began to distort, turning from a huge rectangular door into a mass of chaos. What's going on? It's space compression. A celestial prime frowned. What happened in the immortal ancestors' ruins? The entrance of the immortal ancestors' ruins could no longer be entered. At this time, the immortals could only look at each other. Something big must have happened inside the immortal ancestors' ruins. Let's wait and see, a celestial prime suggested. Naturally, everyone wanted to see what happened in the immortal ancestors' ruins. They didn't leave, but waited on the floating boulders. Chapter 1277. As soon as Lu Chen entered the Jiuqian star, he felt as if he was in a chaotic world. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth could all be found here. The spiritual energy bundles formed by the various elements collided, fused, repelled, and exploded. Lu Chun had never seen such a complicated situation before. Not only that, Lu Chun already felt that he was in a state of heaven and earth reversal. However, the attacks here were completely autonomous, and the number was too large, so there was no difference whether it was reversed or normal. As soon as Lu Chun appeared, hundreds of attacks shot toward Lu Chun. Lu Chun hurriedly activated Divine Demon Symbiosis and dodged with 9 void steps. The situation here is too chaotic. To resolve these attacks, it seems that I can only use my spiritual energy to offset these rampaging spiritual energy, and I have to use chaotic spiritual energy. Otherwise, I don't know what elemental changes will happen. Thinking of this, Lu Chun shouted, "Fierce tiger, descends the mountain, sacred lotus sword heart." In the state of heaven and earth reversal, Lu Chun impressively sent out thousands of sword chi. The sword chi collided with these spiritual energy bundles, causing thousands of spiritual energy explosions in succession. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Chun resisted the aftermath of the spiritual energy and dodged the omnipresent attacks while using the sacred lotus sword heart to collide with these spiritual energy bundles, neutralizing the spiritual energy contained in these spiritual energy bundles. Just as he familiarized himself with the environment here, the attacks suddenly changed direction. However, because the spiritual energy bundles were too chaotic, the number of spiritual energy bundles attacking Lu Chun did not decrease, but increased instead. At the same time, Lu Chun changed the direction of his spiritual energy and used the fierce tiger descends the mountain to offset the attacks with the sacred lotus sword heart. The Jiuqian star was like a huge celestial body. Countless attacks seemed to endlessly attack Lu Chun, and they would change direction from time to time. Lu Chun steadied his mind. He knew that in such a high-intensity confrontation, a single mistake could cost him his life. 2,000 attacks, 20,000, 200,000. Fortunately, the intensity of these spiritual energy bundles was not too strong, and Lu Chun did not need to attack with all his strength. 6 hours later, the surrounding attacks showed no signs of weakening, and Lu Chun's energy was severely depleted. "Lu Chun, be careful!" Sky Thief shouted in a low voice. Lu Chun hurriedly dodged. Only then was he able to avoid 7 or 8 attacks behind him. After a person had been highly focused for a few hours, it was inevitable that they would be careless. This also showed that Lu Chun was under a lot of pressure. However, the Buddha avatar and the demon avatar were unable to reverse the flow of spiritual power in the state of universe reversal. Thus, Lu Chun could only deal with these attacks himself. "I don't believe that I can't block these attacks." Lu Chun's eyes widened in anger. Suddenly, he slashed his arm with his sword. The pain in his arm made him regain his focus. 48 hours. After 48 hours of continuous high-intensity combat, Lu Chun could no longer stand steadily. "Lu Chun, don't force yourself. This Jiuqian star has been out of control for thousands of years. These attacks are chaotic and endless." Lu Chun brandished his sacred lotus sword heart and fought for a moment to catch his breath. "No, I have to get the Jiuqian star." Lu Chun's eyes were red. He was in a killing frenzy. Lu, Yi, Xiaoyi, and Yao are all on Earth. If I don't quickly increase my strength, how can I protect Earth? Sengoku is stronger than me. The Celestial Lord is stronger than me. If I just slowly increase my strength, I'm afraid that some people won't give me the chance. Sky Thief fell silent. It was as if Sky Thief suddenly understood his master better at this moment. Lu Chun was greedy, not because he was greedy, but because he wanted to become stronger. Quickly become stronger. He still had too many things waiting for him to do, and too many enemies secretly watching him. Ascending in a few hundred years was possible for others, but for him, it was impossible. Perhaps this was the real reason why Lu Chen agreed to enter the Jiutian Star with the Celestial Lord's war soul. He wanted to become stronger at all costs. But, Lu Chen, you've reached your limit. Lu Chen panted and looked at the large number of attacks coming at him again. He gritted his teeth and said, "If this is my limit, then I'll surpass it." Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred lotus sword heart. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Lu Chen's hand holding the god-slaying spear was already trembling. His body was also on the verge of collapsing. There were already countless wounds of various sizes on his body. Even Lu Chen could not completely avoid all the chaotic attacks. Every time he used the sacred lotus sword heart, he would have to take deep breaths and seize the short time to recover his strength. What supported him now was not spiritual power, but willpower. However, the Jiutian Star's attacks were still endless. Lu Chen thought of using the Genesis sword to resist the Jiutian Star. However, the spiritual power produced by the Genesis sword would only make the Jiutian Star's interior more chaotic. He had to use his spear to counteract these spiritual power beams, one by one. Lu Chen. Sky Pilfer had seen Lu Chen endure in this hell with his own eyes. He had to stop him again. "No, I haven't tamed the Jiutian Star." Lu Chen panted and said, "I must get this treasure." A spiritual power beam pierced through Lu Chen's shoulder. Then, more than 10 spiritual power beams attacked from behind. The spiritual power in the Jiutian Star changed direction again. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and shouted, "Sacred demon, lotus heart, inner demon." Lu Chen, who was in the inner demon state, suddenly shouted angrily. He turned around and waved thousands of sword auras. 6 days, 7 days, 8 days. At this time, Lu Chen was covered in injuries. He had used up all the pills he had received from the immortal battle. A green spiritual power beam shot at him. Lu Chen raised his hand and used the star-shattering spear. The two spiritual powers collided and exploded. Normally, this level of spiritual power explosion would not be able to hurt Lu Chen. However, this time, Lu Chen's body was thrown hundreds of meters away, and he lay on the ground powerlessly. Fresh blood flowed from his wounds. He tried to raise his head, but there were no more spiritual power beams around him. Is it over?" Lu Chen said weakly. "It's over." Sky Pilfer said in a choked voice, "Master, you held on." The Jiutian fought hard and received a total of 14,727 wounds. Lu Chen opened his mouth, revealing Lu Chen's red teeth, which were already stained with blood. "It's over. Fortunately, I brought a lot of medicine." At this time, a metallic spiritual power beam shot at Lu Chen at an extremely fast speed. When Lu Chen saw this spiritual power beam, he wanted to stand up, but he was too weak to do so. "Damn it, there's still—" However, this spiritual power beam suddenly stopped in front of Lu Chen. It turned out that this was not an ordinary spiritual power beam, but a golden bead about the size of a fist. It was faintly glowing with a golden light and was floating in front of Lu Chen. The bead circled in front of Lu Chen a few times before slowly descending and gently landing in Lu Chen's hand. "The Jiutian Star," Lu Chen said excitedly. "I finally got you." Not long after, a voice sounded beside Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, do you know how my master fell?" Lu Chen immediately knew that it was the immortal sovereign battle soul that was unwilling to show his face. "He died here. Congratulations on completing the final challenge of the immortal ancestor ruins. I will fulfill my promise and move all the treasures to the immortal sovereign palace outside the heavens. You can directly teleport in through the Jiutian Star." "Okay, you can leave now. This place has a new master, so I have to tidy it up." Chapter 1278. Outside the immortal ancestral ruins, tens of thousands of people were looking at the huge vortex. They had to pay attention to such a phenomenon in the human territory. Just as everyone was still confused about what was going on, the vortex began to shrink inwards, becoming smaller and smaller. Not good. The entrance is going to disappear completely. It can't be. Could it be that the immortal ancestral ruins are going to be closed forever? The same thing happened to the other races' entrances. It seems that the immortal ancestral ruins are going to be closed forever. What a pity! This is one of the few treasured lands in the seventh heaven that can provide stable resources. It's going to be closed just like that. Not long after, the vortex had condensed into a black dot. Then, a terrifying ring of spiritual energy shook between heaven and earth. From afar, a golden air current flashed past. Not good. It's the aftermath of annihilation. Run! Everyone hurriedly blocked the aftershock. Outside the sacred spirit grotto heaven, Guyen had just come out of the cave when he saw the corpse lying on the ground, covered in blood. Li Shang, everyone come out quickly. Guyen shouted, and everyone hurriedly rushed out. Ju activated the dark erosion 9 souls and carefully approached the corpse. She flipped the corpse over and saw his appearance clearly. Nameless brother. Even though Lu Chen's hair was white and his body was covered in blood, Jiu still recognized Lu Chen at a glance. Everyone hurriedly rushed over. When they heard that, Ling Long checked Lu Chen's breathing. He's not dead yet. Quick, Miss Green. Save him. Everyone hurriedly carried Lu Chen back. He was unconscious for 3 days. When Lu Chen opened his eyes, he found Jiu, Yifan, Ling Long, and Little Green beside him. Boss, you're awake. Lu Yi was the first to see Lu Chen wake up. Take this pill. Lu Chen didn't even ask and directly swallowed the pill. Lu Chen, you scared us to death. Ling Long's eyes reddened. We thought you died at the hands of those artifact spirit puppets. Lu Chen smiled. They can't kill me. I even stole a lot of resources from them. Ling Long's eyes widened. You even snatched the resources. Don't tell me your strength has already reached the immortal, venerable level. Lu Chen shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. I just figured out the changes in Qian Kuan and used Qian Kuan reversal to deal with those Sengoku. Jiu looked at Lu Chen worriedly. But you're also seriously injured. Nameless brother, we're all very worried about you. Lu Chen nodded. I'm back now. Master, why did your hair turn white? Is this the symbiotic state of God and devil? Yifan noticed Lu Chen's hair. Lu Chen smiled. It's a long story. Lu Yi hurriedly stopped Yifan. Aya, what are you guys doing? Boss needs to rest now. You can ask these questions later. No matter what, Lu Chen had finally returned safely. The huge rock in everyone's heart was finally lifted. Lu Chen went to check on Rhubarb's condition. That guy was actually still unconscious. However, when the little beast saw Lu Chen, it excitedly pounced on him. That night, Lu Chen sat alone outside the cave abode, looking at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Not long after, Lu Yi walked out and sat beside Lu Chen. She said softly, Boss, you're too tired this time. You should rest more. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Yi and smiled. Aren't I resting now? Boss, are you worried about the final battle? Lu Yi was indeed worthy of being Lu Chen's follower. Her words touched Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen sighed. Because I didn't die, the timeline of reality was changed. However, the final battle will come sooner or later. This time, I met Sengoku and the immortal sovereign in the immortal ancestors' ruins. Just a 3-star Sengoku was enough to make me powerless. Lu Yi said, Boss, you're already very strong. How long have you been in the 7th layer of heaven? How long have they been in the seventh layer of heaven? With your current strength, you can already defeat a 9-star true immortal. Lu Chen shook his head and said, but the final battle is between the immortal sovereigns. Also, this time I met Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng. Lu Yi's expression was somewhat unnatural. However, she quickly adjusted. How is she? She helped me a lot. It's just that I feel that she has something important that she hasn't told me. Speaking of this, Lu Chen stood up, protecting the coordinates of Earth, descending to the lower realm to see Yao, the final battle, Mu Sheng's matter, and the people who wanted his life in the dark. All these things made him feel a little overwhelmed. Boss, no matter what, we will face it with you. We all believe in you. Lu Yi also stood up and looked at Lu Chen with determination. Lu Chen looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Little Green's words warmed Lu Chen's heart. It also made him feel that he was never fighting alone. Boss, what do you plan to do next? Improve my strength. Lu Chen said, no matter what, the most effective way to deal with it was to improve his strength. In the afternoon, I asked Ling Long. The seventh layer of heaven also has a cultivation space. However, this kind of treasure land has always been fiercely competitive. There might be a lot of fights with experts. Some level 2 caves have such a function. However, it's only available in the auction house. Lu Yi was tempted. Then you just need to buy such a cave. Lu Chen shook his head. It's not that simple. This is the seventh layer of heaven. The auction house here is different from other places. This is a place where the strong preys on the weak, especially the popular auction items. All interested buyers have to go up to the arena. Lu Chen frowned. Even a high price won't work? No. Don't think that this place is called the immortal domain. The more it is like this, the more it shows that there is no law here. Lu Chen said, in a place without law, naturally, whoever has the biggest fist will have the final say. Money is useless. Little Green, I will have to trouble you to help me recuperate for the next few days. This time, I have exhausted too much of my energy. When I recover, I will go to the auction house. Little Green nodded heavily. Boss, I can't help you with other things, but when it comes to recuperation, you can rest assured. I guarantee that you will be full of energy in 3 days. Oh, do you want to change the color of your hair back? Change it back. I'm afraid that if Yao sees me, she will immediately call me Grandpa. Lu Chen said with a smile. 3 days later, Lu Chen had already completely recovered. He, Jiu, Yifan, and Ling Long headed to Earth Tomb City together. They found the store where the goods were being consigned. Yifan and Jiu Er's cave abodes had already been sold, and the price was actually 5,000 spirit tablets. Lu Chen's medicinal pellets had also been sold. Now, Lu Chen's points had already reached 10,000. At the same time, the store gave Lu Chen a pass to the auction house. Boss, where are the bigger auctions? Lu Chen took the pass and asked, Oh, there's one in Earth Tomb City. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. The immortal ancestors' ruins have also produced quite a number of good goods this time. Recently, there have been auctions. If you want to go, you can go at night. The store owner did not dare to have a bad attitude towards Lu Chen. After all, there were 3 true immortals standing behind him. This attitude, he felt that it was the opposite of the others. What do you want to buy? The store owner asked out of turn. Oh, a cave abode of 2nd level and above. Lu Chen said, 2nd level cave abode. That's a hot commodity. Even Sengoku wants to snatch it. When the time comes, there will be no lack of people going up the stage. The store owner said in astonishment. Lu Chen faintly smiled. I know. All right, we should be leaving as well. The price of your consigned goods is pretty good. I'll look for you again, next time." After saying that, Lu Chen brought his people and left the store, heading straight for the auction house. Chapter 1279. The Seventh Heavens auction house was more like a gladiator arena. There was a wide arena in the middle, and a defensive array was set up. It was surrounded by immortals, and there were at least 20 to 30,000 seats. The guards at the entrance were a few loose immortals. After checking Lu Chen's auction pass, they gave Lu Chen a square piece of metal and a piece of talisman paper, and let him in. This talisman paper was used for bidding. As long as one wrote a bid on it, the organizer would receive the message and could be used repeatedly. Lu Chen's pass was 10,000 points, so he could only sit in the ordinary seats. There were less than 10 minutes before the auction began, and the seats were basically full. There were still people entering in an endless stream. What are the conditions for the VIP seats over there? Yi Fan looked at the VIP seats in the front row. Compared to the crowded seats at the back, the best seats were rather sparsely occupied. This time, Ling Long had come with them. With the encyclopedia, it was much more convenient. Ling Long said, "You can enter the VIP area if you have 1 million points. Usually, only Sengoku can reach such a high point. Apart from the VIP area, do you see the private room over there? It's even more luxurious. You can only enter if you have 10 million points." Lu Chen asked, "We only have a total of 40,000 spirit tablets. Can we use other items during the auction?" Ling Long said, "It's okay. The auction house also has a commission service. The price is slightly lower than outside, but the good thing is that they will pay directly. That piece of metal can be used to check their purchase price. At the same time, it has the ability to teleport. For more common items, you can check the price of the corresponding spirit tablets. If there is no problem with the price, you can directly trade it to them. They will pay in advance." Ling Long continued, "Some common items are actually not that cheap. The key is to pay directly. You won't lose out if you sell it to them." Lu Chen looked at the small piece of metal in his hand. It seemed that the auction house was the biggest business. Just this business alone could make him a lot of money. "Ling Long, how many spirit tablets does a level 2 cave abode usually cost?" Joer asked. "Level 2 cave abodes have more functions, so it depends on the type. Generally speaking, the low-level cave abodes cost around 100,000 to 300,000. The mid-level cave abodes cost a few million, and the high-level cave abodes cost sky-high. So expensive." Yi Fan's eyes widened as he said, "It only costs a few hundred to extract the cultivation method." Ling Long explained, "Cash withdrawal is only a one-time benefit, but the cave abode is a permanent benefit. After becoming an immortal, one's lifespan is extremely long. Think about the benefits of hundreds or even thousands of years. Of course, the price is expensive. Besides, the extracted items can't be used all the time. After each breakthrough, the cultivation techniques and equipment will need to be extracted again, and the number of spirit tablets required will increase by at least 10 times. Lu Chen, who was looking around, suddenly vomited blood. It has to be reflected again. Lu Chen was very shocked and asked nervously, "Why? Isn't it because the main body can already use it?" "No, the difference in strength between the 7 heavens is huge. From an itinerant immortal to a supremacy, you don't count." Ling Long glanced at Lu Chen and decisively excluded Lu Chen. She continued, "There are from an itinerant immortal to a supremacy, but the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. From a perfected immortal to a Sengoku, and then to a supremacy, it's a qualitative change. The physical body has undergone a qualitative change, so the cultivation method needs to adapt to the new physical body, and also needs to go through a new extraction process. Lu Chen frowned. A God Fiend set cost 1,000 spirit tablets, and its price was much more expensive than other equipment. Even if other God Fiend sets cost more than 10,000 spirit tablets, he could accept it, but the biggest problem was the bottomless God Fiend Limitless Sword. Lu Chen hadn't extracted the God Fiend Limitless Sword yet. However, Lu Chen still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all, he didn't seem to have experienced the process from a perfected immortal to a Sengoku, and then to a supremacy immortal. If he was always a human king, he might not need to extract it again. The auction was about to begin, and Lu Chen could only withdraw his thoughts. A crisp bell rang, and the noisy scene suddenly quieted down. A perfected immortal walked to the center of the auction venue. He seemed to have used the great bell talisman, and his voice could be heard in every corner of the venue. Welcome, fellow immortals. The Immortal Ancestor Ruins auction has been held for 4 consecutive days, and it's not the first time you've attended the auction. I won't be long-winded, and will start directly. Someone brought a wooden box. The host opened it, and there was a dark green bottle about 20 centimeters long inside. The host took out a talisman paper and injected spiritual power into it, and a line of words appeared in midair. Wishful Golden Branch Pot, Intermediate 6th Grade Dharma Treasure. Effect 1, Spirit Gathering and Spirit Storage. It can provide an additional 20% of the owner's cultivation spiritual power, and it can also provide spiritual energy during battle. Effect 2, Spirit Transforming into Dew. Every 24 hours, the spiritual energy in the pot can be refined into spiritual dew. The spiritual dew can nourish medicinal herbs and accelerate their growth. This treasure was excavated by fellow immortal in the herb garden of the Immortal Ancestor Ruins. Although the Immortal Ancestor Ruins encountered a sudden change this time, there were still many good things, the host said. As everyone can see, this is a cultivation and plant-type Dharma treasure. The effect is very significant. Seeing this effect, Lu Chen also wanted it very much. He didn't care about spirit transforming into dew. After all, he had a medicine boy. However, spirit gathering and spirit storage was too useful. With this Dharma treasure, his cultivation speed could increase by 20% out of thin air. Even Ling Long said, "It's indeed not bad." Ordinary cultivation Dharma treasures can increase the cultivation effect by 10%, but this one can increase it by 20%. It seems that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion wants to get off to a good start by releasing such a heavyweight Dharma treasure as the first item. The price of a cultivation Dharma treasure is not low. Moreover, this one is so outstanding. I estimate that the starting price will be at least 100,000 yuan. As expected, the starting price of the Rui Golden Branch Pot reached 130,000 spirit tablets. Fellow immortals who are interested in bidding, please come to the arena. This price was basically something that perfected immortals couldn't afford. Those who were willing to bid were Sengoku and above. 7 Sengoku walked directly to the arena. That perfected immortal host bowed slightly to the 7 people. "Greetings, Sengoku. I have a duty to fulfill, so I apologize for my lack of etiquette. Please forgive me, Sengoku." A sturdy middle-aged man waved his hand and said somewhat impatiently, "It's fine. Name your price." "Okay." The host said, "Each bid is 10,000 yuan. The timer is 30 seconds. After the host bid, the 7 immortal masters didn't speak for a long time. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He had never seen an auction like this. Puzzled, he asked Ling Long, "Ling Long, why aren't they bidding?" "They are waiting for others to bid. Otherwise, if they don't dare to accept the challenge, they can only be eliminated." Lu Chen still didn't quite understand. He could only continue to watch. When the bidding time was about to end, that middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and said, 140,000. The host said, "Okay, Golden Hammer Sengoku bids 140,000. The timer will start again in 30 seconds. This time, they didn't have to wait too long. Not long later, a lady smiled, faintly. Golden Hammer, I'm sorry, but I also want this treasure bottle. Seeing this lady, Golden Hammer Sengoku's expression was somewhat unnatural. You didn't bid just now. Did you have to wait for me to bid before you bid? You clearly know that I lack a cultivation treasure, but you still want to fight with me. You're going against me." U.S. Sengoku sneered. Golden Hammer, it's not your first time participating in an auction. Why are you still asking him? So naively. You lack a cultivation treasure, but don't tell me I don't. This treasure bottle's effect is better than my purple gold pearl. Of course I want it. 150,000. If you're not convinced, I don't mind winning against you again. Chapter 1280. Lu Chen couldn't help but ask Ling Long, what will happen if Golden Hammer wins? What will happen if he loses? If he wins, Yu Yu's bid will be nullified. If he loses or doesn't accept the challenge, Golden Hammer will be eliminated. Golden Hammer doesn't dare to compete. Golden Hammer Sengoku only became a one-star Sengoku 10 years ago. Yu Yu became a one-star Sengoku a few decades ago. They have fought before, and Golden Hammer is no match for Yu Yu. Ling Long didn't forget to give a prediction. Lu Chen finally understood the auction rules of the immortal world. Not only did one have to have money, one also had to have strength. Speaking of which, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that this method was actually quite reasonable. Whoever dared to bid carelessly would not only be beaten up, but his bid would also be nullified. On the stage, Golden Hammer glared fiercely at Yu Yu. However, Yu Yu wasn't afraid at all. She looked at Golden Hammer with a smile. After a moment of stalemate, Golden Hammer said fiercely, "All right, Yu Yu, I will remember this. Don't worry, we have plenty of time in the future." After speaking, Golden Hammer turned around and left the stage angrily. The bidding continued, and a few people bid high prices. But what was interesting was that these Sengoku seemed to know each other very well. No matter how unwilling they were, if they were not strong enough, they could only be eliminated. These Sengoku are very cautious. Yifan said, "That's right. They have met in the immortal arena and know each other's strength. Being eliminated now is better than fighting a fierce battle and not getting anything." Ling Long said, unknowingly, the price of the treasure bottle had risen to 190,000. At this time, there were only two people left. The one who shouted was a woman in purple. She had a beautiful face and clear eyes. She didn't look like she was a few hundred years old, but more like a girl less than 20 years old. She turned to look at the last person and smiled. "Senior Mulong, don't fight with me." The man in white behind her looked indifferent, but his eyes were looking in a certain direction outside the stage. "I thought he would go on stage. I didn't expect. Dong Li, if you want this bottle, take it. I'm not interested." After speaking, the man in white directly left the stage. In the end, Immortal Master East Fence won the Wishful Golden Branch Pot for 190,000. Although no one made a move in this battle, the whole process was filled with the smell of gunpowder, causing everyone to sweat. After the first item was sold, the second and third items were quickly brought up. The prices of the later items were not as exaggerated. They were only around several thousand to several tens of thousands of true immortals. Thus, many true immortals would be able to compete for them. There were many true immortals, and if there were many people on the stage, it would be impossible for them to know each other like Sengoku. Gradually, there was competition in the auction. Lu Qin found that the following auction items were much worse than the wishful golden branch pot. The battle between true immortals was boring, so he was busy selling some common materials. Originally, Yi Fan and company had wanted to share the materials they had obtained with Lu Qin. However, they later considered that if Lu Qin bought a level 2 cave abode, they could all cultivate there. Then, there would be no need to share the materials obtained from the immortal ancestor ruins. They would all be given to Lu Qin. This time, their team had obtained a lot of treasures. Lu Qin was very busy. Damn! Frosty Cloud Iron, 400 spirit tablets. I have 89 spirit tablets. Golden Sparrow Dust, 300 spirit tablets, 143 spirit tablets. So many. Green Dragon Pearl, 1,000 spirit tablets. I have 19 spirit tablets. Lu Qin kept transferring materials into the metal block. Spirit tablets came out in stacks. After a few minutes, Lu Qin transferred a batch of materials. Suddenly, the metal block stopped producing spirit tablets. Lu Qin hurriedly picked up the metal block and checked it. He knocked on it. It's stuck. Damn, it's swallowing my treasures. Fortunately, before long, the metal block produced a large number of spirit tablets. Lu Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Sigh, it's better to deal in person. This thing feels like online shopping. Gradually, the speed at which the metal block produced spirit tablets slowed down. Every time, Lu Qin had to knock on it and wait for a while before the spirit tablets came out. What the hell is this? Lu Qin cursed. Fortunately, whether it was a few seconds or a few minutes, this thing did not really swallow Lu Qin's materials. Lu Qin continued the transaction. At the same time, somewhere in Sky Treasure Pavilion, 5 perfected immortals and more than 20 itinerant immortals were surrounding a piece of metal. The scene was very busy. These 20 people were like an assembly line. Here it comes again, Golden Toad Gallbladder, 243 spirit tablets. How many? 243. Are they crazy? Who is this guy? How can these rare materials be sold in bulk? That person took the Golden Toad Gallbladder and quickly checked it with his companions. There's no problem with the materials. Storage. Someone was in charge of the storage. At the same time, another person was calculating the price. 243 multiplied by 200. 48600 spirit tablets. See, there's not enough spirit tablets. Quick, get the accountant to transfer it. Not enough again. More than 1 million spirit tablets have been transferred. This guy sold more spirit tablets at the auction house several times. Stop arguing. We're too busy. Hurry up. One of the perfected immortals said anxiously. Not good. Here it comes again. Quick, get ready. The person in charge of receiving the goods saw a large pile of goods being transferred out. His face turned pale. This won't do. Quick, get someone to help. We're too busy. Is this guy selling things or not? Why do I feel like he wants to destroy our Heavenly Treasures Pavilion? Yi Fan kept staring at Lu Qin. The metal block in his master's hand was like a money printing machine. Spirit tablets kept coming out, one after another. Not long after, Lu Qin finally stopped. He looked up and saw Yi Fan's infatuated gaze. What? Master, there are so many spirit tablets. Yi Fan's eyes were sparkling. Jiu also came over. Nameless brother, how much did you sell? I sold all the materials. Lu Qin said. It's only 3. 2 million spirit tablets. 2 million? Ling Long's eyes widened. Do you know how big of a sum that is? A high-class Sengoku probably doesn't have much more than that. Lu Qin, we can't sell those materials for that much, right? Lu Qin nodded. I snatched some high-class materials from Sengoku's spiritual puppet and sold most of them. Lu Qin sold all the herbs and synthetic materials. He only had the psychic immortal jade left. That was the material to awaken Xiaomei. That was definitely not to be sold. As for the other materials and herbs, Lu Chun had thought about it. When he entered the immortal ancestral ruins again, he would be able to get them as long as he could pass through the immortal palace. Buying a cave abode was more important now, so he sold it for money first. 2 million spirit tablets should be enough to buy a decent second-grade cave abode. Speaking of which, Lu Chen's consignment points had already reached more than 3 million. The next time he went to the auction, he would be qualified to sit in the VIP area. By the time Lu Chen sold the materials, more than half of the auction was already over. After looking at a few more auction items, the host went on stage again. This time, no one sent up any more auction items. The host had 2 more pieces of paper in his hands. Fellow immortals, after seeing the items in my hands, you should know what the next auction item is. The host smiled slightly. That's right. This is the main item of this auction. A medium-grade, second-grade, immortal abode. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene quieted down. A medium-grade, second-grade, immortal abode. That was a paradise that even Sengoku wanted. Chapter 1281. Second-level abodes were already very rare, let alone middle-level abodes. Even the host felt a few times more confident now that he had this cave abode. The abode's description came out quickly. Immortal Spirit Wonderland, second-level, middle-level abode. Concentration of spiritual energy, B. There are 20 low-level, 8 middle-level, 2 high-level, and 1 special cultivation tower. At the same time, the abode is equipped with 3 crafting rooms, 2 alchemy rooms, a small indoor herb garden, and a unique training room for battle pets and puppets. This is a rare configuration for abodes. Also, the special cultivation tower in the Immortal Spirit Wonderland is divided into 3 levels. The first level is a space-time training room. The time expansion ratio is 1:5. The effects of the training rooms on the second and third levels cannot be tested. You must complete the cultivation tower's test before you can open it. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Just from the description of the training room, he could tell that it was many times better than the Holy Spirit Wonderland and the 9-star Wonderland. Even if Lu Chen didn't know much about the market, there was no doubt that this abode was the best among second-level, middle-level abodes. This is what I want. Lu Chen was already talking to himself excitedly. The host announced the starting price on the spot. Fellow immortals, you all know your stuff. Apart from the fact that the concentration of spiritual energy in this abode is a bit lower than that of an advanced second-level abode, the other facilities are definitely not inferior to that of an advanced second-level abode. Therefore, the starting price of this abode is also higher than other middle-level, second-level abodes. Its starting price is 3,200,000 spirit stones. When the starting price was announced, there was a commotion. What? A middle-level, second-level starting price is 3,200,000. I've never seen a middle-level, second-level abode with such a high starting price. But I have to say, this abode's configuration is indeed very luxurious, especially the special cultivation tower. The first level already has 5 times the normal training room. I think the second and third levels could reach 10 times the normal training room. Only an advanced abode can have 10 times the normal training room. The price is indeed ridiculously high, but this abode is also worthy of this price. The starting price and the final price were 2 different things. Without a doubt, the starting price of 3,200,000 spirit stones was definitely a sky-high price for a middle-level, second-level abode. And the one who was the most shocked was Lu Chen. The moment he saw the information about this immortal cave, he couldn't take his eyes off it. He couldn't wait to buy it. But now, the The starting price was 2 million. According to the previous rules, the first bid had to exceed the starting price. Conservatively speaking, it should be 100,000 per bid. That meant he was still short of 20,000. At this time, the people who wanted to buy the immortal spirit grotto heaven were already on the stage. Lu Chen anxiously rummaged through his backpack, but there was nothing left to sell. At this moment, someone handed over a stack of spirit tablets. Lu Chen looked up in surprise and realized that it was Ling Long. Lu Chen, here are 30,000 spirit tablets. I've spent quite a bit of money over the years, so this is all I have left. Lu Chen looked at Ling Long, touched. This was her own money, and now she had given it all to Lu Chen. Go quickly, or it'll be too late. Ling Long said, be careful. The people up there are all Sengoku-level powerhouses. Thanks. Lu Chen nodded at Ling Long, then turned around and rushed towards the ring. Those who came to the stage seemed to be old acquaintances. There were more than 20 people on the stage, and all of them were Sengoku-level powerhouses. Of course, only Sengoku could afford this kind of auction item. Golden Hammer saw Yu, and his eyes turned red when he saw his enemy. He said eccentrically, You, can you take out 3 million spirit tablets? Yu snorted, if you can take it out, why can't I? Golden Hammer sneered, is that so? All right, I want to see if you can snatch the immortal spirit grotto heaven. Why, you want a bit higher? Did the weak have no chance to snatch the auction item? Actually, it wasn't necessarily so. The auction had been going on for so many years, and everyone was well aware that there was a way to beat the strong. If the price was raised to a level that the other party couldn't accept, then even if the other party could beat you, they wouldn't necessarily bid a higher price to snatch it. You don't have to worry about that. Golden Bear seemed to have a card up his sleeve. The host looked at the people on the stage and said apologetically, Ladies and gentlemen, Sengoku, let's begin. The starting price is 2 million spirit tablets, and the minimum bid increment is 100,000. Now let's begin. 3 million. Someone shouted from afar. Then a black shadow quickly rushed over and stood on the ring in an instant, gasping for breath. Damn, I finally made it. Lu Chen only had 3 million, which meant that he had to be the first to bid. If he was late, he wouldn't be able to afford the cave. Everyone looked at the extra person in the middle of the field in surprise. The path to immortality hasn't opened. Scattered immortal. No way, am I seeing things? Golden Hammer looked at Lu Chen from head to toe. Even if he couldn't see the badge, he was very sure that this person wasn't even a true immortal. Hey kid, do you know that this is an auction? This stage isn't for you to casually enter. If you can't take out that much money, it's equivalent to playing with us. Even if the Immortal Supreme comes, he won't be able to protect you. Lu Chen snorted. Who said I can't take out the money? You're stupid. Don't think that others are as stupid as you. What did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? Golden Hammer was furious. At this moment, the host hurriedly pulled Golden Hammer back. Golden Hammer Sengoku, calm down. If he really can't take out the money, our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion naturally won't let him off. If Sengoku wants to teach him a lesson, there are plenty of opportunities in the immortal arena. Don't break the order of the auction. Although Golden Hammer didn't like the host, it was impossible for Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to be so big without someone backing them. Golden Hammer didn't act out of consideration for the monk's face. The host walked in front of Lu Chen and looked at Lu Chen. He said coldly, I think you're here to join in the fun. Anyway, someone will bid higher than you later. Lu Chen frowned as he looked at the host. This guy was obviously looking down on him. Lu Chen said coldly, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Since you're the host, then host properly. Don't meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. This true immortal was angered by Lu Qin until his face turned ashen. He was just persuading Golden Hammer earlier, but now he wished he could go up and teach this kid a lesson. However, he was after all the host. If he were to make a move, wouldn't the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion be criticized by others? Good, you have guts. A mere loose immortal dares to talk to me like that. The host held back his anger. Sure, everyone, even if Sengoku doesn't kill you, I will kill you in the immortal arena. Lu Chen curled his lips. I advise you to give up on this idea. All right, the bidding lasts for 30 seconds. If you don't continue, I'll take it as mine. Hiss. The host was so angry that his teeth itched. In his heart, he had already killed Lu Chen hundreds of times. Good. You can do it. The host turned around to look at the surrounding Sengoku and said, Everyone Sengoku, I believe that very soon Lord Sengoku will punish this person. 3 million. 30 seconds. For million. Golden Hammer couldn't wait to raise the price, and directly raised it by 700,000. Lu Chen was shocked and couldn't help but look at Golden Hammer. My goodness, luckily I arrived in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford it. Chapter 1282. Brat, a mere itinerant immortal dares to behave atrociously in front of me. I don't have time to play with you today, but I'll make sure you die a horrible death in the immortal arena tomorrow. Get lost! Golden Hammer shouted angrily. He was sure that Lu Chen wouldn't dare to accept his challenge. In fact, other than Ling Long and the others, everyone thought that this itinerant immortal was here to cause trouble. Brat, get lost. Don't disturb Lord Sengoku's fight for the cave abode. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Hey, Brat, stay away if you want to die. Golden Hammer Sengoku has already spoken. He definitely won't live past 2 days. The surrounding discussion made Ling Long and the others even more nervous. Brother Nameless. Ju looked nervously at the stage, at the guy who was being ridiculed by everyone. Her heart was about to twist into a ball. Yi Fan frowned. There are a total of 23 competitors on the stage, and all of them are Sengoku-level powerhouses. Master said that he couldn't beat a 3-star Sengoku. This time he's in danger. Ling Long realized that she was also very nervous. Ever since she gave up on the ice heart technique, her Tao heart had deteriorated. She was actually nervous about that brat. There's a powerhouse stronger than 3-star Sengoku here. Ling Long said. This sentence made Jiu, and Yifan even more nervous. There was someone stronger than 3-star Sengoku. How should Lu Chen deal with this? The boos below the stage grew louder and louder. The host looked at Lu Chen with a sneer. Do you think it's over? Golden Hammer Sengoku said that he wants you dead tomorrow. To be honest, if I didn't have to host the auction, I'd kill you right now. Shut up. Lu Chen suddenly shouted, startling the host. He looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. You dare to be so fierce to me. When Lu Chen decided to be ruthless, not to mention this irrelevant host, but even Lu Yi and Luo Yao, of course, he wasn't actually being mean to them. It was just that under certain circumstances, he couldn't calm down unless he was fierce. Lu Chen looked at the host impatiently. If you want to die so badly, come challenge me at any time. But I'll have to trouble you to be more professional in the ring now. Lu Chen coldly said, Golden Hammer, right? If you want to kill me, you don't have to wait until tomorrow. I'll definitely reject your offer. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Refusing to raise the price meant that the itinerant immortal below wanted to fight with Sengoku. Itinerant immortals are taking the initiative to confront Sengoku. I've been in the 7th heaven for 100 years, but I've never seen such a ridiculous thing. Looks like this guy really wants to die. There really are people who aren't afraid of death. Maybe they don't want to live anymore. I think the battle between the two of them will end in 10 seconds. Golden Hammer was currently pondering how to deal with you and the others. In the end, he was interrupted by Lu Chen's words and was speechless for a long time. The other few Sengoku looked at Lu Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Yu slightly narrowed her eyes and sneered. This kid is really interesting. He just had to die in the auction house. Itinerant immortals going against Sengoku is in itself offending their superiors. Golden Hammer definitely won't let him live. Dong Li looked at Lu Chen with interest. However, this kid can be considered to have died with some dignity. He actually died in the hands of Sengoku. Mu Long crossed his arms and coldly snorted. He lightly spat out 2 words. Boring. Only then did the host react. He suddenly laughed out loud. That's what you said. All the immortal friends have heard it. You rejected Golden Hammer Sengoku's offer. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at the host. Your IQ is really touching. Of course I'm clear. Hurry up and start. Is there really no one else in Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? They chose you to host the auction. You. The host was ridiculed by Lu Chen again and again. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. However, he quickly thought of Lu Chen's next result and immediately felt relieved. All right, Golden Hammer Sengoku. This person made fun of you, Sengoku. His crime is unforgivable. Golden Hammer coldly snorted. You don't have to fan the flames here. I said, this traitor must die. Let's start the arena. When doing this, the host was very agile and quickly activated the defensive array. The other Sengoku didn't need to leave. This was the privilege of Sengoku. With their strength, they naturally weren't afraid of the aftermath of the battle between the two. Finally, they entered the arena stage. Both sides were already fully alert. The arena stage begins. One side admits defeat. Golden Hammer slightly raised his chin and looked down at Lu Chen. Unfortunately, under my hands, you have no chance to admit defeat. Lu Chen frowned slightly. It's just an auction. Is there a need to fight to the death? You can only blame yourself for forgetting your identity. Since you dared to contradict me before, you should know that this is what you asked for. Golden Hammer's eyes revealed a murderous aura. Lu Chen nodded. It seemed that Golden Hammer didn't intend to let him go. After 200 years of bitter cultivation, a 1-star Sengoku compared to the current him. How big was the gap between their strength? Lu Chen also wanted to know. Are you ready to die? Golden Hammer's smile gradually became cruel. If you don't open your state, I think you have completely given up. Lu Chen coldly snorted. Open my state? Sorry, if I want to beat you. I don't need it. With that, Lu Chen walked step by step towards Golden Hammer. What is that guy doing? How dare he get so close to Sengoku? Can't you see? He's here to die. Until he stood half a meter away from Golden Hammer, Lu Chen stopped. He was half a head taller than Golden Hammer. He lowered his eyes and looked at Golden Hammer. I'll give you a chance. Go all out. What kind of joke is this? Before Golden Hammer's voice fell, a black spear appeared in Lu Chen's hand. At an incredible speed, it passed by Golden Hammer's ear. In an instant, the latter half of Golden Hammer's sentence was suddenly swallowed back. He actually didn't have any reaction to the attack of this loose immortal. If the spear didn't pass by his ear and pierce through his head, he would probably be a dead man now. You, what realm are you? Golden Hammer looked at Lu Chen in horror. Lu Chen indifferently said, Human King. Golden Hammer's eyes almost popped out. Human King realm? He would rather believe that he had misheard. This guy is Sengoku. Didn't you always want to kill me? I said I'll give you a chance. The next spear won't just pass by your ear. Lu Chen's voice was incomparably cold. Golden Hammer slightly narrowed his eyes. Kid, even if you are Sengoku, I am not afraid of you. Do you really think I'm Sengoku at the bottom? This trump card was originally left for other Sengoku. Now, I've changed my mind. Golden Hammer directly jumped away from Lu Chun and sneered at Yu. You consider yourself lucky. The person who should have died today is you. But since someone jumped out to ruin it, I can only open your eyes in advance. Immortal rank protection. Immovable golden steel. With a loud bang, a violent spirit power instantly exploded on the stage. The spirit shield in front of you shook off the aftermath of the spirit power. She frowned. This guy has an immortal rank protection? Sure enough, he still has a trick up his sleeve. It seems that he really intends to trick me. Dong Li's hand pinched a sword in front of her chest. The spirit power was directly cut by her fingers and brushed past her body. This Golden Hammer has a bit of ability. However, the man in white next to her, at this time, his eyes fell on Lu Chun. That spear just now, did Golden Hammer deliberately not dodge? Or he didn't dodge at all? Chapter 1283. Golden Hammer, don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name. Solipsistic, Lu Chun said indifferently. As they spoke, both of them were ready to attack. Sengoku and Human King. Yi Fan stared at the battlefield. The limit of mortals, is it possible to defy immortals? As they spoke, both of them moved at the same time. Immortal art, emptiness of 4 elements, human emptiness. When Sengoku attacked, it was indeed different. Behind the Golden Hammer, a huge illusory image of an emperor appeared. It raised its palm and blasted out. The spiritual power in the ring surged and pressed down with an overwhelming force. Golden Hammer's main profession was monk seal, so his attacks were seal attacks. Emptiness of 4 elements, human emptiness, earth emptiness, sky emptiness, and Tao emptiness. However, Golden Hammer only used the first stage, human emptiness. It was clear that he underestimated Lu Chun. Lu Chun snorted and advanced instead of retreating, void shattering. The 2 spiritual powers collided instantly, and the spiritual power on the stage surged. Rings of air crazily hit the defensive shield. A moment later, both of them retreated at the same time. Although both of them were not injured, Golden Hammer still had a shocked expression on Lu Chen's face. Void shattering was a low-level technique, yet it was able to tie with an immortal art. How was this possible? What's more, Solipsistic did not use any weapons and did not even add any status. It's skill. Mu Long on the side frowned. His eyes filled with disbelief. Dong Li looked at Mu Long in surprise. Skill? What do you mean? Mu Long said, although that guy's void-shattering attack was unexpected, it was still too far away from emptiness of 4 elements. The reason why he could tie with void-shattering was because he used skill. The essence of any technique is the movement of spiritual power. That guy used void-shattering to offset or reverse human emptiness's attack in a very short time. This guy, how could he figure out human emptiness's spiritual power movement the moment the opponent made a move? Even if his spiritual power reached the second stage, he couldn't do it. Dong Li turned her head to look at the black-haired man in the middle of the field. She narrowed her eyes slightly. I remember that he said he was a human king. Even if he was bragging, he was at most a loose immortal. How could he be so strong? Brat, how dare you look down on me? Golden Hammer said angrily. Lu Chun looked at the Golden Hammer indifferently. Aren't you also looking down on me? Unfortunately, there are still many people queuing up behind you. I don't have time to play with you. Lu Chun shook his head. Next, I'll finish you with one move. All the Sengoku present widened their eyes when they heard this. He defeated Golden Hammer in one move. He's just an itinerant immortal, yet he dares to boast like that. What a big tone. This guy's name is Solipsistic. He's really arrogant. An itinerant immortal defeated Sengoku in one move. I thought I heard wrong. Golden Hammer felt more and more pressure. Suddenly, a golden war hammer appeared in his hand. After seeing the war hammer, there was a commotion in the audience. Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer. It's the Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer. The Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer can enter the top 300 in the Human Immortal Domain's Divine Weapon Chart. Wasn't Golden Hammer Sengoku's previous weapon, the Martial King Hammer? He actually got an even more powerful Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer. Golden Hammer Sengoku really came prepared this time. Not only does he have the immortal rank body protection technique, he also has the Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer. I think he deliberately showed weakness before. With his current strength, US Sengoku is probably no longer his opponent. With the Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer on sale, Golden Hammer was full of confidence. Brat, since I said that you will die today, you definitely won't survive. Luchin smiled slightly. You've taken out your weapon? You've finally taken out some real ability. With that, he stretched out his right arm. In an instant, a black spear appeared in his hand. True immortals don't recognize this spear, but some people do. That spear is the Void God-slaying spear. A Sengoku's eyes widened as he looked at Liu Chen's weapon in disbelief. Sengoku was indeed Sengoku. He could actually recognize the God-slaying spear. Impossible. The God-slaying spear venerable has been dead for thousands of years. His Void God-slaying spear should have been damaged long ago. Yua said in shock. It shouldn't be. It seems to be a little different from the Void God-slaying spear. The current God-slaying spear was indeed very different from before. It was really the shape after fusing with the silver bile. Moreover, the God-slaying spear had not been completely repaired yet. Liu Chen ignored the discussion of the Sengoku around him and looked at Golden Hammer coldly. He touched the spear with his left hand. The God-slaying spear suddenly showed a bright red luster. It was as if the lava world in the spear had been activated. One move. Liu Chen sneered. Golden Hammer's eyes widened in anger. Arrogant to the extreme. Let's see how you can defeat me in one move. Immortal art, emptiness of four elements. Dao Kong. Golden Hammer roared. A terrifying and ferocious beast behind him roared and pounced on Liu Chen together with Golden Hammer. This move directly changed the seal attack into a close combat attack. Moreover, the palm technique was used with the Overlord Divine Hammer. Its power was increased by several times. The defensive array shook violently. It was already shaken by the aftermath of the spiritual power released by Golden Hammer. Yoyue's eyes widened. Was this Golden Hammer's true strength? This was no longer the Golden Hammer from 8 years ago. Golden Hammer was indeed deliberately showing weakness to her before. In the face of the monstrous beast and the boundless spiritual power, Liu Chen was as still as a mountain. Everyone at the scene stood up involuntarily. They were extremely nervous as they watched the battle in the arena. Just as Golden Hammer's Dao Kong was about to attack, Liu Chen turned the spear in his hand and shouted, "Inverse Soul Roaming Dragon." It's the Inverse Soul Roaming Dragon, but Dao Kong is at the 4th level of emptiness of 4 elements. Can Master block it? Yi Fan's eyes widened. 200 years ago, Liu Chen definitely wouldn't be able to do it. However, after cultivating in the underground immortal ancestors' ruins for 200 years, Liu Chen's perception, observation, and control of spiritual power were no longer the same as before. To say that the cultivation in the immortal ancestors' ruins had the greatest improvement for Liu Chen, apart from spiritual power, It was this move, Inverse Soul, Roaming Dragon. There was a loud bang, but the collision of spiritual power was much weaker than expected. Inverse Soul, Roaming Dragon was to change the direction of the opponent's attack. Naturally, the collision strength was not too strong. Golden Hammer felt that in an instant, the direction of his spiritual power seemed to be out of control, and there was a serious deviation. But before he could react, a spear shadow had already shot towards him. Without waiting for Lu Chun to approach, Golden Hammer's whole body burst into golden light. His whole body was surrounded by a strong light. It's immovable Vajra. Its defense is so strong. Yue exclaimed. In midair, Lu Chun turned into a flame and attacked the golden shield crazily. In less than half a second, there was a loud bang, and the golden shield instantly exploded. In the ring, spiritual power exploded, and the turbulent spiritual power rolled out like a landslide. The group of Sengoku hurriedly raised their shields to resist the aftermath of the spiritual power. But they didn't have time to pay attention to the aftermath of the spiritual power. They just tried to look at the center of the ring. The strong light dissipated, and people finally saw the situation of the battle between the two. The two stood with their backs facing each other. There was a big hole in Golden Hammer's chest. It was a shocking sight. Behind him, the black-haired man didn't look back. He just calmly rotated his spear, then put it away, and said coldly, "I'll spare your life this time. However, you better remember this well. I, Lone Tyrant, will be taking this immortal spirit cave." Chapter 1284. If he said it was one move, then it was one move. Golden Hammer's retainer hurriedly went on stage and dragged Golden Hammer away. The audience was silent as they watched the retainers busy themselves. One of Golden Hammer's retainers secretly glanced at Lu Chun. "Are you really the solipsistic, the lone tyrant who single-handedly defeated over 200 opponents in the immortal arena?" Sengoku didn't recognize Lu Chun, but some true immortals recognized Lu Chun. Lu Chun glanced at that true immortal. "I've almost forgotten about that matter." Lu Chun didn't lie. He had cultivated in the primordial space for 200 years. Naturally, he didn't care about something like that, so it wasn't worth remembering. That true immortal's eyes were gloomy, but he didn't ask anything in the end. He allowed the other loose immortals to take Golden Hammer and leave the stage. In the first match, Lu Chun defeated a one-star Sengoku in one move. Seeing Golden Hammer leave the stage, Lu Chun turned around and looked around the stage. His eyes fell on the host with an exaggerated expression. At this time, the host's mouth was wide open. "Hey, can you be a bit more professional? Let's go through the process." Lu Chun helplessly shook his head. This host's ability was really worrying. Only then did the host react and jog back to the stage. He didn't dare to look at Lu Chun. Before, he had also said that he wanted to kill Lu Chun. You won, I know. Hurry up and go to the next segment. Can you host or not? If you can't, I'll do it myself." If Lu Chun spoke like this before, he would probably be long-winded again. But now, he didn't dare to say anything. Even Sengoku had been defeated. What could an 8-star true immortal like him do? No, I can do it." The host said hurriedly. He licked his dry lips and looked at the other Sengoku in a panic. "Ahem, that Golden Hammer Sengoku has lost, so the bid is invalid. If any Sengoku still wants to bid, please make your bids as soon as possible. Time limit, 30 seconds. Lu Chun stands there, looking at the remaining 20-odd loose immortals. Before long, Yu Yu suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Brat, are you really a human king?" Lu Chun looked at the woman. "I don't want to answer questions that have nothing to do with the auction." You glared fiercely at Lu Chun. You want to raise the price? Lu Chun looked at Yu Yu. Yu Yu's anger dissipated by half when she heard Lu Chen's sudden question. She snorted coldly. Isn't it just a lousy cave dwelling? I don't care. After saying that, Yu Yu turned around angrily and left the stage. Lu Chun was not surprised at all. Yu Yu was only slightly stronger than Golden Hammer, and that was before Golden Hammer revealed his trump card. He defeated Golden Hammer in one move, which was enough to establish his dominance. Someone like Yu Yu, who was about the same strength as Golden Hammer, would naturally give up. As expected, after Yu Yu left the stage, the other Sengoku immediately found a way out. A few of them left the stage one after another. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar below the stage. A loose immortal deterring a group of immortal masters. This is unheard of. Is he a solipsistic? I remember that 3 months ago when they were fighting for the Earth's coordinates, he was only fighting against loose immortals and true immortals. It's only been 3 months, and he defeated Sengoku in a second. What kind of great opportunity did he get? There were 4 Sengoku left on the stage. Lu Chun looked at the 4 Sengoku and said, "Who's next?" "Brat, you want to buy this cave dwelling at the reserve price?" "I won't agree." An old man stood up. At this moment, the man in white suddenly shouted, "4 million." The old man frowned and turned around. Someone actually shouted first. In the end, he turned around and saw that it was someone he could not afford to offend. He could only swallow his anger. "Mulong, your grand white grotto heaven is not worse than this immortal spirit grotto heaven. Why are you interested in buying a cave dwelling?" Mulong's expression was normal as he said indifferently, "I'm not interested in the cave dwelling. I'm interested in this brat. If I buy the cave dwelling for 340 million, I can sell it again. I won't lose money." Although the Sky Treasure Pavilion charged a commission for the auction, the price of the immortal spirit grotto heaven was definitely more than 4 million. Unless he met another powerful Sengoku and directly bought the cave dwelling, it would be easy to sell it for more than 4 million. Mulong's thoughts were clear and not easily swayed by others. The old man could only shake his head and leave the stage with another person. Dong Li looked at Mulong with interest. "Mulong, aren't you looking for that guy? Why are you here to join in the fun?" The corner of Mulong's mouth raised slightly. "No rush. That guy probably didn't come to the auction. I'll find him sooner or later. I'll play with this solipsistic first." Dong Li curled her lips. "You're a peak 5-star, Sengoku. Don't you find it boring to fight with a loose immortal? Didn't he say that he's a human king? I'm looking forward to the battle between Sengoku and a human king. You really believe that he's a human king? All right, then I'll watch the battle of immortals between you 2 lunatics." Dong Li smiled. Since Mulong was participating in the auction, there was nothing for her to do here. She left the stage and sat in the VIP seats, leisurely watching the stage. The host looked at Mulong and then looked at Lu Chun. These 2 people were really going to fight. "Mulong, Sengoku is bidding. May I ask?" The host wanted to ask Lu Chun if he was going to give up. "Shut up." Lu Chen's eyes were fixed on Mulong as he shouted at the host. Without a doubt, the solipsistic would not give up on the immortal spirit grotto heaven. The host sucked in a breath. This time, he did not dare to complain and quickly left the stage. "Solipsistic, I'm Mulong, a peak 5-star Sengoku." Mulong stood in front of Lu Chun and said calmly, with a wave of his hand, the fog on the badge on his chest dissipated. The words 5-star Sengoku were clearly visible. "Do you guys think that Master will also dissipate the fog on his badge?" Yifan suddenly looked nervous. Nodded. "Nameless brother has always been one who respects you 10 times over. He should know. Really? Then perhaps the final mystery is about to be solved. Yi Fan said, Master only revealed the words King of Savages' realm. However, I noticed that he did not completely dissipate the fog on his badge. At this point, Ling Long and Jiu looked at Yi Fan in surprise. Yi Fan continued, in other words, Master might not be a 9-star king. Jiu and Ling Long's eyes widened. Not a 9-star king? Then what was it? Mu Long had introduced himself. Lu Chen did not dislike this Mu Long. Lu Chen looked at his badge, and then controlled the fog to dissipate bit by bit. Realm, king, human. When these 3 words appeared, Mu Long lost his indifference. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? It's really human king realm. Then, the 4th word appeared. Wild, king of savages, realm. Mu Long felt that his brain could not process this. This wild word, where did it come from? After thinking for a while, he remembered that if an immortal cultivator did not have a master or sect, they could only be considered wild cultivators. This guy actually went wild all the way to the human king realm. In the distance, Yi Fan and the others had already stood up. They stared at Lu Chen's badge, waiting for him to dissipate the fog. Half of the 5th word had appeared. They could already deduce that it was the word star. However, at this moment, Lu Chen stopped. He smiled at Mu Long. You revealed 4 words, and I revealed 4.5. This should not be considered rude, right? Chapter 1285. Everyone knew that those who could pass the tribulation were all 9-star emperors. Mu Long didn't think much of it and nodded. There's no need to watch the rest. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Then can we start? Mu Long pinched his fingers and flicked them upwards. 3 flying swords shot out from the void and hovered beside Mu Long. 1 green, 1 silver, and 1 purple. Mu Long's sword caused an uproar below the stage. Taoist Sanqing sword, ranked 178 on the god weapon list. Mu Long actually took out the Taoist Sanqing sword. Mu Long is famous in Sengoku, not because he's the highest level, but because he's the best among his peers. That's true, not just Diling City. Everyone in the nearby Sengoku knows about Mu Long. Dongli Sengoku is also 5-star, but they don't even have the interest to fight Mu Long. There was no doubt that there were geniuses even in Sengoku. Furthermore, those who could fight above their level in Sengoku were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. In a battle between experts, both sides could feel each other's pressure. It was a kind of confidence formed after going through hundreds of battles and winning every battle. Lu Chen shouted, Celestial Demon Symbiosis, Dragon God Form. The celestial demon behind Lu Chen flashed past, leaving behind a terrifying surge of spirit energy. Celestial demon reversal. Mu Long narrowed his eyes, then smiled. And there's dragon bloodline. Very good. Looks like I didn't make a mistake. This battle is starting to get interesting. Bipolar war body. Mu Long also activated his state. A strange afterimage appeared behind him. It seemed to be some kind of beast, but it disappeared in a flash. Mu Long looked at Lu Chen. Solipsistic, just use your strongest move. Mu Long, will take it. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy was really as confident as him. Since he wanted to take his strongest move, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't be polite. He held the god-slaying spear in his hand and shot towards Mu Long like an arrow. God-slaying spear, rapid shadow spear. While rapidly moving, Lu Chen quickly increased the speed of his rapid shadow spear to the limit of 6 spears. His speed had reached an unimaginable level. In terms of single target attacks, the 6-spear shadow spear was still the strongest. In an instant, Lu Chen had already arrived in front of Mu Long. This was a 6-spear shadow spear that even his reverse soul, roaming dragon, might not be able to block. It would definitely defeat Mulong. Very strong indeed, but unfortunately it's not enough. Mulong growled. He didn't dodge, but took Lu Chen's attack head-on. However, after Lu Chen's spear stabbed down, it was as if he had used all his strength to hit cotton. No, to be precise, it was hitting the void. Without any resistance, Lu Chen directly passed through Mulong's body. The moment he attacked Mulong, Mulong's body underwent a strange change. His body became illusory. Through the perception of spiritual energy, Lu Chen discovered that Mulong's body seemed to have decomposed into a spiritual energy state. The moment the rapid shadow spear succeeded, a large amount of spiritual energy spread out. This phenomenon was somewhat similar to a magnet's opposites repel each other. Although Lu Chen's attack didn't succeed, he had already perceived the principle of the bipolar war body through spiritual energy. If he guessed correctly, it should be a kind of astral state, and it used the separation of the two poles to dodge the rapid shadow spear. Just as Lu Chen finished his move, Mulong's voice came from behind him. "You've finished your move. It's my turn now." Immortal technique. 3 pure one sword art. 3 elements return to 1. Mulong moved his sword finger, and 3 sword auras merged into 1 and shot towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen hurriedly turned around. Reverse soul roaming dragon. He needed more attacks to test the bipolar war body. However, just as Lu Chen blocked the 3 elements return to 1 and was about to counterattack, the 3 elements return to 1 suddenly split into 3. The reverse soul, roaming dragon, could block strong moves, but the strange change of the 3 elements return to 1 directly dissolved the effect of the reverse soul roaming dragon. Who would have thought that the sword that originally merged into 1 would disperse upon contact and instantly split into 3? At such a close distance, under normal circumstances, there was no defensive skill that could block it. "Not good. Master is in danger," Yifan exclaimed. But at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly roared, and his body erupted with monstrous spiritual energy. The violent spiritual energy directly resisted the 3 sword auras. This scene had already stunned everyone present. Without any moves, just relying on spiritual energy to resist the 3 elements return to 1, this is simply inconceivable. Impossible. How much spiritual energy does one have to circulate to be able to fight without any moves? Dongli was no longer as leisurely as before. She stood up, her eyes widened, and looked at the man who was erupting with spiritual energy in horror. Moves are the spiritual energy circulation method planned by the Almighty since the opening of the sky, but that kid actually only used spiritual energy to resist the skill. Doesn't that mean that his ability to control spiritual energy is already comparable to the ancient Almighty? On the side, Yu frowned. The minimum requirement for spiritual energy to resist a cultivation method is to circulate spiritual energy accurately, and he is now resisting a high-level cultivation method like the 3 elements return to 1. That is to say, his spiritual energy has entered another realm. Another realm, spiritual energy, at will. Dongli seemed to have heard the most terrifying thing she had heard in thousands of years. Human King could comprehend spiritual energy, at will. At this moment, Mulong was shocked by Lu Chen and forgot to add moves for a while. This gave Lu Chen a chance to breathe. Using spiritual energy to resist the physical attack of the 3 elements sword, the consumption of spiritual energy was too terrifying. Even if he was at his peak state of 130 million spiritual energy, he couldn't last long. If he wasn't careless, he wouldn't have done this. Now that he had bought enough time, he naturally wouldn't continue to resist. Triple door. Lu Chen took the opportunity to dodge. Without any obstruction, the 3 streaks of sword chi instantly shot out. Mu Long hurriedly controlled his sword. Only then did he preserve the spiritual energy of the three elements return to one. I don't care what you're doing. I can still win you. Mu Long shouted angrily. Lu Qin just took a breath, and the three elements returned to one had already shot out. Sword spirit is really annoying. Lu Qin said angrily, then used 9 void steps several times to avoid the three elements return to one. Looked at the stage, nervously, that Mu Long seems to have become more cautious after the battle, just now. He has the bipolar war body to protect his body, but he doesn't let Nameless Brother get close to him. Mu Long now completely regarded Lu Qin as an equal opponent. Because of this, as a long-range sword master, he not only had to control his flying sword to chase after Lu Qin, but he also had to ensure that Lu Qin didn't have a chance to get close to him. A lion and a tiger use all their strength to catch a rabbit. Mu Long wasn't careless from the beginning. Ling Long said, "It's just that Lu Qin's strength is too unexpected. The Tao ancestors' 3 clear swords can be split or combined, and can somewhat restrain the inverse soul-roaming dragon. Mu Long is so cautious, and can be said to have exerted his control to the extreme. I dare say that as long as one's strength does not reach a level where they can crush Mu Long, I dare say that it will not be easy for anyone to defeat Mu Long. Now let's see if Lu Qin can break through Mu Long's 3 elements, return to one, and bipolar war body." Chapter 1286. Lu Qin was also thinking of a countermeasure. Mu Long was faster than him. If he wanted to catch up to him, he could only use the 9 void steps and the rapid shadow spear. However, the 6 rapid shadow spear had already proven that it could not hurt Mu Long. He wondered if the level 2 divine demon astral body could break the dual polar war body. Thinking of this, Lu Qin quickly rejected this idea. The dual polar war body was similar to the astral body, but it was not a real astral body. The divine demon astral body might not be able to suppress it. Solipsistic, give up. You're not my match. You can't even touch me. How can you win? Mu Long sneered. After dodging a few times, Lu Qin suddenly held the long spear in his hand and continuously took 4 steps, 9 steps into the void. After appearing, Lu Qin shouted, "God-slaying spear, rapid shadow spear." Lu Qin did not try to use the divine demon astral body. After all, the rapid shadow spear also had the astral body skill. He could not use the 2 at the same time. After using the 6 rapid shadow spear, Lu Qin's speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. "You're still using this move? I'll stand still and let you hit me. You can't break my..." At this moment, Mu Long suddenly realized that Lu Qin's speed had increased by another level. Unfortunately, by the time Mu Long realized this, it was too late to react. Lu Qin's speed was too fast. The 7 rapid shadow spear landed on Mu Long's body. Lu Qin clearly felt resistance from this spear. The dual polar war body could not dissolve Lu Qin's attack. The 2 sides were in a stalemate for less than half a second. A terrifying explosion of spiritual energy exploded in the arena. Even the defensive array received a violent impact, causing cracks to appear on the air barrier. Immediately after, the god-slaying spear pierced through Mu Long's ribs and came out of his body. When Lu Qin appeared behind Mu Long, the 3 clear swords that had been chasing Lu Qin fell to the ground in the distance. Mu Long trembled as he held his wound. He slowly turned around and looked at Lu Qin in horror. 7 rapid shadow spear, you didn't use your full strength at the beginning. Lu Qin also turned around and said indifferently, "It is indeed the 7 spear shadow spear. However, before this, I can only use 6 spears." It would have been better if Lu Qin didn't explain. After Lu Qin explained, Mu Long was even more shocked than before. In that kind of critical situation, This guy was still able to break through? Of course, Mulong didn't know much about Lu Chen. He didn't know that Lu Chen had cultivated for 200 years in the primordial world, nor did he know that Lu Chen had withstood countless attacks from the Jiutian star. The improvement in his control of spiritual power also allowed Lu Chen, who had never used the seven-spear shadow spear before, to successfully use it. It could only be said that this wasn't a breakthrough on the spot, but rather, success came naturally. Mulong, do we still need to fight? Lu Chen looked at Mulong calmly. Mulong raised his hand, and the three clear swords returned to his side. After swallowing a pill, he smiled helplessly at Lu Chen. There's no need. I've already lost. What I pursue is the pinnacle of sword control. I haven't cultivated any other professions. Therefore, as a sword controller, I already have no chance of winning when you got close to me and broke my bipolar war body. Lu Chen smiled. He didn't have any enmity towards Mulong. He didn't even kill Jin Shui, so he wouldn't take the initiative to kill Mulong, solipsistic compared to your 7 rapid shadow spear. I'm more curious about why your attack is so high. Logically speaking, with the physical strength of a 5-star Sengoku, even if I'm hit by a human king, I won't be injured at all. However, your attack isn't inferior to other Sengokus. Lu Chen smiled. This question has nothing to do with the auction. Forgive me for not revealing it. Mulong was really curious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. After all, in the immortal region, revealing one's strength was a dangerous move. Perhaps realizing his rudeness, Mulong nodded and didn't ask further. Okay, I've lost this round. Mulong looked at his wound. In fact, it wasn't serious. Solipsistic clearly didn't intend to kill him. If you have time, you can find me at Grand White Grotto Heaven. Mulong threw out a transfer talisman. Lu Chen caught it. After giving the voice transmission talisman to Lu Chen, Mulong directly activated the transfer talisman and left the auction house. There was nothing else here that interested him. Lu Chen looked at the transfer talisman in his hand and smiled. It's really rare to meet a decent immortal in the immortal region. Okay, I'll find you to play when I have time. After putting away the transfer talisman, Lu Chen realized that the place was terrifyingly quiet. All the immortals were looking at him as if he was a monster. I thought that after I became an immortal, I wouldn't make a fuss like before. I didn't expect. My God, the human king won the battle between immortals and mortals. Could it be that another path to immortality has opened in the King of Savages' realm? What level of spirit chi is he at? Did he really reach the 3rd level? A 9-star true immortal, haven't even used my spirit chi. You're telling me that a mortal can use his spirit chi at will. This is unbelievable. The human king defeated a 5-star Sengoku, and his opponent was Mulong. Defeating Mulong means that he's invincible against anyone below a 5-star Sengoku. Linglong felt relieved. Hearing the exclamations around her, she felt even more elated. It had to be said that the nervousness from before and the relief she felt now went hand in hand. She looked at Zhou, and Yifan. When you were with that guy, did he often scare people like this? Zhou shook her head. Sister Linglong, I met Big Brother Nameless too early. We were separated for a long time. However, I don't know about other things, but there's one thing that shows that Big Brother Nameless is really strong. Oh, what is it? He defeated the Dark Erosion Soul at Theo the Great's level and helped me regain control of my consciousness. Ah, Theo the Great. Linglong could still vaguely remember this ancient level. It was worlds apart from a 9-star human king. Yifan said, Master used to be at the 6th heaven. Basically, he would be embarrassed to make a move if he didn't fight more than 10 levels higher. Ling Long finally understood. No wonder Jiao and Yi Fan weren't as nervous as she was, even though they were worried about Lu Chen. In short, they were more or less used to it. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the audience and finally landed on the host. The host was completely petrified. He had forgotten that he was a host. "Hey, why aren't you coming over?" Lu Chen said impatiently. That person came back to his senses and hurriedly ran to Lu Chen. He cupped his fists and bowed slightly. "Sir, congratulations on winning the arena competition." Lu Chen glanced at him. "You said you wanted to kill me." "No, there's definitely no such thing." "Are you kidding? With your strength, how could I, a mere perfected immortal, say something so shameless?" the host said with certainty. Lu Chen nodded. "Very good. This guy wasn't too stupid after all. Announce the results." "Yes, yes, yes. Fellow immortals, all the other immortals have left the stage. Congratulations to Mr. Solipsistic for winning this Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven." Lu Chen nodded. "Where's the contract and teleportation talisman?" Mr. Lone Tyrant, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's human race branch, happens to be in Earth Tomb City. He also wants to meet you. He will personally send you the cave dwelling contract and teleportation talisman. Lu Chen frowned and said impatiently, "I came to the auction house to buy something. I don't want to see any pavilion head. Hurry up and give it to me. Mr. Solipsistic, don't worry. Our Sky Treasure Pavilion won't go back on our words. If the Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven is yours, then it's yours. It's just that someone else will give you the Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven. Please don't make things difficult for me." Lu Chen thought about it. It was useless to say anything to this host now. He might as well go take a look. Find someone to lead the way. Chapter 1287. Yi Fan and the rest watched as Lu Chen left the stage with the true immortals. While the three of them were still in shock, Lu Chen had already left through the entrance of the stage. The three of them did not know why the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was looking for Lu Chen, and were about to leave their seats to chase after him. A staff member came in front of the three of them and said politely, "The three of you, Mr. Lone Kwang asked me to ask the three of you to wait for him for a moment." With the three true immortals leading the way, Lu Chen and the rest walked through a long corridor and arrived in front of a spacious room. A true immortal knocked on the door and said softly from outside, "Pavilion Master, Mr. Solipsistic is here." A voice came from inside. "Invite Mr. in. You guys wait outside." "Yes." The person pushed open the door. "Mr. Please." The door was only half open. Lu Chen took a look inside the room. It looked like an ancient study room with many potted plants and strange stones. Just as Lu Chen stepped into the room, he saw an old man standing up from the table. This old man had a head full of white hair. However, he had a tall and sturdy body. His height was similar to Lu Chen's, and his body was even more robust. He was currently wearing a white robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. "Mr. Lone Kwang, you're here." The old man welcomed Lu Chen with a smile. He invited Lu Chen to sit on the incense wood chair used for receiving guests. "Let me introduce myself first. My immortal name is Tai Hong, which was also my original name when I was a mortal. I am the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Deputy Pavilion Master, and am in charge of the auction house in the human race's immortal domain. My current rank is 7-star Sengoku." Lu Chen cupped his fists. "Tai Hong Sengoku, I apologize for my lack of manners." Tai Hong smiled and returned the greeting. "You're welcome." Lu Chen replied politely. However, he did not have any interaction with Tai Hong. and did not want to chat with him. He went straight to the point. I wonder why Tai Hong Sengoku is looking for me. Tai Hong smiled. Earth Tomb City is very close to the immortal ancestors' ruins. Therefore, during this period of time, the auction house here has been very busy, so I came to patrol. I just so happened to see Sir Lone Tyrant's brilliant performance. A king of savages defeating a king of Sengoku. This is something that has never been heard of since ancient times. I have also never seen someone like Mr. Lone Quam. Lu Chen said indifferently, Tai Hong Sengoku, let's cut the crap. What do you want? Mr. is indeed a straightforward person. Tai Hong's smile did not change. Since Mr. is in a hurry, I will also get to the point. Our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has discovered a space-time rift at the border between the human race and the demon race. Currently, all the major forces are rushing over to explore this place, and our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion naturally cannot fall behind others. Lu Chen frowned. Normally, this kind of thing should be kept secret. This guy directly told him, so it was definitely not that simple. What does this have to do with me? I only said that I hope you can go to the crack to check it out and bring back information for us. Lu Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea's fragrance was very pleasant. Your Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is so powerful, so naturally. You have a lot of talents. There is no need to find me. Lu Chen said unhurriedly. Tai Hong smiled. Mister, this crack has a special characteristic. Anyone who exceeds a 5-star Sengoku will directly pass through the crack, unable to enter. As for true immortals, they cannot withstand the tearing force of the crack. In the past, a few true immortals entered, but they were directly turned into ashes. Then you can just send a 5-star Sengoku person. The various clans have indeed sent a 5-star Sengoku expert. However, even if they are of the same level, there is still a difference in strength, isn't there? I originally wanted to invite Mu Long, but now it seems that there is a better candidate. After Tai Hong finished speaking, he looked meaningfully at Lu Chen. Obviously, Lu Chen was the better choice. As Tai Hong spoke, he brewed a cup of tea for Lu Chen. Then he placed a cave mansion contract and a teleportation talisman in front of Lu Chen. This is the immortal spirit grotto heaven that you bid for. If Mr. agrees to help the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, we can waive the 3 million spirit tablets. After the matter is completed, we will double the reward. In other words, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was willing to offer a sky-high price of 6 million spirit tablets. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. 6 million. This was not a small sum of money. Who knew that Lu Chen would pick up the contract and teleportation talisman and place the spirit tablets on the table? Here are 3 million spirit tablets. As for exploring the crack, you should find another expert. Mr. Lone Quang, are you really not going to consider it? You should know that the reward of 6 million spirit tablets is already quite high. If Mu Long accepts this mission, we will only offer 5 million. Moreover, the most important thing is that from now on, Mr. can rely on the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. I dare say that under immortal supremacy, no one will dare to provoke Mr. Lu Chen stood up and smiled. Tai Hong Sengoku, I am sorry, but I am solipsistic and do not need to rely on any power. Many thanks to Sengoku for the tea. It is very fragrant. With that, Lu Chen turned and left. Not long after, the true immortals who were waiting at the door entered the room. One of them looked at Tai Hong in astonishment. Pavilion Master, what happened? He did not agree. Tai Hong snorted. This solipsistic is really crazy. Not relying on any power? He does not know how terrifying the 7th layer of heaven power is. Forget it. If he is not willing, then let him be. Go find that person, but the reward might be 10 million to invite that guy. After Lu Chen left in a hurry, he found Yi Fan and the other two. The four of them left Di Ling's city together. Master, why are they looking for you? Yi Fan asked. Lu Chen told his companions about what Tai Hong had told him. 6 million? They are actually giving such a high reward. Yi Fan said in shock. These spiritual tablets should be enough for a long time. Jiu shook her head. Yi Fan, don't be paralyzed by the sight of money. If they're willing to give 6 million, it means that the value of the rift is definitely more than that. Lu Chen looked at Ling Long. Ling Long, do you know about the rift? Why would the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion be willing to spend so much money to find someone to explore it? Ling Long frowned. Actually, I am not sure either. Even you do not know? Lu Chen said in surprise. Ling Long said, actually, the ancient books have recorded more than 10 instances of the rift. Although the situation of each rift is described in detail, the previous records do not have much reference value because the rifts are all different. Moreover, why the rift is formed when it appears where the powerful world on the other side of the rift is, none of the ancient books have mentioned it. Lu Chen frowned. If that was the case, even those celestial supremes did not know the cause of the rift. Ling Long, you said that the worlds on the other side of the rift are very powerful? Yes, every rift has a level restriction. However, the worlds on the other side all have a large number of demonic creatures. Those demonic creatures are stronger than the level restriction required by the rift. Because of this, exploring the rift is a very dangerous thing. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Worlds of unknown origin, powerful demonic creatures. He seemed to be starting to be interested in the rift. Chapter 1288. They had just bought a new cave, so the matter of the crack was temporarily put aside. After leaving the suburbs, Lu Chen's group of 4 used the teleportation talisman to go to the immortal spirit cave. Ling Long also said that some experts could track teleportation talismans, so it was best to be cautious. Upon entering the immortal spirit cave, Lu Chen discovered that there was actually a small stream formed by a mountain spring. The entire cave was full of light, and dozens of rooms were spacious. Outside the door, flowers and plants were lush, and the environment was elegant. The training rooms were arranged in an orderly manner, according to the low, middle, and high levels. There was also a special alchemy room, refining room, battle pet training room, and herb garden. The most important thing was the special training tower. It was not too high and had a total of 3 floors. The whole building was perfectly aligned with the rock wall, as if it was made by nature. Good heavens, this place is too comfortable. Yi Fan sighed. A level 2 cave is really different. Lu Chen said to Ling Long, Ling Long, why don't you move here too? Of course, I also paid for it. Ling Long was not polite at all. Lu Chen smiled. Let's go, bring Li Shang and the others here. Li Shang and the others had just moved once, and not long after, they moved again. Ha ha ha. Ever since Chen came, we've been changing our cave abode again and again. Now, we're actually living in a level 2 cave abode, Guyan said excitedly. Look at the density of the spiritual energy here. I'm starting to regret not becoming a true immortal. Gu Yan and the others had long lost the motivation to cultivate, but living in the immortal spirit cave really made them excited. We can't count on becoming a true immortal. What can we old things do? Let's just help Chen take care of the herb garden. Li Shang chuckled and said, the days ahead are still long. Lu Chen laughed. Who said you are useless? If not for you, the earth would have been long gone. Everyone find a room to stay. This will be our new home for the time being. Ah, for the time being? Chen, don't tell me you still want to change cave. Jean Luan said. Lu Chen laughed. That's not impossible. When my strength increases, I'll give you a better cave residence. Although there were only 8 earthlings left, in addition to Yi Fan, Jiu, and Ling Long, there were a total of 11 people. However, it was especially lively. Li Shang and the others were busy building a pavilion by the stream. Ling Long and Jiu went to experience the high-grade cultivation rooms. Yi Fan was very interested in the special cultivation tower and was already challenging it. They only came out of the cultivation room in the evening. Lu Chen, the effect of the advanced cultivation room is better than I thought. Exquisite said. That's right. Compared to our cave abode in the past, it's on a completely different level, Jiu added. Yifan shook his head. Master, that special cultivation pagoda is very difficult to pass. The second level actually requires one to be in the Sengoku realm. Master, why don't you go and pass the second level? Lu Chen nodded. Wait a moment. I have something to tell you. The 3 of them said almost at the same time. You want to go to the crack? Lu Chen looked at the 3 of them in surprise. Good fellas, were they all worms in his stomach? They knew everything he was thinking. Master, I'm afraid we can't go with you this time. Our levels are too low now. Didn't you say that true immortals can't withstand the tearing force of the crack? Yi Fan said. Lu Chen nodded. They all had high potential and extremely strong ability to fight above their level. However, their levels were indeed too low. Then how about this? I'll go through the cultivation pagoda first. You guys cultivate in the cave abode. I'll go and take a look at the crack. After discussing, Lu Chen entered the cultivation pagoda. Not long after, Lu Chen came out of the cultivation pagoda. I can't go through this cultivation pagoda. Ah, Master, you can't even go through? Yifan said in surprise. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. The test said that my path to immortality has not been opened. I can't possibly force my way in. After all, this is our cave abode. It would be a pity if it was damaged. So, I'll have to rely on you guys to open the cultivation pagoda. The 3 of them looked at each other. Yifan said firmly, Master, don't worry. We'll open the 2nd and 3rd levels as soon as possible. Lu Chen nodded. Then I'll go first. I'll leave the cave abode to you guys. Master, you be careful. Before leaving, Lu Chen went to check on Rhubarb's situation. Rhubarb did not have any attributes. Little Beast and Little Originator were playing around. In such an environment, Rhubarb was still sleeping soundly. Little Beast, where's Rhubarb's mirror? Let me take a look. Little Beast ran to Lu Chen. Dad, here you go. Lu Chen took the golden crow mirror and looked at it. The words on it changed again. Second revolution, Hao Tian mirror. Damn, what's this magic weapon? Why did it change again? Lu Chen was puzzled. Previously, the golden crow mirror changed from 9 to 1 revolution. Now, it changed from 1 revolution to 2 revolutions. Its name even changed to Hao Tian mirror. Could it be that Rhubarb won't wake up until the 9 revolution Hao Tian mirror is upgraded? Lu Chen checked on Rhubarb. Rhubarb seemed to be sleeping. There was nothing unusual. Lu Chen shook his head and handed the mirror to Little Beast. There's a cultivation room over there. Little Originator, come with me. Little Beast, look after Rhubarb. There's a cultivation room over there. You can cultivate there when you're free. Little Beast hugged Little Originator. Dad, don't. Little Furball plays with Sister Green all day. I'm already bored. Don't take Little Originator away from me. Little Originator pushed Little Originator away with its big head and ran happily to Lu Chen. Little Originator, you heartless guy, you're abandoning me, Little Originator said anxiously. Lu Chun was speechless. I'll only be away for a few days. Last time, when I asked you to go out with heaven stealing for a few years, you didn't seem so reluctant. You'd better stay at home and cultivate. Rhubarb can't be left alone. It's a very important task. Little Beast looked at Rhubarb. Dad was right. Rhubarb must be watched. Finally, Little Beast could only nod helplessly. Okay, but Little Originator, I'll remember you. Ignoring Little Beast's warning, Little Originator swaggered away with Lu Chun. At the border of the human immortal realm, there was a huge winding mountain range. The mountains were shrouded in immortal fog, making it difficult to see the mountains. In the distance, there was another mountain range that corresponded with this one. That was the border of the demon immortal realm. The narrow valley between the two huge mountain ranges was the so-called border of the demon immortal realm. At this moment, a large number of people from both the human immortal realm and the demon immortal realm were riding on mounts to the valley. Qianji and He Yan were sitting on a huge wooden ancestral dragon puppet, following a Sengoku army to the crack. He Yan, how's the solipsistic doing? He already knows about the crack, He Yan said. Tai Hong told him, but the solipsistic rejected Tai Hong's invitation. That's normal. That guy wants to explore it himself. Qianji smiled. Given the solipsistic's character, he'll definitely come. Why are you so sure? Qianji said confidently. He must have heard about the celestial and demon immortal realm. The celestial and demon immortal realm do not exist in this world, and the crack leads to another world. If you were him, would you go and take a look? Unfortunately, he doesn't know that what awaits him in the crack is not the celestial and demon immortal realm, but death. Chapter 1289. As long as one followed these teams, it was easy to find the location of the rift. A black, lightning-shaped rift appeared in the valley, extending for thousands of meters. At this time, both the immortals of the demon clan and the human clan were entering the rift. Those who could come here were all immortals of the Sengoku level. Naturally, there would be friction and disputes. However, those who entered the rift from both sides often had powerful forces behind them. These forces often crossed the boundaries of races. Everyone was here to explore the rift, so no one really fought. Human trash, move aside. I really don't understand how trash like you dare to explore the rift. What did you say? A certain human Sengoku said, angrily. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a demon. Sorry, but the demon clan is stronger than you humans. Even if you're a Sengoku, at the same level, you'll still be crushed. You're born as an inferior race. Even if you become an immortal, you won't change this result. The demon shouted, if you don't get lost, I'll kill you in the rift. Immediately, a few demons walked in front of that person, as if to tell him not to be too arrogant. Mad demon, quickly enter the rift. Exploring the rift is more important. Don't cause trouble. That demon was actually called Mad Demon. Mad Demon snorted. I didn't cause trouble. Some weak dogs blocked my way. I made these dogs make way for us. A few human Sengoku glared at him. Who are you calling a dog? I'm warning you, if you talk nonsense again, don't blame the Elegant Virtue Pavilion for being impolite. Oh, Elegant Virtue Pavilion. The Elegant Virtue Pavilion has 72 branches. I wonder if your human clan's branch is the last or the second last. Even if you're from the Elegant Virtue Pavilion, you're only the trashiest branch. Just as the two sides were quarreling, a human man walked past them and headed straight for the rift. Mad Demon suddenly exploded and pressed a hand on the man's shoulder. Little bastard, I've already said that humans are behind me. Are you deaf? Suddenly, a spear shot out from the man's hand and pierced Mad Demon's chest. None of the people present had expected this human to strike out directly. Not only that, it was a killing move. Mad Demon was startled and hurriedly activated his shield. A burst of spiritual energy exploded between the two of them. Caught off guard, Mad Demon was severely injured and flew backward. The other demon, Sengoku, hurriedly stopped Mad Demon. After landing on the ground, Sengoku spun a few times to neutralize the spiritual energy in Mad Demon's body. Only then did Mad Demon stabilize. At this moment, a muzzle had appeared in front of Mad Demon's chest, almost piercing through it. "How dare you attack me here?" Mad Demon held his wound and shouted angrily, "Tell me your name if you have the guts." The human male calmly turned around and snorted coldly. "First of all, you were the one who started it. Not just anyone can hit my shoulder." Indeed, not just anyone could pat his shoulder. Tai could pat his shoulder. 10 steps one could pat his shoulder. Xiao Shou could even climb onto his back. However, it was a different story for other unrelated people. Second of all, you have been chattering here for so long, blocking my way. I advise you to either attack or shut up. Don't waste my time. Third of all, I have friends from the demon race, but I don't like arrogant fellows. You are called Mad Demon, right? Change your celestial name in the future. In front of me, you are not qualified to be arrogant. Arrogant. Mad Demon was unable to restrain his anger. He broke free from his companion's restraint and turned into a black fog, pouncing on Lu Chun. Black Demon Aura, Shadowless Assault. Die. Divine Demon Astral Body. The other party was obviously using the Astral Body skill. Lu Chun decisively activated the Second Order Divine Demon Astral Body. The Second Order Divine Demon Astral Body was enough to suppress other types of Fourth Order astral bodies. Mad Demon's true body was immediately forced out. Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon. Without the astral body, the power of the Black Demon Aura had decreased sharply. After Lu Chun easily blocked the other party's attack, he fiercely stabbed out with his spear. The other party was a 5-star Sengoku, and his strength was not weak. He quickly activated the Heavenly Demon Protection, but Lu Chen's attack still sent Mad Demon flying. With a boom, Mad Demon directly penetrated the mountain and sank into it. In less than a minute, Lu Chen had already defeated Mad Demon twice. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Although the battle between the two parties did not start in public, Mad Demon did not defend at the beginning and was seriously injured by the human. After that, the second attack was to fight with injuries. However, there was no fairness in a battle in the wild. As a 5-star Sengoku, he must have the ability to defend against sneak attacks. Moreover, he was the one who attacked first. And Mad Demon did not block this human's sneak attack. Just now, the mountain rocks fell, and Mad Demon stood up from the ruins. His eyes were red as he stared at Lu Chen. After being hit by the Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon this time, the spiritual energy in his body was in chaos, and he no longer had the strength to fight. You dare leave your celestial title. In the future, I, Mad Demon, will use your blood to wash away today's humiliation. Lu Chun snorted and turned to walk toward the crack. Just as he was about to enter the crack, people heard him speak. I'm sparing your life for the sake of the Balrog. The next time you provoke me, I won't show mercy. Remember, my name is Solipsistic. After saying that, Lu Chun had already entered the crack. Solipsistic. Fine, just you wait. I, Mad Demon, will return today's humiliation 100-fold. Mad Demon stared at the back of the figure in the distance and said fiercely, the crack was not a teleportation door. It contained a terrifying, chaotic spiritual energy. As soon as Lu Chun entered the crack, he felt as if he was in a starry sky. At the same time, he felt a powerful force crazily tearing his body apart. There were many people in front of him shuttling through the starry sky. They should have entered the crack earlier. At this moment, they were trying their best to resist the pulling force. 100 meters ahead, an immortal king of the demon race erupted with terrifying spiritual power. But suddenly, his body exploded from the inside. His flesh flew everywhere, and even his spirit core exploded. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun was terrified. That demon Sengoku was quite powerful, stronger than many Sengoku who were trying their best to resist the pulling force. But in the end, he died. No, Lu Chun suddenly remembered Tai Hong's words. This crack had a level upper limit. If the level was too low, it would not be able to withstand the pulling force. If the level was too high, it would explode from the inside. The pulling force was still tearing at Lu Chun's body. Lu Chun hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to resist. He was a little nervous now. Could a 13-star human monarch also self-destruct? Fortunately, Lu Chun did not self-destruct, and he did not need to struggle to resist the pulling force. It looks like I meet the requirements of the crack. Lu Chun heaved a sigh of relief and allowed his body to be pushed forward. At this moment, everyone was moving in the same direction. In the distance, there was a crack similar in shape to the entrance. The person in front disappeared into that crack. That should be the exit, Lu Chun thought. Not long after, Lu Chun also arrived in front of the crack and followed the person in front into it. The pulling force quickly disappeared. At the same time, he felt a familiar dizziness when he passed through the teleportation door. Then, Lu Chun's eyes were covered by a golden light. An ambush! Lu Chun widened his eyes. Celestial demon, heavenly eye. Chapter 1290. Lu Chun's spirit energy refinement had already reached the 3rd level. He successfully dodged the other party's attack and quickly dodged to the side. Now that his vision was clear, Lu Chun finally saw the situation here. Behind them was the rift they had passed through. In front of the rift, hundreds of thousands of terrifying beasts were crazily slaughtering the explorers who had just teleported over. Those who came to explore were all 4-star Sengoku, but some of them were still directly killed. Lu Chun was shocked when he saw this scene. The insufferably arrogant immortal king was actually treated as a live target here. These demons were of all kinds. They had ferocious faces and strange shapes. They were twice as tall as demons, but compared to some of the demons in Zhoutian, they were much smaller. However, although these demons were not too big, their movements were extremely agile. Just from their attacks, movement speed, and attacks, they were even stronger than 5-star Sengoku demons. What the hell are these things? Lu Chun's eyes widened. He did not want to be involved in the battlefield again, so he could only hide and observe in the dark. After watching for a while, Lu Chun roughly estimated that at least half of the human and demon Sengoku who had transmigrated here had died at the exit of the rift. Among them, more than 70 to 80% of the human race had died. Those who were lucky enough to escape quickly fled into the surrounding forest, disappearing without a trace. Perhaps thinking that too many people had escaped, the demon army began to send people to search the surrounding forest. Seeing this, Lu Chun quickly fled into the depths of the forest. Lu Chun had already fled far away. The scene just now had shocked him too much, so he could not help but ask Sky Pilfer, "Sky Pilfer, have you seen these things before?" "No." "Then have you entered this kind of rift before?" "No. My previous master's level was too high, so he couldn't enter ordinary rifts. But I've heard that it's similar to what Ling Long explained. The rifts are all different and can't be inferred. In short, unless you enter a certain rift, You can't know what's on the other side of the rift, even if you've been to other rifts. Lu Chen nodded. All right, then what do you think the rift could be? I think. Sky Thief thought about it and said, this place doesn't seem like Shenwu World. Shenwu World can't have so many strong warriors. All of them are stronger than a 5-star Sengoku. This place is more like a world outside the Jiutian. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, I once saw an extremely terrifying, unworldly abomination in Nua's heaven-mending fantasy realm. Even Nua's true body couldn't kill it. If that's the case, I think we might be in the outer world. This was just Lu Chen's guess. No one knew if it was correct. Sky Thief could only sigh and say, I don't know about other things, but the strength of this place is really scary. A 5-star Sengoku can only be a small soldier here. I really didn't expect there to be such an exaggerated place. Lu Chen thought for a bit and took a deep breath. It's a bit troublesome right now. If they keep guarding the rift, it'll be hard for me to go back. No matter what, we have to survive here first. The demon army was searching the forest. Lu Chen didn't dare to stay here for long and continued to move deeper into the forest. Unknowingly, it was already late. Lu Chen suddenly noticed a fire in front of him. He quickly crouched down and carefully approached it. Following the fire, Lu Chen found an open altar not too far away. There was no cover around the altar, only a pyramid-like staircase leading to the top of the altar. There were spirit flames dancing around the altar. The fire Lu Chen saw came from these spirit flames. Lu Chen was about to go up and take a look when he noticed something strange in the forest. He quickly crouched down and secretly observed. Not too long later, a squad of mutated beasts walked out of the forest. The leader of the mutated beast was holding a spirit core. Lu Chen could tell at a glance that it was a human spirit core. That mutated beast walked up to the altar alone and placed the spirit core in the middle of the altar. With a boom, the spirit flames in the surroundings suddenly burst into flames and shot into the sky. Then, a figure appeared on the altar. That figure was actually a male elf. Do you want power or guidance? The male elf's virtual image floated in the air and raised his left and right hands. Lu Chen could also understand what he said through the translation software. Based on his movements, his left hand should represent power, and his right hand should represent guidance. The mutated beast couldn't speak, so it stood on the left side of the male elf. You desire power. After the male elf finished speaking, the spirit core floated into his hand. Then, the spirit core was absorbed by the male elf at a speed visible to the naked eye. He placed his palm on the mutated beast's head. A golden light enveloped it, and waves of spirit energy converged into the mutated beast's body. The mutated beast's expression was ferocious, and it seemed to be in extreme pain, but it didn't resist. After a while, the mutated beast fell to the ground. Its companions walked up to the altar, bowed respectfully to the male elf, and carried the mutated beast away. As the ceremony ended, the spirit flames returned to their original appearance, and the male elf disappeared. Lu Chen, who was hiding in the dark, witnessed the whole process and was quite shocked. Those mutated beasts became stronger in this way. Lu Chen frowned. The crack had just appeared, and these mutated beasts were already very powerful before. This meant that the altar didn't necessarily need spirit cores to activate. Perhaps beast cores could be used too. And Lu Chen still had more than 1 million low-level beast cores on him. After the team of mutated beasts left, Lu Chen rushed to the altar and tried to place a beast core on it. As expected, the spirit flames around the altar burned brightly, and the male elf's virtual image appeared again. He looked at Lu Chen and was slightly stunned. Human? Yes. Why? Do you have to be picky when accepting tributes? That's not the case. In my eyes, there's no difference between the 10,000 races. Tell me, human, do you desire power or guidance? Lu Chen could devour beast cores by himself. He didn't need this elf to help him decompose the beast cores. When the time came, he would have to share a portion with him. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? I wish to receive guidance. What kind of guidance? Lu Chen thought for a while and suddenly said, "Can I ask a question first? This isn't considered guidance." Lu Chen was afraid that after asking the question, the other party would say that he had already given him guidance. You can ask, "If I have a lot of beast cores, how many times can I summon you?" Level 1 altar, you can only summon once a day. There are a total of 9 levels of altars on the Fama continent. The higher the level of the altar, the more power you can get and the more secret guidance you can get. I'm the soul of a level 1 altar. I can only summon once a day. Lu Chen was surprised. That mutated beast used a Sengoku level spirit core, and that's only considered a level 1 altar. When I give it power, it has to lose something at the same time. The less it gains, the less it loses. Their choice of altars is the result of weighing the gains and losses. In addition, not everyone can afford a high-grade altar. The male elf said, "Okay, that's all for your questions. Now, tell me, what guidance do you want?" Lu Chen had too many questions to ask. Where was this place? What was its relationship with the Jiuqian? What was the matter with the rift? What were these mutated beasts? However, Lu Chen couldn't stay here for long, and he couldn't ask a few questions in one go. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen took a deep breath and asked the question he wanted to know the most. Where is Heavenly Demon Wu Qian? Chapter 1291. Lu Chen asked the question that he wanted to know the answer to the most. Where was Heavenly Demon Wu Qian? The elf man was silent for a moment. Lu Chen looked at him longingly. Could he get the answer that had been troubling him for a long time? After a long time, the elf man said, "I can't answer your question, but I can tell you where you can find the answer. If you don't agree to accept my guidance, you can take back the beast core." There seemed to be some movement in the forest. Lu Chen didn't have time to think. "Tell me where I can find the answer." The level 9 altar in the center of the Fama continent. As soon as the elf man finished speaking, Lu Chen had already flashed into the forest. Sure enough, a group of people quickly walked out of the forest. However, they weren't exotic beasts, but about 10 Sengoku demons. A Sengoku looked at the altar that had just weakened and narrowed his eyes. "Everyone, be careful. Those exotic beasts might not have gone far." They didn't seem to know that it was actually Lu Chen who had used the altar just now. A Sengoku walked up to the altar, took out a beast core, and placed it on the altar. Soon he summoned his elf. "I want guidance." The Sengoku said directly, "Tell me, where is the solipsistic demon?" Lu Chen, who was hiding in the forest, was shocked. These people were actually asking for his location. Far away, but close at hand. The elf man gave the answer. In an instant, the atmosphere around them became tense. A light sound came from the forest not far away. The Sengoku immediately shouted, "Quick chase!" These people were all Sengoku. They were extremely fast, and they even had haste talismans. Lu Chen couldn't shake them off for a while. Obviously, these people didn't want to catch up with Lu Chen and chat with him over tea. Damn it! What are these people trying to do? Come to this world to kill me? Lu Chen quickly shuttled through the forest. 10 5-star Sengoku. What a big arm. Perhaps even more. Right now, Lu Chen's situation was extremely dangerous. There were relentless pursuers behind him, and the distance between them was constantly shortening. There were also large groups of otherworldly beasts in the surroundings. It was truly a case of a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Solipsistic, stop running. You can't get away. Sengoku's voice came from behind. They were closing the distance between them and Lu Chun. Solipsistic, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you acting like a coward when you see us? Ha! The legendary Solipsistic is just SOSO. He's a coward, a coward, a coward. The other party was trying to provoke him, but Lu Chun did not reply. Right now, the other party only knew where he was, but probably could not see him. They weren't even sure that the person they were chasing was the Solipsistic. If he answered, then his only advantage would be gone. Suddenly, Lu Chun used his Buddha avatar and Devil avatar. The clone cloned again. Instantly, more than 30 avatars appeared around Lu Chun, and they quickly fled in different directions. At this moment, the pursuers had also sensed the change in spiritual energy in front of them. There were a few more spiritual energies. It's avatars. One of them said, softly, 36 avatars, but there are still 2 physical avatars. The leader said, those are his Buddha avatars. If one of them escapes, he will escape. Let's split up and chase. Let's split up. Although the Buddha avatars are not as powerful as the original, we can't be careless. He can descend into one of the avatars at any time. Let's not let him escape, and wait for the others to arrive before we kill him. Qian Ji said that he wants to destroy the human race. This person is the key. This time, we must kill him. Okay, the number of pursuers behind Lu Chun decreased. There were only 3 of them. The others had been lured away by the avatars. However, Lu Chun suddenly realized that the pursuers behind him slowed down. They seemed to be purposely maintaining a fixed distance from him. If Lu Chun ran faster, they would also increase their speed. If Lu Chun slowed down, they would also slow down. These guys are actually so cautious. Lu Chun had already sensed that something was wrong. Why were they so cautious? It meant that they were determined to succeed and did not want to make any mistakes. They are surrounding me, but not attacking. It seems that they have reinforcements. Lu Chun thought as he moved quickly. If reinforcements arrived, it would be difficult for him to escape. If he turned around and attacked, would he be able to kill all 3 of them? Even if they were from the human race, Lu Chun would not be able to kill all 3 of them at the same time if they were only focused on avoiding him, let alone the demons. If he couldn't kill him instantly, and the other side's reinforcements arrived, Lu Chun would be in danger. Should I take the risk and give it a try? Otherwise, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. However, just as Lu Chun was about to take the risk, more than 20 figures appeared behind him. Reinforcements arrived so quickly. Lu Chun no longer had any thoughts of turning back to fight. At the same time, another piece of bad news came. Lu Chun's 2 Buddha body clones had been killed. The number of opponents instantly multiplied. About 100 Sengoku were chasing after Lu Chun. Their speed also increased. It seemed that they were about to attack. Damn it! Lu Chun cursed. 9 void steps. Lu Chun could not care less and tried his best to escape. Ha ha ha! Solipsistic, you won't be able to escape this time. Still running? Do you really think you can run away? Wind demon beast trapping formation. Suddenly, a strong wind blew around him. Lu Chun felt a huge resistance. Even the 9 void steps and rapid movement were slowed down significantly. Just as Lu Chun slowed down, a few figures quickly overtook Lu Chun and surrounded Lu Chun. 105-star Sengoku surrounded Lu Chun. Run, run again. A demon in white sneered. My wind demon beast trapping formation is specially designed to counter movement techniques. Lu Chen looked at the Sengoku around him and was on full alert. He said coldly, "What do you want?" "What do we want?" "Of course, we want to kill you." "Why do you want to kill me?" "Who instructed you?" "Instructed? It's not really an instruction. He just gave us a reason to kill you," a Sengoku answered. The great heavenly master calculated that if we were to start the myriad races' immortal war against the human race, you are an uncertain factor. Since we want to destroy the human race, we cannot allow any uncertain factors to exist. Therefore, you must die. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Myriad races' immortal war against the human race? Could it be the final battle? When will the myriad races' immortal war begin? Lu Chen asked in a deep voice. When it begins has nothing to do with you, because before that you are already a dead man. It is said that you entered the 7th heavenly layer as a human king. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is something that has never been heard of before. Today, I can finally see for myself how a mortal like you can survive in the 7th heavenly layer for so long. Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you. Your old friend misses you very much. He said that if possible, he would like to say goodbye to you before you die. Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger. Are you talking about Qianji? That's right. That's him. He said that when the human race is destroyed, everyone on Earth will become his puppets. Oh, right. He also emphasized that he will make your sister, her husband, and his 2 children into a set of puppets that will never be destroyed. They will be his slaves forever. Chapter 1292. What did you say? Lu Chen glared at the person who spoke. Didn't you hear what I said? Why are you angry? But so what? Solipsistic, are you regretting it now? It's hard for a mortal to walk on the path to immortality. You should have cut off all these ties long ago. Otherwise, how would you be affected by them? Do you understand now? A mortal will always be a mortal. A mortal's 7 emotions and 6 desires will only become your obstacle. Oh, right. Even if you understand now, it's too late. You can't do anything now. Lu Chen looked at the 100 Sengoku coldly. The void god-slaying spear appeared in his hand. Solipsistic, don't tell me you're so naive to think that you still have a chance of winning. Lu Chen said coldly. I don't know if I have a chance of winning, but I know that those who want to touch Lu Yi will all die. Symbiosis of gods and demons. Dragon god form. Might of gods and demons. Emptiness of gods and demons' arm. In an instant, Lu Chen's body exploded with spiritual energy. His white hair danced in the wind. Set up the formation. Don't let the beasts disturb us. The demon Sengoku quickly set up the formation, isolating the battlefield from the outside world. Everyone, don't underestimate him. Although he's immortal, he defeated a 5-star Sengoku before. Qian Ji said that this person is incredible. Don't be careless. Don't go easy on him. Kill. The 100 Sengoku all activated their skills at the same time. They unsheathed their weapons and released their spiritual energy. Solipsistic. The 100 Sengoku will kill you today. Immortal technique. Universal path destruction. Immortal beast. 9-tailed spiritual eyes. Immortal technique. Ethereal puppet. Immortal technique. All things Tao. Square heaven talisman. Immortal technique. All things Tao. Nimble and swift. Immortal technique. All things Tao. Tao energy awakening. Pugilists, monks, nightmare spirits, puppeteers, talisman masters, beast tamers, pharmacists, explosives specialists, and the prophet's elemental divine punishment. 9 professions. 100 Sengoku simultaneously launched a fierce attack on Lu Chen. celestial devil body. Lu Chen raised his head and roared, "Little originator, fight with me." Suddenly, a huge white tiger appeared beside him. Lu Chen was about to be besieged, and so was the sub-originator. However, the sub-originator was not scared at all. It simply roared at the sky. Roar. Junior originator will die without regrets if he follows boss. The triple door combined with the St. Lotus sword heart in the void attacking state caused a large amount of sword chi to shoot out. However, the Sengoku of the demon race were much stronger than the human race. As one of the strongest races, although their bodies were not as strong as Lu Chen's, they were at least 10 times stronger than Lu Chen's. Not to mention that there were 100 Sengoku experts there. The St. Lotus Sword Heart could suppress one Sengoku, but when the Sengoku's attacks were separated, the Sengoku would be able to resist them. Lone Tyrant, you dare to resist with this level of strength? Kill him. His attacks are not weak. Don't fight him head-on. Someone appeared behind Lu Chen without anyone noticing. Divine skill, traceless assassin. A streak of coldness was shot at the back of Lu Chen's neck. Reverse soul roaming dragon. Lu Chen quickly blocked and counterattacked. However, the man turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared after his attack was blocked. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't give him a chance to escape. He quickly caught up with the man with the rapid shadow spear. Right then, a cluster of coldness exploded inside the formation, and the world was instantly covered in white. In the distance, a heavenly punishment of the elemental divine punishment was already attacking Lu Chen, an area attack. It covered the entire formation. It targeted Lu Chen's speed and agility. 3,000 frozen worlds. Lu Chen shouted, "Triple door!" There was nowhere to hide in the formation, but there was one place that was safe. Lu Chen arrived in front of the elemental mage in the blink of an eye. Facing Lu Chen, the elemental mage didn't panic. Eternal black ice shield. With a crack, Lu Chen's rapid shadow spear hit a huge block of ice. The block of ice cracked, but the elemental mage took the opportunity to distance himself. Solipsistic, we're not trash like those humans. You want to kill me? Dream on. As he spoke, Lu Chen suddenly realized that the ice crystals on the eternal black ice shield were quickly extending upward along with the void god-slaying spear. Lu Chen hurriedly injected spiritual power into the god-slaying spear, and the almost extinguished earth fire in it reignited. However, after this delay, there were hundreds of attacks coming from behind Lu Chen. Void 9 steps, Wind Demon Trapped Beast. The Sengoku, who was good at restraining movement techniques, used the same trick again, greatly reducing the effect of Lu Chen's Void 9 steps. With his movement restricted, Lu Chen couldn't avoid the large number of attacks. Void Guard. Lu Chen had no choice but to switch to defense. Boom, 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 boom. A series of dense attacks, including the skills of the 9 professions, all landed on Lu Chen's Great Void Arm. Now that Lu Chen's spiritual power had reached 130 million, the Great Void Arm's defensive power soared and blocked all the attacks. How is this possible? Is this the Great Void Arm of the demon god? It's actually indestructible. It's not indestructible. It's just that our attacks are too scattered. We should use powerful single-target attack techniques. Those with combined skills, use them. Now that he's retracting his movement technique, he's just a live target. On the other side, the 20 Sengoku on the sword Kinesis sword accumulated power for 3 seconds. While they were accumulating power, the entire defensive formation rumbled. The soil and stones on the ground slowly floated up, and the trees were uprooted and slowly rose up. The power of this move had reached such a terrifying level, it actually caused everything to go against the laws of nature. 3 seconds later, The 20 people shouted at the same time. Combined skill, sky obliteration. After the 20 people finished accumulating power, sword auras shot out from their swords, which merged into one halfway and shot straight at Lu Chen. The sky obliteration sword shot over. Wherever it passed, the surrounding soil, stones, and trees would automatically disintegrate. Even the density of the air was changed by the ultra-dense spiritual power, causing the sword aura to become ethereal. Lu Chen had just dodged the attacks of the two assassin killing gods when he turned around and saw this extremely ferocious sword attack. However, he couldn't use any movement techniques at this time. The sky obliteration sword had caused space-time to compress. At this time, Lu Chen even felt that his body couldn't move. His entire body was suppressed by an immense pressure, and he didn't even have the strength to lift the god-slaying spear. Once the sword attack was formed, it was unavoidable. Solipsistic, stop struggling. The sky obliteration sword is the most powerful technique of the demons. Once it is used, the world will be obliterated, not to mention that you're just a mortal. Solipsistic, you're already dead. Unfortunately, you can't watch the destruction of the human race with your own eyes. You can't watch Qian Ji kill billions of people and turn your sister's family into puppets. The sky obliteration sword had not only gathered the spiritual power of the 25-star Sengoku, but also absorbed the spiritual energy in heaven and earth. Naturally, it was quite powerful. Not even Lu Chen could resist it. However, there was one person who could resist the sword formed by the spiritual energy in heaven and earth. Roar. A furious roar shook the world. Then, a white shadow dashed out from the dozen battle pet puppets. Roar. In an instant, the originator stood in front of Lu Chen. Chapter 1293. That reminded Lu Chen of Xiao Min, who had sacrificed herself to save him. The sub-originator turned into a streak of white light and lunged at the obliterating heaven sword. After a loud noise, the sub-originator was crushed by the obliterating heaven sword. For a moment, the formation was filled with abundant spiritual energy. Sub-originator. Lu Chen roared, but the sub-originator was nowhere to be seen. It had been disintegrated into spiritual energy. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. One of the Sengoku snorted. Solipsistic, your battle pet has blocked the attack for you. Let's see if you can survive the next attack. However, exactly at that moment, the spiritual energy in the air gathered again until it turned into a shapeless black mist. Only a few people knew that the white tiger was not the sub-originator's original form. That was the sub-originator's true form. It was the essence of nature, formless and formless, and could absorb spiritual energy. The obliterating heaven sword was also made of spiritual energy, and it was absorbed by the sub-originator as well. Soon, the little beast turned back into the white tiger. After absorbing the obliterating heaven sword, the sub-originator was twice as large as before. It raised its head and roared, which was even more horrifying than before. Oh no, it's the essence of nature that can absorb spiritual energy. One of the Sengoku finally recognized the sub-originator. Qian Ji mentioned the essence of nature before. I didn't know that it was true. This guy can absorb the obliterating heaven sword. This guy is much stronger than before. A Sengoku in white said coldly, "Don't panic. The essence of nature is weak against elemental attacks. We can kill the sub-originator with elemental attacks and heavenly might attacks." For the Sengoku, every one of them could use elemental attacks. As a matter of fact, the sub-originator's elemental defense was quite high. However, compared to its abnormal immunity to spiritual and physical attacks, elemental attacks were still one of its few weaknesses. As for heavenly might attacks, the suboriginator had never been able to defend itself. For a moment, a lot of elemental attacks were coming from all directions. Heavenly might attacks. No matter how hard Xiao Yuan tried, it could not dodge all the attacks. A few powerful attacks landed on its body and forced it back to Lu Chen's side. The essence of heaven and earth is only immune to spiritual and material attacks, but it has only one attack and no recovery ability. Therefore, you don't have the right to be arrogant here. A Sengoku looked at the defeated suboriginator proudly. Indeed, the suboriginator was not very good at attacking, nor did it have the ability to recover. When it cooperated with the little fur ball and the little critter ball was responsible for healing while the little critter was responsible for attacking, which made up for its weakness perfectly. However, it was now fighting alone against 100 Sengoku powerhouses. Even if it had absorbed the obliterating sky sword, it would be difficult to turn the tide. Standing in front of Lu Chun, Xiao Yuan rubbed Lu Chun with its head, which was bigger than before, and growled twice. Boss, you still have to protect Lu Yi and your little brother. You should go first. Lu Chun clenched his fists. The suboriginator knew that it would be killed by these Sengoku sooner or later, so it wanted Lu Chun to leave. Lu Chun put his hand on the suboriginator's forehead and said, I won't leave, suboriginator. If I leave you behind, the little critter and the little fur ball will never forgive me. I will never forgive myself. The suboriginator raised its head and stared at Lu Chun with its huge eyes, which were as clear as amber. Xiao Yuan, we haven't cooperated for a long time, right? Lu Chun smiled. The suboriginator nodded. It had been fighting alongside the little fur ball and the suboriginator for a long time, and it had not cooperated with Lu Chun for a long time. Well, let's work together and see what's so great about these 100 Sengoku, Lu Chun said in a low voice while holding the god-slaying spear in his left hand. Psychic puppet technique. This skill was very cheap, so much so that Lu Chun didn't even think about it before he used it. He did not expect that it would come in handy now. The suboriginator gave up control of part of its body and handed it over to Lu Chun. Lu Chun looked coldly at the 100 Sengoku and said, It seems that you won't give up until you kill me. Solipsistic, cut the crap. Even if the essence of heaven and earth has absorbed the obliterating sky sword, you can't escape death. We'll kill you like killing a chicken. Lu Chun said coldly, 100 immortal kings are chasing after me. How can you still have the face to speak so confidently? The demon race is known as one of the strongest races. Is this how you become the strongest? You won't dare to attack unless there are 100 of you, right? Everyone's expression changed. Lu Chen's words made them speechless. Whether it was out of caution or not, Lu Chun was telling the truth. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chun looked up to the sky and roared. Look at your ugly faces. You're worlds apart from the Balrog. You want to kill my people. Lu Chun suddenly stopped smiling. As long as I'm alive, you won't succeed. Come on, 100 Sengoku of the demon race. Come at me together. You're about to die, but you still dare to be so arrogant. Kill this man, for me. The 100 Sengoku attacked again. At the same time, Lu Chun shouted in a low voice, Divine Demon Lotus Heart, Inner Demon, Suboriginator, go. Lu Chun and Suboriginator directly faced the opposite attacks and quickly rushed to the enemy's formation. A Sengoku looked at Lu Chen's position and launched a sword attack. However, when the attack reached Lu Chun, Suboriginator suddenly stood in front of Lu Chun. Suboriginator could ignore spiritual energy attacks and absorb spiritual energy. On the other side, 7 or 8 people attacked at the same time, bombarding Suboriginator with all kinds of elemental attacks. Since Lu Chen and Suboriginator had switched positions in time, it was Lu Chen's turn to deal with these elemental attacks. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Lu Chen resisted the enemy's attacks with sword energy. Rapid Shadow Spear. The Rapid Shadow Spear was extremely fast and arrived in front of one of the enemies. That person hurriedly used a teleportation skill to dodge, but he suddenly found that the one attacking him was the White Tiger. At the same time, Lu Chen changed his target and stabbed at the enemy in front of Suboriginator. That person was just defending against Suboriginator's attack. Suddenly, a person appeared beside him and attacked him from an angle that completely blocked his escape route. In a hurry, that person could only defend himself with a shield. However, the shield failed to block the Rapid Shadow Spear and was penetrated by it. The tip of the spear directly pierced through that person's lower abdomen. In the puppet state, Lu Chen could obtain Suboriginator's vision. Therefore, any movement of the enemy in front of Suboriginator could not escape from Lu Chen's eyes. Because of this, he could directly attack the enemy from the side without any preparation. After piercing through the Sengoku's lower abdomen, Lu Chen lifted the spear and dug out that person's spiritual core. He still needed this spiritual core, so he put it away first. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared behind Lu Chen and stabbed at Lu Chen's back with a dagger. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen did not block the attack. Instead, he turned around and stabbed at that person's lower abdomen with the star-shattering spear. Idiot, you are not as fast as me. Unfortunately, that assassin neglected one thing. Just as he was about to succeed, Lu Chen suddenly stepped back. Then, a white shadow rushed out from the side and blocked the attack with its body. At the same time, it hit the assassin. Another switch. Does he have eyes on the back of his head? Before that person could react, Lu Chen's star-shattering spear had arrived and pierced through that person's lower abdomen and dug out his spiritual core. In an instant, Lu Chen and Suboriginator had killed 2 5-star Sengoku. The cooperation between Lu Chen and Suboriginator was beyond ordinary puppet techniques. Suboriginator was not completely dependent on its master's control, which saved Lu Chen a lot of energy. After decades of companionship, even if they cooperated slightly, they already knew each other well. Battle habits and how they thought during battle. There was no need for verbal communication to know each other's thoughts. To put it simply, this was both a puppet control technique and a perfect cooperation between comrades. Chapter 1294. One of them is immune to physical and spiritual attacks, and the other is flexible, and his spear is terrifyingly powerful. This guy's puppetry skills are so exquisite. Didn't they say he was not good at puppetry? Use the wind demon to trap them and limit their speed. At the same time, change between real and illusionary. Don't let him identify the attributes of the attacks easily. Others, use your doppelgangers to interfere with his judgment. The demon Sengoku was indeed very powerful, and he quickly came up with various countermeasures. I don't believe that a mistake of a few tenths of a second can kill him. He can't hold on for long. However, although more than a dozen Sengoku had been killed, Lu Chen and Suboriginator were still changing rapidly and jumping among the Sengoku. With Lu Chen's ability to sense spiritual energy, the doppelgangers could never fool him. Impossible. How can this guy still be so focused? At this time, another Sengoku was suddenly awakened. Song, Yen, do you still remember that the guy used the inner demon? Yes, it's a skill of the life reversal of the celestial demon. The longer the inner demon lasts, the more brutal he will become, and he will gradually lose control of his consciousness. Maybe he wants to lose his consciousness. The man said he already knew that under normal circumstances, he couldn't hold on until he defeated all of us. So, he let his physical instincts control his battle. Let his physical instincts control. Yes, his physical instincts can help him make judgments faster, ignore his fatigue, and fight in a pure combat state. Chi-Meng, you should know that his opponent is a 5-star Sengoku. He wouldn't dare to do that unless he had experienced countless battles. Can't you see that fighting has become his instinct? I'm sure that he has experienced more than 10,000 battles. Chi-Meng said, it's more difficult to kill him now. At least we have to lose more people. After all, we have to return from the other world, and we have to preserve our strength. We only need to wait until the inner demon reaches a critical point. When the bloodthirsty element of the inner demon takes the initiative, it will go from being instinctive to being crazy. When it starts attacking without regard for anything, that will be our chance. Get the others to defend and hold him back, and we will win. This person called Chi-Meng seemed to be the commander of the team, and he quickly issued the latest order. The critical point of the inner demon, this was a state Lu Chun had never entered before. At the same time, Lu Chen's time in the heart demon was getting longer and longer. He was becoming more and more bloodthirsty, digging out his spirit core. While he was still alive was already the most merciful way to kill him. 1,000 army destruction. Lu Chun pierced an opponent who had already been hit into a sieve and finally took out the spirit core. This guy is more like a demon than we are. The corners of Chi-Meng's eyes twitched. The beasts in the field were becoming crazier and crazier and more terrifying. When Lu Chun killed this opponent, he found that the others had all retreated. They surrounded Lu Chun and Suboriginator in the middle, but did not attack. They just coldly watched him go crazy. As time passed, Lu Chun did not know how many attacks he had blocked, but his inner demon was getting stronger and stronger. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was so ferocious that he did not look like a human being. Kill! Lu Chun roared and attacked an opponent with the Spear of Rapid Shadows. Several companions around that person used shields to protect him at the same time. The Spear of Rapid Shadows could not pierce through 7 or 8 layers of defense, and the powerful recoil directly knocked Lu Chun back. Fortunately, Suboriginator caught up in time and protected Lu Chun. Set up the formation. Immortal Slaying Demon Slaying Formation. We will trap him, but not attack. Chi-Meng ordered. Lone Tyrant, go ahead and go crazy. I'm going to watch you go crazy. I'm going to watch you become a demon. Lu Chun roared. More than half of his attacks had been offset by the Immortal Slaying Demon Slaying Formation. Others helped to defend, but they were all in vain. Instead, the spiritual energy in his body became chaotic. Lu Chun was like a wild beast, but he ran into a wall everywhere. God-slaying Spear of Heaven's wrath. Quick, he is going to use his killing move. Don't give him a chance to accumulate power. Hundreds of attacks were shot directly at him. Lu Chun failed to accumulate power and was seriously injured. Solipsistic, stop struggling. You are like a mad dog now. You can't even survive. Your planet and your family will not escape the fate of a tragic death. Chi-Meng sneered. Everyone, pay attention. As soon as he exits the inner demon state, immediately besiege him and kill him. Lu Chun roared like a wild beast and rushed at Chi-Meng. However, he was directly repelled by the Immortal Slaying Demon Slaying Formation. With Lu Chen's strength, he could deal with a 5-star Immortal King of the human race with ease, but against a 5-star Immortal King of the Devil race, he could fight a 5-star Immortal King of the Devil race one-on-one, but his cultivation level was still insufficient to fight 100 of them alone. Sengoku killed more than 25-star Sengoku of the Demon Clan with the help of Suboriginator. After a while, Lu Chen finally could not resist the inner demon. His muscles were tight, and his blood vessels were bulging. He looked extremely terrifying. Qianji, how dare you hurt my people? I will tear you into pieces. Lu Chen roared in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt on the ground and twitched all over. Little Originator didn't move either. In its puppet state, without Lu Chen's control, half of its power wasn't enough to support its own actions. When Qi Meng saw this, he immediately shouted, "Now is the time! Attack!" The remaining 70 or so Sengoku turned into shadows and shot at Lu Chen at the same time. This attack gathered heavenly power, elemental power, and spiritual energy to prevent Lu Chen from tricking them. This attack also gathered the strength of more than 70 top-notch 5-star Sengoku of the Demon Clan. Although this madman is not a celestial, he is more terrifying than a celestial. We must not let him live. Lu Chen knelt on the ground and looked at the attacks coming at him with his blood-red eyes. He seemed to be extremely tired. He had exited the inner demon state, which meant that he was powerless to resist. He had tried his best, but he did not expect to be defeated by Qianji in the end. A person who hid in the dark and was good at scheming was even more terrifying than a celestial prime. Lu Chen saw Suboriginator standing beside him. "Suboriginator, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought you here. Lu Zhu and Yaoer." Qianji thought that Yaoer was Lu Yi's child, but he did not know that Yaoer was Lu Chen's son. The combined attacks of the immortal kings arrived in the blink of an eye. Solipsistic, go to hell! With a deafening boom, the ground in the array was turned into ashes, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. The joint attack of more than 70 Sengoku had penetrated thousands of meters into the ground. As long as one was not a celestial prime, it was impossible to block this attack. After the attack, Qi Meng sneered. "Solipsistic, your legend has finally come to an end. To be honest, I admire you for going against celestials with the body of a mortal. It's a pity that the path of defying the heavens is not as simple as you think." Suddenly, a Sengoku frowned and shouted, "Who saw the solipsistic and the essence of heaven and earth?" Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Under that terrifying joint attack, no one saw the solipsistic. He just disappeared into thin air. Chapter 1295. More than 70 Sengoku searched everywhere, but they could not find Lu Chen and Suboriginator. Qi Meng's face was full of anger. "Is he dead or not? Don't tell me he ran away." "Qi Meng, more and more strange beasts are attacking the defense array," Song Yen said. Song Mang punched the ground fiercely. More and more strange beasts were gathering, and they were no match for them. They could not stay here for long. "Let's go." After an unknown period of time, Lu Chen woke up slowly. He looked up and saw a majestic hall in front of him. The surrounding environment was familiar. It was the immortal ancestor ruins. But for some reason, this hall was several floors higher than the extraterrestrial immortal palace he had seen before. This is the immortal ancestor ruins. Why has the immortal palace changed? This hall, which was originally called the extraterrestrial immortal palace, now had a new name, the extraterrestrial divine devil palace. "You're awake," a white-robed old man beside Lu Chen said lightly with his back facing Lu Chen. Lu Chen's mind raced. Now he was even more certain that this was the immortal ancestor ruins. That old man was clearly the immortal ancestor War Soul. "Did you save me?" Lu Chen asked in surprise. "No, I didn't save you. You came in by yourself." I came in by myself. Lu Chen clearly remembered that he had not entered the immortal ancestor ruins. After all, he had been in a different world. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to enter the immortal ancestor ruins directly from there. Your Jotian star is leveled up, so you have a chance to enter the extraterrestrial divine devil palace, the old man explained calmly. I've told you before that the Jotian star is a rare magic treasure with growth potential. In battle, you can continuously use spirit manipulation to raise the level of the 9 heavens stars. After the level is raised, you can also activate its various abilities. At the same time, every time you level up, you will gain a chance to enter this place. When you were fighting the demon Sengoku, your spirit core was operating at a crazy speed. Especially when you were in the heart demon state, you unleashed all your potential. You even pushed your spirit control to the limit. In the end, it led to the upgrade of the Jotian star. Oh, of course, for the current Jotian star, activate is more accurate than upgrade. After all, when it was subdued by you, it couldn't display its effects. Speaking of which, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He never thought that it would be the Jotian star that saved his life. Then, what kind of power does the Jotian star gain after it is activated? Lu Chen asked. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Chen immediately summoned the Jotian star. Beside him, a golden bead floated there. Lu Chen sensed it slightly and established a connection with the Jotian star. At present, the Jotian star was equivalent to level 1 after being activated. At level 1, the Jotian star had 3 functions. It could convert elemental affinity, but there was an upper limit at the current level. The upper limit was 50,000 points. The speed of spiritual power circulation increased by 10%, while the speed of spiritual power circulation decreased by 10%. Activating the portable cultivation space could simulate the inner world of the Jotian star when it was in a berserk state, which was the world where endless spiritual power beams attacked without any rules. Moreover, this was a space-time space where the ratio of time to the outside world was 1 to 10. Just by activating this magic treasure, Lu Chen already understood why this treasure was called the Jotian treasure. It was too powerful. With this magical equipment, if an opponent of the same strength used the same move, he would be able to seize 20% of the initiative. Just this point alone was enough to instantly kill countless magical equipment. In addition, this was the first time Lu Chen had heard of a portable cultivation space. Other cultivation spaces were all fixed and needed to be attached to some kind of spiritual source to be effective. However, the Jotian star directly provided a portable cultivation space. In other words, it was an extremely powerful spiritual source. However, the cultivation space could not increase one's realm. Cultivating spiritual power in such an environment was obviously courting death. However, it could allow one to practice cultivation techniques. Spiritual power could be refined and had endless magical uses. How is it you worked so hard to subdue the Jotian star? Now, do you feel that it was worth it? It almost killed you once, and now it has returned your life. Lu Chen took a deep breath. It is indeed the Jotian treasure. Senior, I would like to ask, what is the Jotian star's rank on the 7th heavenly treasure list? It is no longer on the list. If it was 10,000 years ago, it would have been worthy of being the number 1 treasure. Lu Chen held his forehead. Sure enough, the equipment on his body was either not on the list at all, or it was on the list many years ago. The god-slaying spear, the sorcerer's staff, and the Jotian star were 3 items that had hopes of being on the list. However, they were no longer on the list. Solipsistic, the extraterrestrial divine devil palace, has opened. Go and challenge it when you are ready, the celestial prime war soul said. Lucian looked at the old man, strangely. Why do you keep your back to me? Previously, it was fine. Didn't you say that I am the owner of this place? Why do you still want to hide your identity? Even if you are the celestial prime, war soul, I don't know the celestial prime from 10,000 years ago. It feels weird talking to me with your back to me. Ha ha ha. Although you are the owner of this place, you are not my owner. I am only fulfilling my owner's last wish. Therefore, it is my freedom to not see you. Ha! This old man was quite stubborn. Forget it. Since the old man was unwilling to turn around, Lucian could not force him. He looked at the hall in front of him. Why did the name of this place change? What about the celestial prime palace of the other clans? Did it change to this too? The final destination of all the clans is here. As for the name change, the extraterrestrial Divine Devil Palace is its original name. Lucian asked, Senior, is the Divine Devil Palace related to the God-fiend, heaven-defying suit? Why did it become the Immortal Ancestor Ruins later on? The Immortal Ancestor Ruins is what you call it. The clans of the myriad clans are also the ancient battlefields where the myriad clans fought for the extraterrestrial Divine Devil Palace. This battle lasted for 800 years. Because of this, the myriad clans left behind herb gardens, refining areas, and other supply areas. At the same time, there are battlefields, cities, and traps here. As for whether the Divine Devil Palace is related to the God-fiend heaven-defying suit, I am not sure. I only know that the Jotian stellar star escaped from the 8th level of the Divine Devil Palace. There are 9 levels in the Divine Devil Palace. I don't know what the treasures on the 9th level are. Lucian frowned. Could it be? This hall was called the Heaven's Might Divine Devil Palace. Since it was in outer space, it should be in accordance with the saying that no heaven exists in this world. Could it be that there would be no heaven and earth in the 9th level? Solipsistic. Remember, when the Jotian stellar star rises by 1 level, you can challenge the 1st level of the Divine Devil Palace. You have 3 days. You are not in a good state now, so I suggest you adjust your state before challenging it. What's on the 1st level? Among the 6-star Sengoku, the strongest of the myriad clans. Lucian could not help but gasp. A 6-star Sengoku was also the strongest of the myriad clans. The extraterrestrial Divine Devil Palace was a little scary. Chapter 1296. Lucian was not in a hurry to challenge the pagoda. Firstly, he was in a bad state. Secondly, someone might be waiting for him outside. After resting outside the palace for 2 days, Lucian walked into the extraterrestrial God-fiend palace on the 3rd day. The interior of the palace was similar to the heaven-reaching pagoda. It was extremely spacious. At this moment, a warrior had his hands behind his back facing Lucian. He only turned around when Lucian approached. This was a red-skinned demon dressed in a gray Taoist robe. He looked at Lucian coldly. I didn't expect that the God-fiend palace would reopen one day. The treasures on the first 3 levels of the extraterrestrial God-fiend palace have been taken away. However, that war soul has obtained a lot of miscellaneous items. This way, you won't have gained nothing after defeating me, the man said calmly, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. Lucian frowned slightly. You're an ancient immortal? Why are you here? I'm someone who should have died on the 1st level of the God-fiend palace. I was chosen by the God-fiend palace and signed a contract to guard this place forever. Lucian frowned. Forever? Yes, forever. I won't age or die here. No matter how serious my injuries are, I can recover. Unless someone can break through the God-fiend palace, I can't leave without permission, level up, or neglect my duties. Isn't that painful? The man did not answer directly. He only said, "At least it's better than being reduced to ashes." Luchan nodded. Perhaps this was his choice. "Are you ready?" "I won't show mercy," the man said. Luchan nodded. "I'm ready. However, I have a question." "Speak. Are you the strongest 6-star Sengoku of the myriad races?" "I don't know either. However, in my era, I have never met a match among those of the same level." Lu Chen took a deep breath. It was said that ancient immortals were stronger than the current immortals. This guy was also the strongest among the myriad races. There was no doubt about his strength. This guy was probably stronger than the 105-star Sengoku outside. Although he was saved, he had to pass a more difficult test. Fortunately, there was only one person in the room. With a boom, Demon Sengoku's clothes were blown up by the surging spiritual energy. Suddenly, Lu Chun felt a terrifying surge of spiritual energy rushing towards him. More than 100 flying swords appeared behind Demon Sengoku, their tips pointing at Lu Chun as they floated in the air. Sword manipulation, 6-star Sengoku, crazy demon. That person said indifferently, as if this was a habit he had formed after fighting countless people. Sword wielding was his main profession. An infatuated demon was his celestial title. These words were the nightmares of countless people. 6-star Sengoku, sword control maniac. Lu Chen took a deep breath and raised his hand. The void, god-destroying spear appeared in his hand. Full-time king of savages, Lu Chun. With that said, Lu Chun suddenly felt a little depressed. Not only was his title not resounding at all, it was also somewhat ambiguous. It made it seem like he was also a part-time king of savages. Forget it. Who asked him to be in such a situation? Human king? Interesting. Infatuated demon gave a rare cold laugh. However, trespassers will be killed without mercy. Swordmaster's war body, supreme of swords, swift spirit scabbard. Not only did infatuated demon have a skill to enhance his body, but he also had a skill to enhance his flying swords. After the swift spirit scabbard was activated, the 100 flying swords behind him began to glow with various colors. The spiritual energy they contained suddenly doubled. At this time, Limitless Sword would definitely not be able to hold back. Unfortunately, Lu Chen had not taken out Limitless Sword yet. Lu Chen did not dare to be careless. He activated Celestial Demon Symbiosis, Dragon God Form, Celestial Demon Heaven's Might, and other enhancement skills. At the same time, he activated the Emptiness of God's and Demon's Arm and the God-destroying Spear's Fire attribute. Celestial Demon Reversal. Infatuated demon narrowed his eyes, and his gaze fell on Lu Chen's left arm. However, infatuated demon was only surprised for a moment. His hands did not stop moving. He moved his sword finger. Among the 100 flying swords, 3 of them suddenly turned into 3 golden streams of light and shot toward Lu Chen. Celestial technique. Attack word formula. Heaven, earth, and man 3 swords. As soon as infatuated demon attacked, Lu Chen could already sense that he was different from the others. This guy's sword manipulation technique was faster than any sword manipulation technique he had encountered before. It could even reach the level of 5 rapid shadow spear strikes. And when he used sword manipulation technique himself, it was obvious that he was handling it with ease. Out of the 100 flying swords, only 3 were used. It was clear that this guy was still holding back. Celestial Demon Observation Heaven's Eye. Lu Chen relied on Celestial Observation technique to quickly dodge. At the same time, he did not forget to attack his opponent while moving at high speed. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Lu Chen shot out thousands of sword auras, but infatuated demon did not move. With a flick of his finger, the 3 flying swords behind him flew in front of him. Celestial technique. Defense word formula. Triple primordial sword shield. The 3 flying swords spread out in a triangular formation in front of him. They rapidly spun until they formed 3 shields. They were white, black, and gray shields. The sacred lotus sword heart struck the 3 shields and was immediately neutralized. This defense is very strong. Lu Chen could not help but sigh. His opponent only used 3 swords and did not even move. Yet he was able to block the sacred lotus sword heart. Infatuated demon flicked his finger again. Another 10 flying swords flew out from the sword array behind him. Immortal art, encirclement art, ambush from 10 sides. After the 10 flying swords flew out, they vanished without a trace. Even Lu Chen's celestial observation technique could not find them. However, just as Lu Chen appeared with 9 void steps, a cold beam suddenly appeared beside him. A flying sword was already inches away. Void guard. Lu Chen hurriedly used his great void arm to block. The attack was blocked by the great void arm. However, the brown flying sword kept drilling into the great void arm. It was not a one-time attack, but a continuous attack. Of course, a continuous attack was also considered an attack. It was just a matter of time. If there was enough time, the great void arm might not be able to defend against the attack. Before Lu Chen could think of a way to counter it, the 3 swords returning to origin came from behind him. He hurriedly used the triple door to dodge. However, just as he appeared, another flying sword appeared in front of him. Damn it, why can't I see these flying swords? Lu Chen cursed. He hurriedly used reverse soul, roaming dragon, to block. This time, he blocked the ambush from 10 sides, and even shot out a beam of spear beam. The 3 essences sword shield suddenly combined into a tricolored sword shield, blocking the reverse soul roaming dragon's counterattack. Triple door. Lu Chen flashed and appeared in front of infatuated demon. He once again used reverse soul roaming dragon to block the ambush from 10 sides that suddenly appeared. He could not always be attacked without retaliating. This time, he successfully closed in on infatuated demon. Void attack, spear path, star shatterer. Facing Lu Chen's close approach, infatuated demon did not panic. He suddenly raised his hand, and a 4-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. He instantly stabbed at Lu Chen. Immortal technique, extreme shadow slash. Not only was this guy a sword user, but he was also a sword spirit. Moreover, his opponent's attack was so fast that it was unbelievable. At this time, Lu Chen could either dodge, block, or face the attack head-on. This guy had too many tricks up his sleeve. Just the few moves he used were enough to make Lu Chen suffer. Now that he could not get close to him, Lu Chen naturally would not retreat so easily. Since reverse soul, roaming dragon's attack, could not hurt him, he could only use brute force. Lu Chen shouted, God-slaying spear, rapid shadow spear. The 7 rapid shadow spear shot straight at infatuated demon. In an instant, the extreme shadow slash and the rapid shadow spear collided head-on. The 2 of them exchanged blows for the first time, but it already caused the spiritual energy in the hall to surge. The entire hall rumbled. Chapter 1297. Extreme Shadow Slash and Rapid Shadow Spear were both fast and explosive attacks. Their spiritual energies collided, instantly creating a terrifying spiritual energy ball that exploded. Lu Chen was sent flying backward. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at Chi Mo, The sword array behind him had transformed into a pair of wings that were attached to Chimo's back, dissipating most of the impact. Under such an intense collision, Chimo did not even take half a step back. So strong. Lu Chun was shocked. His sword kinesis had reached the pinnacle, and his close combat sword spirit was equally terrifying. He was invincible in both close and long-range combat. Chimo was not considered tall among the demons, nor was he as crazy as Tianyin Old Devil. However, he was like a mountain that stood there silently, making people feel intimidated. You can actually withstand my extreme shadow slash. Chimo narrowed his eyes. For an expert like him, being able to withstand his extreme shadow slash was already worthy of his respect. Chimo did not plan on giving Lu Chun a chance to catch his breath. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Chun. Didn't you want to get close? Let's see if your spear is fast enough. Chimo switched from sword kinesis to close combat. The sword in his hand was so fast that it could not be seen. Not only that, while Chimo was attacking, he would occasionally attack with his sword or move his sword fingers. Immediately, several flying swords shot towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun had never met a dual cultivation sword spirit that could fight a sword spirit in close combat and use sword kinesis to such an extent. Long-range combat was like close combat, and close combat was like long-range combat. The changes were unpredictable, and the coordination was flawless. The two's close combat was so fast that it was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Their positions changed extremely quickly, leaving only two afterimages in the air as they fought. After all, this was after the Jochin star was activated. Lu Chun had the advantage of his cultivation technique's circulation speed. Only then could he barely resist. Lu Chun used Reverse Soul, Roaming Dragon, to force Chimo back. Chimo jumped back, but at the same time, he controlled 20 flying swords to rain down on Lu Chun. This guy really doesn't give me any chance to catch my breath. Lu Chun used the triple door to avoid the flying sword, but in the blink of an eye, the obsessed demon had caught up to him. This time, Lu Chun could no longer keep up with obsessed demon's speed. The tip of the obsessive demon sword had only touched Lu Chun's shoulder, but the sharp sword chi had already pierced through Lu Chun's body. If not for Lu Chun's strong body, his arm would have been blown apart by the spiritual force. Lu Chun hurriedly used his Universe Spear and Annihilation Stardust to force Chimo back. Chimo hurriedly retreated. Destroy the Stardust. It's a concept skill. Unfortunately, your concept skills can't hit me. Lu Chun did not have the time to pay attention to Chimo's words. He knew that after this guy rested for a while, a new round of attacks would come. How could he defeat this guy? Suddenly, Lu Chun recalled the words of the immortal supremacy battle soul. When he was surrounded by 100 Sengoku, he had entered the inner demon state for a long time, and the inner demon state allowed him to use soul manipulation to the extreme. In other words, in the inner demon state, he could better use his body's advantages. Lu Chun thought that it was said that the inner demon state caused one's consciousness to become chaotic. In fact, in the inner demon state, there was only killing in one's eyes. This was also a kind of extreme. Your right arm can no longer be used, so I won't waste any more time. With the body of a mortal, you can fight with my demon Sengoku to such a state. I really admire you. You have the right to see this move of mine. The scattered flying swords in Chimo's hand all gathered into a huge sword. Chimo's hand formed a sword finger, and he was already accumulating power. This is one of my demon race's ultimate techniques, the obliterating sky sword. Using it to kill you will not be a disgrace to you. Lu Chen's eyes widened. It was the obliterating sky sword again. Chimo could actually use it alone. Not only that, But when Chi-Mo was accumulating power, many colors appeared on the huge sword. This was the integration of elemental attacks and heaven's might attacks. Even a sub-originator could not block it. Lu Chen had already seen the power of the obliterating sky sword, and Chi-Mo's obliterating sky sword was even more terrifying than Chi-Mang's combined technique. He could not wait for the obliterating sky sword to take shape before attacking. At this critical moment, Lu Chen did not have time to think too much. He held the spear with his left hand and accumulated power at the same time. Celestial Demon Astral Body, Celestial Demon Lotus Heart, Inner Demon, Void Attack, God-Slaying Spear, Heaven's Wrath Spear. Chi-Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Using a group attack technique against my single target technique, you have already lost. Lu Chen naturally knew this, but he had no way out now. The two techniques were activated at the same time, less than a second apart. Obliterating Sky Sword against Heaven's Wrath Spear, the two strongest techniques instantly collided. Boom, 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 boom. The spiritual energy of both sides crazily clashed. Obliterating Sky Sword was unstoppable, breaking through Heaven's Wrath Spear's spiritual energy and heading straight for Lu Chen. This was the strongest strength of the myriad races. At this moment, Chi-Mo suddenly saw that his opponent had actually closed his eyes. Focus, 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 using spiritual energy, as one's heart should allow one to use spiritual energy as one wished. The spiritual energy of a group attack technique surged violently, while the spiritual energy of a single target technique was extremely restrained. Heaven Pilfer had said before that everyone's comprehension was different, and the results of the God-Slaying Spear in actual combat would be different. Heaven's Wrath Spear was a group attack technique, but if one changed the method of circulating spiritual energy, why couldn't it become a single target technique? However, to control such ferocious spiritual energy, what kind of terrifying level of control did one have to have over spiritual energy? Was it only possible to achieve extreme focus like an inner demon, where one had to be so stubborn as to ignore everything and forget everything? However, Lu Chen had too many concerns. He could not ignore everything. Obliterating Sky Sword, Heaven and Earth Obliterating Sky. If he died, Yao, Lu, Xiaoi. If he died, the entire Earth, so many friends, so many humans. If he died, his father who was trapped in the heaven-piercing prison, an inner demon could be unleashed to the extreme, but that was an obsession towards killing. Didn't he have his own obsession in the first place? Suddenly, Lu Chen opened his eyes. Heaven Obliterating Sword was already unstoppable. Lu Chen's eyes were about to split open, and he furiously roared. No, I can't die. This was his obsession. He couldn't die. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of the Heaven's Wrath Spear, which was originally scattered in a small area, instantly gathered towards the center. The pillar of fire with a diameter of 1,000 meters rapidly condensed and condensed until it turned into a spear afterimage. The Heaven's Wrath Spear, which was originally an area attack, suddenly had its spiritual energy restrained. Although the spear afterimage's area was 1,000 times smaller, the flames soared into the sky like the light of the sun and moon. It was even more terrifying than the Heaven Obliterating Sword. The endless surging spiritual energy was compressed into the afterimage of the long spear. The Heaven Obliterating Sword was still unstoppable earlier, but it was suddenly stopped in its tracks. The Heaven Obliterating Sword and the Heaven's Wrath Spear were facing each other with equal harshness. In just a few seconds, a mass of spiritual energy exploded in the field. Like a star exploding, it set off a violent spiritual energy storm. Even someone as strong as Lu Chen was directly sent flying, fiercely crashing into a wall 10,000 meters away. with a PFFF sound. Lu Chen spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, he did not care about his injuries, and quickly crawled up to search for Chimo's figure. That fellow would not give him a chance to catch his breath. A few minutes later, Lu Chen finally found Chimo at the other end of the demonic palace. He was lying on the ground, already on the verge of death. When he saw Lu Chen walking over, he wanted to struggle to stand up, but was ultimately unable to do so. After struggling for a moment, Chimo finally gave up. He weakly raised his eyes and looked at Lu Chen. Your heaven and earth spear is stronger than that person. Chapter 1298. Who would have thought that I, a 6-star Sengoku, would actually be defeated by a human king? Chimo's smile was filled with loneliness. Lu Chen looked at Chimo, raised his hand, and removed the fog in front of his badge. Chimo finally saw Lu Chen's rank. 13-star, Savage King Realm. 13-star? How is this possible? Lu Chen smiled slightly. So the person who defeated you was not an ordinary human king. Chimo wanted to ask more, but he suddenly felt relieved. He was someone who would be trapped here forever. Why should he care about this? No matter what realm you are at, you were able to use spirit manipulation to the extreme in that situation. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Your reward is at the back of the hall. There might be something you can use. Next time, you can pass through me directly. Lu Chen walked over and extended his hand to Chimo. That's great. I don't want to fight with you again. Chimo looked at Lu Chen's hand in a daze. This was probably the first time someone had extended a hand to him. Finally, Chimo grabbed Lu Chen's hand. The two of them supported each other as they limped toward the back of the hall. The immortal sovereign War Soul was also here. When Lu Chen saw him, he shouted, "Old Hunchback, you came really quickly." Old Hunchback? Yes, you always have your back to me, so I called you Old Hunchback. The immortal sovereign War Soul was silent for a long time. There were large amounts of refining materials here. There was no lack of psychic, immortal jade, and divine metal. Lu Chen helped Chimo to the side and looked at the piles of treasures in surprise. He felt like he was dreaming. These are all mine? If not yours, then whose are they? Old Hunchback shook his head and said, "There are quite a lot of things. I don't know if your backpack can fit them all. I prepared a storage ring for you. Do you want me to help you put them in the storage ring?" Okay. Lu Chen nodded his head like a rattle drum. Lu Chen had never been able to resist wealth, not to mention so many treasures. When he had time, he could slowly search for treasures. Then wait for a moment. Oh, right. I found a few immortal regeneration pills for you. Eat them. Old man threw a few pills over. Lu Chen took the pill. His injuries were quickly recovering. Old Bay placed the 10 chests of treasures into a small storage ring. Then he handed the storage ring to Lu Chen. The size of the ring was just right for the nameless finger, so Lu Chen put it on the nameless finger. "Haha, I'm rich," the old man said. "The immortal body regeneration pill is a supreme grade pill. Your injuries are no longer a problem. It's about time for you to leave. The next time you come, you'll have to wait for the Jiuqian star to upgrade again." Lu Chen looked at Chimo, who was resting, and shook his head. "If I have to face opponents like Chimo, I'd rather come back later." Chimo held his abdomen and looked at Lu Chen with a rare smile. "It would be a pity to kill you. Cough, cough." "Chimo, when will you recover?" "The injury this time was a little serious. My spirit core was severely damaged. It'll take about 10 days, Chimo said. Lu Chen nodded. He admired Chi Mo. The two of them had no feud, so he was relieved to see that Chi Mo was still alive. Solipsistic, it's almost time for you to come to the extraterrestrial divine Devil Palace. Old Bay urged. Old Bay, can you tell me what the difficulty of the next level is? No. Luchan frowned. This guy was really stingy. He didn't even want to tell him the difficulty. However, no matter what, this was a close call. Not only did he obtain a large amount of resources, but his spiritual manipulation had also improved. Most importantly, he had learned a different Heaven's Wrath Spear. The single-target Heaven's Wrath Spear was even more powerful than the obliterating Sky Sword. Lu Chen had been here for 3 days. He didn't know if the group of people outside were still around or if anyone was waiting for him. However, Lu Chen had to leave. There were very important things waiting for him in the foreign land. Old Bay pointed at a teleportation door in the back of the palace, indicating that Lu Chen should leave. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He didn't even exit the celestial demon symbiosis. Holding the void, God-destroying spear, he stepped into the teleportation door. Seeing Lu Chen's back disappear into the teleportation door, Chi Mo leaned back in his chair and said weakly, "Hey, that guy can't possibly." Chi Mo, don't let your imagination run wild. You know better than anyone what kind of place the extraterrestrial divine Devil Palace is. Since ancient times, no one has ever been able to enter the extraterrestrial divine Devil Palace. Old Bay turned around and looked at Chi Mo. Rest well. Although you don't have the chance to escape, at least you can walk outside the palace while he's still alive. Chi Mo let out a long sigh after hearing that. Taking a walk outside the palace was already an extravagant hope for him. Lu Chen had just stepped out of the teleportation portal when he realized that there was a huge, bottomless pit beside him. This pit was left behind by the Nephilim Sengoku. Looking at the pit, Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger. You want to kill me? Very well. I'll play with you next. And you, Qianji, if I, Lu Chen, don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Speaking of Qianji, Lu Chen's eyes turned green. This guy had almost killed him a few times. Now that he knew that he was the one behind it, he would not let him go. There was no one around. However, Lu Chen could not stay here for long. He quickly disappeared into the forest. It had been 3 days since he left the foreign land. Lu Chen was not sure about the situation here. He spent some time and secretly arrived at the crack. At this time, there were still a large number of Sengoku coming through the crack. A large number of Ultra Beasts were killing the Sengoku that had just arrived. Some of the Sengoku were killed directly, while some of the stronger Sengoku escaped quickly. Lu Chen was slightly relieved. At least the crack was effective. I have to find a way to find a level 9 altar, and then find a way to go back. Lu Chen once again disappeared into the forest. It was not difficult to find an altar. Lu Chen could see pillars of light shooting up into the sky. Someone must have summoned the spirit of the altar. Later, Lu Chen found a slightly larger altar. While no one was around, he quickly went forward to activate the altar. However, when he placed the beast cores in his storage, the altar lit up slightly and dimmed again. Not enough spiritual energy. Lu Chen thought for a while and added another 10 beast cores. This time, the surroundings were more lively than before. However, the altar was still not activated. Lu Chen increased the price again. This time, he placed 100 beast cores on the altar. Finally, the altar was activated. It was a female elf. She was bathed in holy light. She looked extremely holy. Do you want power or guidance? I want guidance. Tell me where Chi Meng is. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. 15 miles to the west. There is an altar. They are activating the altar. Lu Chen did not say anything and immediately rushed to the west of the altar. Qimeng, you did not kill me. I'm sorry. This time, I want all of you to die here. Lu Chen immediately activated Land of Death and teleported toward the west. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen arrived at the altar. At this moment, Qimeng and the others had just killed a team of 10 mutated beasts. They were taking turns to activate the altar. Perhaps because the battle had just taken place here, they did not know about the formation. That was why Lu Chen did not see the pillar of light. At this moment, Song Yen had already summoned the spirit of the altar. Do you want power or guidance? The elf asked. I want. At this moment, a person walked out of the forest. He waved his spear in front of him and said lazily, I think you'd better choose power. Who knows, you might be able to live for a few more seconds. Everyone looked at the person who spoke in shock. Solipsistic. Lu Chen smiled and looked at the immortals. That's right. It's me. This time, all of you will die. Chapter 1299. Qimeng frowned, as if he could not believe his eyes. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by sheer luck. Solipsistic, you actually delivered yourself to us. Get into formation. Demon Sealing Array. With an order, more than 70 Sengoku quickly surrounded Lu Chen and set up an isolation array. Seeing that Lu Chen was trapped, Qimeng seemed particularly relaxed as he paced leisurely on the altar. I've seen stupid people before, but I've never seen anyone as stupid as you. You actually delivered yourself to us. Is there such a good thing? Previously, you actually escaped into a strange space, but this time, I'm sorry, you can't be teleported in the Demon Sealing Array. It seemed that Qimeng had also used the teleportation array to find Lu Chen, but they only knew that Lu Chen had been teleported away and did not know about the extraterrestrial divine, Devil Palace. I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. Perhaps if you were given 300 years, you might really be able to take revenge on us. However, only 3 days have passed. What can you do in 3 days? Even if you have a portable cultivation space, you can't change anything. Qimeng was very calm. Even though they had lost more than 20 people, it was still more than enough to kill Lu Chen. Right at this moment, the altar spirit urged from the side. Do you want power or guidance? If you don't state your request, it will be considered as giving up this opportunity. Song Yen looked at Lu Chen and thought that he could not let this kid delay their plans. He said, I want guidance. I want to know when is the best time for us to return to Jiutian. This was originally something that everyone had discussed. There was an army of strange beasts in front of the crack, and they were not able to fight back with less than 100 people. They could only seek guidance. You can't go back. Can't go back? What do you mean? Are you saying that all of us who were teleported here can't go back? No, as long as the crack exists, the others will have a chance to return. I'm just saying that you can't go back. The elf said calmly, the exotic beast army will head to the level 9 altar in a month's time. The best time to leave is within those 2 days. Since there's a chance after a month, why can't we go back? Song Yen was puzzled. Because of him. The elf raised her hand and pointed at Lu Chen, who was looking at them. After saying that, the flexibility of the altar gradually weakened, and the spirit also disappeared. All of a sudden, the atmosphere at the scene changed. These people were not fools. The elf's guidance was very obvious. They could not return because of the solipsistic. However, they could not figure out what the solipsistic could do to prevent them from returning to the 7th heaven. Solipsistic, you treacherous villain. What kind of despicable trick did you use? Song Yen roared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen had an innocent look on his face as he shrugged his shoulders. I walked out so openly. Yet you're calling me a treacherous villain? Did your brains get struck by lightning during the tribulation? Of course, Lu Chen also knew what they were thinking now. They just couldn't believe that he was completely different from before in just 3 days. Don't you understand the elf's words? Didn't I just say that I'll kill all of you? Then you can't go back. Lu Chen sneered. By the way, I have to thank you for asking me an interesting question. Song Yen, I'll give you a quick death later. Song Yen was trembling all over. Solipsistic could really drive people crazy. When he angered them, how dare you talk nonsense in front of me? Let's see if you can still spout such arrogant words after we kill you. After saying that, Song Yen directly released his spiritual energy and activated his Buddha body to protect himself. At the same time, a pair of golden exorcism wands appeared in his hands, and he shot them toward Lu Chen. Immortal technique. Exorcism Vajra, Buddha exorcism. Chi Mang also shouted in a low voice, "Don't underestimate that guy." Others covered Song Yen. Wind chasing evil, prepare the sky obliterating sword, and pay attention to the attack with spiritual energy and heaven's might. Last time, Originator had saved Lu Chen, and they certainly wouldn't repeat the same mistake. At this moment, Song Yen had flashed in front of Lu Chen. The moment he was about to attack Lu Chen suddenly put away the smile on his face, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Good. Jiutian Star. Previously, Lu Chen had hidden the function of Jiutian Star, and it was only now that he activated it. Currently, the biggest use of Jiutian Star in actual combat was to widen the gap between the speed of spiritual energy circulation between the two sides. Song Yan's speed decreased by 10%, while Lu Chen's speed increased by 10%. With this difference, the gap between the two sides was huge. Song Yan clearly felt that his spiritual energy circulation was a little sluggish, and at this critical moment, Lu Chen had already made his move. God-slaying spear, rapid shadow spear. In just a few tenths of a second, Lu Chen had shot 6 more times, reaching 7 rapid shadow spears. This guy's speed is faster than before. Some of the Sengoku had already noticed some clues. How is that possible? At that time, he was already fighting with his back against the wall. It's impossible for him to hide his strength. Could it be that his strength has increased again in just 3 days? Oh no, Song Yen is in danger. If it weren't for this 20% difference, Song Yen would definitely have time to react. However, in a battle between masters, a slight difference could determine the outcome, let alone a 20% difference in time. With a loud bang, the God-slaying spear directly hit Song Yan's golden Buddha shield, and a wave of spiritual energy instantly exploded. Previously, Lu Chen couldn't penetrate their shields because of the help of others. Usually, there were 7 or 8 layers of shields, but now Song Yan only had 1 layer of shield. In the face of the 7 rapid shadow spears, Song Yan's shield lasted less than half a second and was directly penetrated. With a flash of black light, the God-slaying spear had already pierced through his body. Lu Chen's low voice came from behind. I said I would give you a quick death. Song Yen looked at the huge wound on his lower abdomen in disbelief. His internal organs were being melted by the lava, and his spirit core had already been dug out. You? Impossible. You can't be so strong. Song Yan's eyes widened. Before he died, he couldn't believe that he was actually killed by solipsistic in an instant. Song Yan fell, and more attacks were already coming at Lu Chen. 9 steps in the void. Lu Chen moved quickly. With the support of the Jiutian Star, even his movement speed was increased by 10%. After dodging a few times, the 20 Sengoku shouted angrily at the same time. Solipsistic, you can't escape this time. Sky obliterating sword. 20 powerful spiritual energy gathered, forming the shadow of a giant sword. The spiritual energy rolled, and the surrounding soil and stones floated in the air. It was as if the great demon ceiling formation was filled with this terrifying spiritual energy. Sky obliterating sword, heaven and earth obliterate. Solipsistic, die. Lu Chen turned around and narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the terrifying sword shadow. He held the god-slaying spear tightly with both hands. It was this sky obliterating sword again. You have the sky obliterating sword, annihilating heaven and earth. Lu Chen snorted coldly, and at the same time, he activated all his skills. It's just that you don't know. I have a spear that can break Jiuqian. Void attack, god-slaying spear, heaven's fury spear. Chapter 1300. The Heaven's Wrath Spear, which was a single target attack, collided with the obliterating sky sword. Break for lousy. Lu Chen shouted angrily. The spirit chi on the god-slaying spear exploded. The earth fire made the god-slaying spear burst into red flames, and its momentum became stronger and stronger. With a loud bang, the rubble in the center of the battlefield turned into ashes, and a heat wave swept across the battlefield. Then, the 25-star Sengoku were pushed back at the same time and hit the edge of the great demon ceiling formation. They vomited blood and were seriously injured. Seeing this, the others even forgot to continue attacking Lu Chen. How? How is this possible? He actually withstood the obliterating sky sword. It's only been 3 days. He couldn't withstand it 3 days ago, but now he can do it 3 days later? Why? Qi Mang's eyes twitched. He had been confident of victory just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they had already lost 21 people. Lu Chen put away the god-slaying spear and looked at the other 50 or so Sengoku. Your obliterating sky sword is still a little weak. Lu Chen was not making things up. He had experienced Qi Mo's obliterating sky sword before. The strongest 6-star celestial king, Qi Mo's obliterating sky sword was even stronger than these 25-star celestial kings. Lu Chen looked at the shocked Sengoku and said calmly, "Don't worry. I said that none of you can escape. I don't have much time. The rest of you attack together." Solipsistic, you underestimate us. Qi Mang shouted angrily. "Everyone, you must kill this person." Lu Chen snorted. Little Originator appeared beside Lu Chen and roared. Then, it charged toward the enemy with Lu Chen. The Jiuqian Eternal Star's assistance was fully displayed at this moment. It had completely offset the demon ceiling beast trapping formation's influence on their movement techniques. At the same time, the speed of Lu Chen's attacks was further enhanced, while the enemy's speed was reduced by 10%. This 10% reduction in spellcasting speed allowed Lu Chen to move around the Sengoku with ease. What's more, only half of the enemy remained. The pressure on Lu Chen was greatly reduced. Attacking the void, sky-breaking sword. With this strike, Lu Chen only managed to cut off Qi Mang's arm. Qi Mang's right arm fell to the ground along with the sword in his hand. Qi Mang retreated several steps before he managed to stop himself. Looking around, there were corpses everywhere. Of the 100 Sengoku that had chased after Solipsistic back then, after 2 encirclements, he was the only one left. Lu Chen walked step by step towards the heavily injured Qi Mang. At this moment, Lu Chen's golden armor had been dyed red with blood. His slightly red eyes stared at Qi Mang like a death god. Looking at Lu Chen again, Qi Mang was no longer as calm and composed as before. He retreated step by step, but accidentally tripped over a corpse. Why, in just 3 short days, how did your strength improve so much? Qianji was right. You are a madman. Don't come near me. Don't force me to self-destruct my spiritual core. Lu Chen snorted. Didn't Qianji tell you how I escaped from him? After the fierce battle, the inferior originator had become extremely terrifying. It had been able to withstand the sky-obliterating sword, so it might be able to withstand Qi Mang's self-detonating spirit core. Lu Chen held his spear with one hand and pointed it at Qi Mang's dantian. He said coldly, "Tell me, where is Qianji?" Since even the self-destruction of his spiritual core could not threaten solipsistic, Qi Mang was at his wit's end. I will tell you, and you will let me go." Qi Mang breathed heavily. If he did not want to die, this was his only bargaining chip. "If the information you provide is valuable, I can consider it." Lu Chen withdrew the murderous aura in his eyes and smiled. "Good. I hope you will keep your promise. Qianji is a strategist under Hong, you celestial venerable. These days, he has been traveling around in the name of Hong, you celestial venerable, persuading other races to start a war against the human race. Our celestial venerable has agreed to this matter. Coincidentally, a crack appeared at the border of the devil realm. He predicted that you would come to check the crack, so he asked Mo Tian, Venerable, to send us to kill you. But I don't know where he is now, and whether he has left the devil realm." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, and his killing intent was strong. "This Qianji has really put in a lot of effort just to kill me. When he was in the 6th heaven, he did not have the chance to find trouble with me. But when he was in the 7th heaven and was recognized by Hong, you celestial venerable, he never stopped. He tried every means to kill me. Do you know where he is going next? He mentioned that his next stop was the demon race's immortal realm. But I really don't know if he has left the devil realm. We can't know the situation in the 7th heaven in the other world." Lu Chen nodded, then asked, "How many races have agreed to start a war against the human race?" When Qianji talked to us about this, he said that his trip was very successful and that the war against the human race was almost finalized. He just needed to inform some other races. "It's been finalized." Lu Chen frowned. Could it be that he deliberately exaggerated it in order to persuade you? Yes, as long as a certain number of celestial venerables agree to the war, even if a small number of them disagree, it will be ineffective. Moreover, I only heard that some celestial venerables were not interested in it, but I didn't hear of anyone opposing it. So it should be true. Qi Mang said. Lu Chen's frown deepened. If this is successful, when will the War of the Myriad Clans begin? Every race will need some time to prepare. The war will begin in about 4 to 5 years. At that time, the 10 most powerful celestial venerables will be chosen from the 10 races, and the human race will choose the 10 most powerful celestial venerables. The final battle will determine the survival of the human race. Lu Chen's heart tightened. There were only 4 to 5 years left. Lu Chen did not expect that after changing the timeline, he would be the cause of this final battle. His grudge with Qianji was the key factor in this final battle. Last question. Qianji is just an itinerant immortal. Why does Hong Yu think so highly of him? Qianji is good at scheming and planning. Hong Yu needs a subordinate like him. But what really makes Hong Yu think highly of him is his strength. Isn't he just an itinerant immortal? Qi Mang said, "Puppeteer is the most special profession among the 9 major professions. Their fighting power mainly comes from puppets, and Qianji is a genius puppeteer. His puppeteer creation and puppeteer control skills are terrifying." After he modified one of Hong Yu's Sengoku puppets Not only did it become more powerful, but he could also control it easily. Hongyu saw this and gave the Sengoku puppet to Qianji on the spot. After that, she thought highly of him. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. His mortal enemy was not only very sinister, but also seemed to be quite strong. No wonder he was chosen to be the Heaven Domain boss. Solipsistic. I have told you everything I know. You should keep your promise and let me go. Suddenly, the god-slaying spear pierced into Qi Mang's abdomen. Qi Mang looked at Lu Chen in fear. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. You went back on your words. Lu Chen snorted. I said I would consider it. I didn't say I would let you go. Actually, you are too naive. Did you forget that I said from the start that all of you have to die? After that, Lu Chen pierced Qi Mang's abdomen and took out his spirit core. Chapter 1301. After killing so many people, there were only a few pieces of equipment left. After these people died, the equipment would automatically return to the backpack. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, Sky Thief, can you get the equipment? Sky Thief said, don't even think about the equipment. These people's equipment are definitely divine artifacts and will definitely recognize their master. Even if you take it, it will just be a pile of trash. No way, that's too bad. But I can sneak a look at other things. And Sky Thief immediately transformed and busied himself. Pills, materials, and spirit tablets were thrown in front of Lu Chen, one by one. Lu Chen, do you want battle pets and puppets? If you want them, it might take some time to tame them. Lu Chen couldn't even afford to raise Little Beast and the others. Moreover, these people didn't seem to have any good battle pets or puppets. Forget it, I don't want them. Lu Chen was busy counting the spoils of war. There were 3 to 4 million spirit tablets alone and a large number of materials, all of which were of high quality. Not long after, Sky Thief finally returned to Lu Chen and placed a stack of spirit tablets in Lu Chen's hand. This is all. They wouldn't have brought all their wealth with them. There are still some good things that can't be stolen. Lu Chen was already very excited. All right. To be able to get so much is already an unexpected harvest. Ha ha ha. My fortune has been pretty good recently. Maybe it's because they are far away from Yifan. Sure enough, killing and plundering was the best way to make money. Aren't you going to activate the altar? Sky Thief asked. Lu Chen looked back and suddenly frowned. A large group is coming. Let's go. There were small groups of mutated beasts searching the forest. There were also some Sengoku hiding somewhere. Lu Chen didn't want to attract trouble and carefully traveled through the forest. During this time, Lu Chen also came across a few altars. However, he didn't know if the mutated beasts had been guided, but they actually started to set up traps around the altars. He saw 3 Sengoku being surrounded and killed with his own eyes. Lu Chen could only give up on these small altars and rush towards the center of the otherworldly continent. Half a month later, a large-scale battle took place at an altar in the distance. More than 100 Sengoku were ambushed by the beast squad. Both sides fought fiercely and gradually deviated from the altar. This opportunity wasn't too good, but it was still very rare. After Lu Chen saw the situation clearly, he carefully leaned over and secretly placed a few beast cores on it. The activation of the altar failed. 100 wouldn't be enough. 200. Lu Chen simply kept the beast cores and placed 10 Sengoku spirit cores on it. Finally, the spiritual fire in the surroundings began to flourish, and the altar was activated. Quick, quick, quick! Lu Chen urged anxiously. With such a huge commotion at the altar, he would definitely be discovered. As expected, after the altar was activated, a group of exotic beasts immediately rushed over. At the same time, the altar sprite appeared. I want to be guided to know where this otherworldly place is. What is its relationship with the Jiutian? Lu Chen anxiously asked. At this time, more than 30 exotic beasts had already rushed over. Lu Chen quickly summoned the suboriginator, while he activated the celestial demon symbiosis and wielded the sacred lotus sword heart. The sprite behind him said, "You asked 2 questions." While defending against the enemy, Lu Chen shouted, "I clearly asked a question. Well, what is the relationship between this otherworldly place and the Jiutian?" The Jiutian devours the world, and this is just one of the battlefields. Spear speed. Lu Chen killed an exotic beast with one move and shouted back, "Louder, I can't hear you." The scene was extremely chaotic. More and more exotic beasts rushed over. Not only did Lu Chen and the suboriginator have to fight the enemy, but they also couldn't leave the altar. The altar sprite had no choice but to raise its voice and shout. I said, "The Jiutian devours the world, and this is just one of the battlefields." After saying that, it didn't forget to roll its eyes at Lu Chen. "Can't you say you believe this? What battlefield? Break the sky with a sword, die." The sprite was speechless. If it hadn't seen him kill an exotic beast, it would have thought that this kid was going to kill it. I'm only a level 4 altar spirit, so I can only answer you this much. If you want to know the answer, you'll have to go to a higher level altar. I've answered all your questions, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, the altar spirit quickly disappeared, extinguishing much faster than usual. Lu Chen was speechless. He had risked his life to ask a question, and this was the result he got. However, he could only use this altar once a day, and there was nothing he could do if the sprite left. Suboriginator, let's go. Lu Chen hurriedly fled to the west with the suboriginator. After running for a long time, Lu Chen finally got rid of the exotic beasts behind him. With the Jiutian star, it was much easier to escape. Lu Chen washed his face by the stream and leaned against the suboriginator to rest. Suboriginator, the sprite said that this is the battlefield to resist the Jiutian devouring. The Jiutian devouring. What is it devouring? Lu Chen shook his head. How many spirit nuclei would be needed for a higher level altar? The key was that he didn't have much time left. If he couldn't return before the exotic beasts opened the level 9 altar, there was no way he could escape from the million-strong army of exotic beasts. While Lu Chen was worrying about this matter, a slight noise came from the forest, and 7 or 8 Sengoku walked out. Lu Chen was distracted and didn't notice them in advance. After seeing them, Lu Chen immediately stood up and looked at them vigilantly. After seeing them clearly, Lu Chen was stunned. These people were all immortal kings of the human race, 6 men and 2 women. Lu Chen recognized one of them at a glance. Mulong. Solipsistic. Don't be nervous, we're on the same side, Mulong said to his companion. Then Mulong walked in front of Lu Chen and asked, "Why are you here alone?" Lu Chen still didn't completely let down his guard. "I came to this strange world alone. Why are you here?" "We also came to explore this strange world," Mulong said. "But we didn't expect this strange world to be so strong. As soon as we came out of the crack, 2 out of the 10 of us were killed by the exotic beasts. Now we can only hide in the forest for the time being and wait for the exotic beast army to leave in half a month. Then we can return to the 7th layer of heaven." Lu Chen also knew this news, and Mulong told Lu Chen personally, which meant that he didn't lie to him. Lu Chen slightly let down his guard. "Lone Quang, come with us. It's too dangerous for you to be alone," Mulong said. One of Mulong's teammates said disdainfully, Mulong, the 10 of us are the top among the 5-star Sengoku. Even so, 2 of us were killed at the beginning, and now we can only hide. You just randomly pulled someone in. Aren't you afraid that he'll be a burden? That's right, we're surrounded by enemies. If we're not careful, we'll all be implicated. Mulong turned to look at his teammates. Don't worry, he's much stronger than me. He won't be a burden to us. Much stronger than you? What a joke. We're on par with each other. If he's much stronger than you, doesn't that mean he's stronger than all of us? He didn't even notice us approaching. Where did he get his strength from? Among the 5-star Sengoku, if we're talking about someone who's much stronger than you, it's only Xian Jian. In order to pull him in, you lied about his strength. Mulong, I'm afraid you'll get us all killed. At this moment, a woman stepped forward and sized up Lu Chun. When did you enter this strange world? More than half a month ago. Lu Chun replied, More than half a month? You've been alone? That's right. The woman turned to her teammates and said, This person was able to survive in this strange world for more than half a month. No matter what, he must be extraordinary. I think we can bring him along. Chapter 1302. Lu Chun patted Mulong. Mulong, I appreciate your kindness, but I still have something to do. I might not be able to travel with you. Mulong looked at Lu Chun in surprise. Lone tyrant, you don't have to worry. I will convince them. Lu Chun smiled. I'm not worried about that. I really have something to do. I need to go to the level 9 altar. The level 9 altar? What are you going to do there? The amount of beast cores needed to activate a level 9 altar is shocking. We can't gather them in such a short time. Moreover, a large army of mutated beasts is heading there. It's very dangerous for you to go there now. The woman beside him said, The level 9 altar isn't something that outsiders like us can activate. How could Lu Chun not know this? He had killed so many people, but it was only enough to activate the level 4 altar. 10 times the amount of beast cores. He didn't know how much he would need to activate the level 9 altar. Isn't the mutated beast army going to activate the level 9 altar? I plan to seize this opportunity to snatch their opportunity. What? Solipsistic, are you crazy? You're courting death. Mulong said in shock. The woman frowned and looked at Lu Chun again. This guy is very strange. I can't sense his spiritual energy path. What? This guy didn't open his immortal path. You are a loose immortal? No, he's a human king. Mulong casually replied. The woman's brain almost short-circuited, and she froze. Mulong looked at Lu Chun and said anxiously, Solipsistic, you have to think clearly. Even if you're strong, when you face 1,000,000 mutated beasts, I'm afraid you'll die without a chance of survival. Lu Chun took a deep breath. In the 7th layer of heaven, relationships were thin. It was rare to meet someone who cared about him. Perhaps Su Xian might not be heartless, but he hit it too deeply. I know, but there's a question that I have to find the answer to. Lu Chun said firmly, If I leave here, I might never have the chance. Mulong continued to stare at Lu Chun. Seeing that he had no intention of wavering, he finally sighed. All right, I got it. Solipsistic, we've sought guidance from the altars in front. The alien beast army will activate the level 9 altars in half a month's time. That's when the defense of the rift is at its weakest. But even so, it's not like there are no defenders there. When the time comes, Sengoku's army will definitely launch an all-out attack. You won't be able to make it back in time from the level 9 altar. Once you miss it, the crack will close. Keep this 1,000-mile traction talisman well. When the time comes, if you can complete the mission alive, activate this talisman. At this moment, The woman finally recovered from her shock. When she saw Mu Long pass the 1,000-mile traction talisman to Lu Chun, she said in astonishment, "Mu Long, for the 1,000-mile traction talisman to be effective, someone must cooperate with it from 1,000 miles away. When the time comes, you'll have one less chance to escape. Don't you plan to leave?" Lu Chun stared at Mu Long with his eyes wide open. "Brother Long, I can't take this thing." "Take it," Mu Long said. "You know you're going to die, but you still want to go to the dragon pool. I don't admire many people, but you, solipsistic, are one of them. 2 days. I'll wait for you for 2 days. If I die in 2 days, I'm sorry, I can't help you. If I don't die, use this talisman, I'll respond." There was no doubt that these 2 days would be a tough battle. It might even be comparable to Lu Chun facing 100 5-star Sengoku alone. Even though Lu Chun and Mu Long had only met twice, and the last time was on the arena, but the two of them were already friends of life and death. Lu Chun took a deep breath and put away the 1,000-mile traction talisman. "Brother Mu Long, if we can leave this place alive, I'll definitely go to the Grand White Grotto Heaven and drink with you." With that, Lu Chun turned around and disappeared into the forest with the big white tiger. The woman looked at Lu Chun's back and frowned. "Mu Long, do you know what you're doing?" Mu Long took a deep breath. "I know. I've been an immortal for too long. Sometimes I even forget that I was once a hot-blooded person like him." Hot-blooded? This word had become very unfamiliar after a few hundred years. Is he really the human king? Oh, no, he's the king of savages. Mu Long suddenly remembered this. King of savages? The woman didn't know how to react and just muttered, "He's really wild." In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun had already stayed in the forest for more than 10 days. In these 2 days, he didn't find any traces of Sengoku. Instead, he saw many strange beasts moving into the depths of the forest in groups. Perhaps it was because the level 9 altar was about to be activated, or perhaps the strange beasts didn't find Sengoku nearby, but they gave up on guarding the altar. However, as Lu Chun went deeper into the forest, there were many high-level altars nearby. Lu Chun finally found a small altar with great difficulty. After observing it for a while, Lu Chun confirmed that it was safe and crept onto the altar. "This should be level 5. I don't know if I have enough beast cores or spirit cores." Beast cores were easy to find in the low-level heavens, but they were rare in the 7th heaven. Lu Chun only had a few left from the Myriad World maze. Together with more than 60 Sengoku spirit cores, Lu Chun used up all his wealth and finally activated the altar. "Do you want to obtain power or guidance?" Lu Chun took a deep breath. "Can I ask first if I want to obtain power? What price do I have to pay?" "I will return a portion of the spirit energy from the spirit cores you sacrificed to you, and your body will have to endure the pain caused by the expansion of the spirit energy for a short period of time." The elf beauty said briefly. Lu Chun could directly absorb 100% of those beast cores, so he disdained to obtain power before. But it was different now. There were 56 level 5 Sengoku spirit cores here, which Lu Chun couldn't absorb. Lu Chun pondered for a moment. Although he still had many questions, the upcoming battle would be extremely dangerous. It wouldn't be easy to slip away from an army of strange beasts with strength comparable to a level 5 Sengoku. "I want power," Lu Chun said decisively. The girl placed her hand on Lu Chun's head. "This is the power you want." A powerful force poured down like a river bursting a dam. Lu Chun was almost scattered by the fierce spirit energy, just like when he was in the Star River waterfall for the first time. Lu Chun hurriedly shouted, "Divine demon symbiosis, dragon god form." "Don't resist the spirit energy," the elf suddenly said. Lu Chun's mind raced. He had to absorb the spirit energy, not resist it. He hurriedly pushed out the two major states, and at the same time forced himself to calm down. Use spirit following your heart. Gradually, Lu Chen's expression didn't seem so fierce. He began to absorb the spirit energy, and his spirit energy was rapidly increasing. Just a few dozen seconds later, the bestowment of power had ended. The elf girl looked at Lu Chen with some hesitation, because this human in front of her didn't faint like the others, and even directly die. He stood there very calmly. If not for the fierce spirit energy overflowing uncontrollably from his body, the elf girl would even suspect that her bestowment of power had failed. It's spirit following your heart. Interesting, a 13-star human king actually mastered spirit following your heart. Oh no, it's 14-star savage king. Lu Chen opened his eyes slightly and glanced at his badge. The rank that hadn't changed for a long time had now risen to 14 stars. Chapter 1303. Damn, no wonder the beasts here are so strong. This place must be cheating. Lu Chen said angrily. When he looked up, he saw that the elven beauty was still there. Sister, why are you still here? Hurry up and leave, or I'll be discovered. Lu Chen said hurriedly. The elven woman was a little embarrassed, and she disappeared. Lu Chen hurriedly hid in the bushes. Lu Chen's level had reached the 14-star king of savages. The good news was that he had leveled up, and his current strength was much stronger than before. The bad news was that he was still a king of savages. Do I have to keep leveling up like this? Lu Chen shook his head, helplessly. It was not that he had never thought of such a situation, but he was a little depressed. It seemed that he would not be able to become an immortal in this lifetime. However, it was not the first time he had become a king of savages. Lu Chen was more than happy. This leveling up had come at the right time. Due to Lu Chen's all-creation bloodline and the bonus from his mount, his attributes had increased by a total of 70%. After this leveling up, Lu Chen's spiritual energy had reached 170 million. In the celestial realm, every time he leveled up, his 3 dimensions would also increase automatically. His 3 dimensions had also increased greatly. How many stars are my attributes equivalent to a Sengoku now? I can defeat a 6-star Sengoku at 13 stars. Don't tell me I'm already a venerable immortal at 14 stars. Lu Chen thought, but quickly rejected this idea. The reason was very simple. He was very confident that he must have been fighting above his level in the past. If he was fighting above his level, then a 1-star increase would not be able to increase his combat strength by so much. For example, when Lu Chen was a 1-star cultivator, he could fight against a 1-star cultivator. When Lu Chen reached 2-star cultivator, the increase in his attributes was actually not much in Theo the Great's eyes. However, no matter what, at least after leveling up, his chances of survival had increased by several times. 3 more days. Lu Chen's gaze was very determined. I don't believe that there is no heavenly demon Wuqian equipment. In the last few days, Lu Chen secretly tailed the exotic beast army and moved deeper into the forest. 2 days later, Lu Chen followed a 10,000-strong exotic beast army and found the so-called Level 9 altar. From afar, the Level 9 altar looked like a towering mountain. It was many times larger than a Level 7 or Level 8 altar. Around the altar was a wide, flat area, which seemed to have been cleared out by the exotic beasts. An army of 1,000,000 strange beasts had gathered in front of the altar, and they were scattered around the altar. Lu Chen saw that some of the new teams had people who were responsible for collecting spirit cores and handing them over to a relatively large exotic beast. The exotic beast then placed the spirit cores on the top of the altar. At this moment, the steps in front of the altar were filled with spirit nuclei. There were hundreds of thousands of them. However, many of these spirit cores were different from ordinary spirit cores. They were more like beast cores. Luchan narrowed his eyes slightly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that most of the spirit cores were actually the spirit cores of the exotic beasts themselves. In other words, for the sake of activating the altar, they had collected hundreds of thousands of their own beast cores. Good heavens, they really put in a lot of effort. Luchan retracted his head and leaned against a tree stump. He could already imagine how angry those fellows would be if he successfully snatched the altar to summon the exotic beasts. The most important thing was how he was going to break through the army of exotic beasts and reach the altar. At night, Luchan observed the distribution and movements of the exotic beasts. A few huge exotic beasts seemed to be counting the number of beast cores, and they were constantly shaking their heads. It can't be that it's still not enough, right? Luchan looked at those exotic beasts attentively. After a short discussion, the few large exotic beasts found the leaders of the exotic beast army. Both sides conversed for a while, and then the leaders roared a few times to the exotic beasts behind them. Not long after, a few exotic beasts rushed out from the army and followed the few large exotic beasts to an open space. Luchan observed every movement in the field, his brows furrowed. A bold guess appeared in his mind. There were not enough beast cores. They might have to wait until tomorrow. If there were still not enough beast cores by then, they would kill those exotic beasts who were willing to sacrifice themselves. There seems to be a chance. Luchan suddenly had an idea. The next morning, another army of exotic beasts came to join them. And at the same time, they brought some beast cores. Seeing the few large exotic beasts shaking their heads, it seemed that it was still not enough. Half an hour later, a large exotic beast led those exotic beasts who were ready to contribute their beast cores to the altar. Luchan began to feel nervous. His eyes were fixed on a certain exotic beast in the sacrificial team. He had a very strong connection with the source, so he could distinguish the special exotic beast from the many similar-looking exotic beasts. "Source!" Luchan shouted in a low voice, and his vision instantly shifted to the source. It turned out that last night, Luchan had asked the source to transform into an exotic beast and sneak into the sacrificial team. Luchan looked around. At this time, he was surrounded by exotic beasts, and below the altar, the entire plain was filled with exotic beasts. Soon, the team reached the top of the altar. Hundreds of exotic beasts were carrying the beast cores and putting them all on the altar. The sacrificial ceremony had begun. The few large exotic beasts did not hesitate. They killed the first exotic beast with their claws, took out its beast core, and put it on the altar. Seeing this, Luchan could not help but twitch the corner of his eyes. These exotic beasts were as strong as a 5-star Sengoku, but they did not resist at all and were willing to let their beast cores be taken away. At this time, Luchan even wanted to know what these exotic beasts wanted to do with the level 9 altar. However, now was not the time to be soft-hearted. Luchan had to seize this opportunity. He quietly pushed the same kind behind him forward and hid behind him. These exotic beasts did not expect that there would be a traitor among their companions. In any case, the group of exotic beasts was not organized, so no one noticed Luchan's little trick. There were only a few dozen exotic beasts left. The pillars of spiritual flames around the altar gradually lit up. The energy was almost there. The large exotic beasts moved even faster and took out beast cores with their claws. Luchan's eyes widened. How could these exotic beasts be so accurate? They just happened to kill the sacrificial team and activate the altar? No way. Right at this moment, the four pillars of spiritual flames around the altar suddenly erupted. The pillars of light soared into the sky, almost illuminating the entire starry sky. Immediately afterward, the projection of an extremely beautiful fairy woman gradually appeared. She was wearing a purple veil, and her clothes were half exposed. Her entire body was suspended in midair. The altar had been successfully activated. The woman gently pointed her index finger at the void, as if she were instructing the world. Her voice seemed to carry a magical power, and it was extremely pleasant to the ears. Do you want power or guidance? An exceptionally large exotic beast had appeared in front of the altar at some point. It lowered its head to the fairy projection and actually uttered a prophecy that Lu Chen could understand. Right at this moment, a small exotic beast suddenly rushed out from the sacrificial team and shouted at the fairy. The exotic beast directly spoke in human language. I want guidance. Heavenly Demon Wu Qian, where are you? Chapter 1304. The leader of the exotic beasts was stunned. It had never imagined that the level 9 altar they had spent so many years to summon would be used by someone else. At the same time, the altar elf looked at the exotic beast. Seeing that the altar elf was not looking at it, the leader of the exotic beasts hurriedly said, "It's my offering. I want to get guidance. I want to get power." The altar elf looked at the leader of the exotic beasts. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. It was him who asked first. She chose to answer Lu Chen's question. Heavenless celestial demon is not in the Jiutian, but it's in the Jiutian. It's with you, but it's as difficult as ascending to heaven to get it. Now that the body of the suboriginator was controlled by Lu Chen, what it saw and heard was what Lu Chen saw and heard. After hearing the altar elf's answer, the suboriginator's mind went blank. Did the altar elf like to let others guess? It's in the Jiutian, but it's not in the Jiutian, and it's with me, but I can't get it? This answer was simply contradictory in every way. The only thing that Lu Chen felt was that heavenless celestial demon was not really non-existent. It existed. Your question has been answered. Next, the altar elf did not leave directly, but looked at the leader of the exotic beasts. You want to get power, but it's a pity that this opportunity has been used by someone else. But I can give you guidance for free. The leader of the exotic beasts stared at the altar elf with wide eyes. The day the void chaos fiend god wakes up is the day you'll be destroyed. The leader of the exotic beasts said angrily, as long as we can wake up the void chaos fiend god, we don't care about any price. The female elf looked at the leader of the exotic beasts with firm eyes. Even all the exotic beasts around had the same expression. In the end, the altar elf could only sigh. Everything in the world is a cycle of cause and effect. There must be a cause and an effect. After saying that, the female elf turned around, and her figure became fainter and fainter. The spiritual fire of the level 9 altar gradually weakened. After a moment of silence, a furious roar suddenly sounded. Roar! I'll kill you! The leader of the mutated beasts was enraged, and it pounced over. Lu Chen also reacted. Little Yuan, break out of the encirclement. Lu Chen returned the control of Origin to Origin, then quickly returned to his main body and rushed towards Origin. Xiao Yuan didn't care about the strange beast leader at all. He turned around and fled. The leader of the strange beasts became even more enraged after missing its target. It raised its head to the sky and roared. Immediately afterward, countless exotic beasts swarmed toward Xiao Yuan, blocking his path. At the same time, behind the exotic beast army, a golden figure was sprinting towards them. Lu Chen had already activated celestial demon symbiosis and dragon god form, and shot over from the back of the army. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Saint Lotus sword heart. Streaks of sword chi slashed forward. Little Yuan, quick! When the beast army noticed someone behind them, a large group of beasts immediately pounced at Lu Chen. These mutated beasts were extremely powerful, and a single Saint Lotus sword heart was unable to kill them. The most terrifying thing was that these strange beasts didn't fear death. One was repelled by Lu Chen, but the other 10 pounced on him again. Devil doppelganger, Buddha doppelganger. Lu Chen created a doppelganger to help him relieve the pressure. Jiuqian star, ice element to fire element. Raging flames burning the sky. The ground was penetrated by a terrifying force gushing out from the ground. A kilometer away from Lu Chen, flames and lava soared into the sky. Those strange beasts activated their spiritual power shields, and the spiritual power shields of hundreds of thousands of strange beasts merged into a huge spiritual shield to resist the raging flames burning the sky. Under the joint efforts of hundreds of thousands of strange beasts, the raging flames burning the sky activated by 40,000 fire affinity was easily suppressed. Of course, Lu Chen wasn't surprised by this result. While they were resisting the raging flames burning the sky, Lu Chen had finished charging his Heaven's Wrath Spear. The second AoE skill, Void Attack, God-Killing Spear, Heaven's Wrath Spear. Those strange beasts didn't expect this guy to have a more powerful AoE skill. They wanted to surround and kill him after resisting the raging flames burning the sky, but they were delayed by the Heaven's Wrath Spear. Lu Chen didn't care whether the Heaven's Wrath Spear could kill the enemies or not. While the strange beasts were delayed, Lu Chen dashed toward the source. The source was in an extremely dangerous situation. The army of strange beasts in front of it had begun to attack it with elements, and the leader of the strange beasts was chasing after it. Looking at its ferocious expression, it couldn't wait to tear the source into pieces. The source tried to escape several times, but it was blocked by the army of strange beasts in the end. Go to hell! The leader of the strange beasts shouted angrily and jumped up high. Purple spiritual power surged from the leader's left forelimb, and then a huge phantom of a ghost claw was formed in the air. The claw alone was 100 meters long, and the tip of the claw was sharp and emitting a cold purple light. Heaven's might, purple flame, heavenly demon claw. For a moment, a fierce wind blew, and the spiritual power almost forced the army of strange beasts to retreat. The leader had seen that the source could defend against physical attacks and spiritual attacks many times, and it could even absorb those attacks. This attack was the Heaven's Wrath Spear, which was the weakest part of the source's defense. The leader's level was obviously higher than that of the ordinary strange beasts, and this attack carried the leader's endless anger. Although the attack had just been completed, it had already stirred up heaven and earth and caused the wind and clouds to roll over. The source had no way to retreat, so it could only take the attack head-on. However, the source couldn't withstand the Heaven's Wrath Spear in its current state. Source retreat. Suddenly, an angry roar came from behind the source. Void Attack, God-Killing Spear, Heaven's Wrath Spear. Between heaven and earth, the shadow of a huge spear, like a streamer, crossed thousands of soldiers and horses, and shot toward the leader of the strange beasts. In just a moment, the two super powerful attacks collided with each other. With a loud bang, thousands of waves were stirred up, and the aftermath of the violent spiritual power roared between heaven and earth. Then, the two figures were sent flying backward at the same time. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his consciousness was blurred. The strength of the leader is so horrible that it can survive my Heaven's Wrath Spear. What is the leader's level? At the same time, the leader's situation was not optimistic. It was sent flying backward and hit the base of the altar, directly penetrating half of the base. Lu Chun tried to move, but found that he couldn't move at all. At this moment, although he had temporarily defeated the leader of the strange beasts, there were still millions of strange beasts around him. Damn it! My spiritual power is in chaos, and I can't move my body. In front of the crack, tens of thousands of Sengoku were fighting fiercely with the 500,000 strange beasts stationed here. Those bastards left so many troops to guard the crack. They don't want us to leave here. Whether we can escape or not depends on our luck. There were battlefields everywhere. Some people were besieged, some tried to break through, some had escaped into the crack, and some had died in the battle. The scene was chaotic, and there were countless battlefields, big and small. At this time, a small team of 8 human beings had just killed 7 strange beasts. Mulong, go! If you don't go, you won't have a chance. The 500,000 strange beasts were several times more numerous than the Sengoku. Moreover, the Sengoku were fighting on their own without a leader. If this went on, they would be defeated. Now, they had to run as long as they could. You guys go first. I can't go yet. Mu Long took out a talisman and looked at it anxiously. That guy hadn't used the 1,000 miles guiding talisman, so he couldn't leave yet. Chapter 1305. Lu Chun could not move at all. Su Yuan hurriedly picked up Lu Chun with its mouth and broke out of the encirclement with him. Fortunately, Lu Chun had severely injured the leader at the same time, causing the army of strange beasts to be in chaos. Even so, these strange beasts were still a terrible threat to Su Yuan. All kinds of skills were thrown at Su Yuan. Endless beasts swarmed toward Su Yuan. Before long, Su Yuan's body was covered with wounds. Lu Chun watched Su Yuan desperately protect its master. If this went on, they would all die here. But at this moment, his body was as heavy as lead, and he could not even lift his hand. Sky Thief, quick, that talisman! A talisman appeared in front of Lu Chun. Lu Chun could not move, and his spiritual energy was scattered, so he could not activate the guiding talisman. Su Yuan, on the other hand, could not activate the guiding talisman. When Lu Chun tried several times, the rocks under the altar suddenly moved, and a bloody claw stretched out from the pile of rocks. I'm going to kill you. The leader's voice was heard. He had recovered before Lu Chun. Lu Chun opened his eyes wide. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to leave at all. At this moment of life and death, Lu Chun's left arm suddenly moved, and the spiritual energy in his left arm began to return to normal. At this critical moment, the emptiness of gods and demons' arm recovered before Lu Chun's body. Lu Chun raised his left arm and pressed it on the guiding talisman. However, the talisman did not respond. Damn it! I don't have enough spiritual energy to activate the talisman. Lu Chun cursed. He could not believe that one day he could not even activate a talisman because of insufficient spiritual energy. Seeing that the leader of strange beasts was about to come out of the rubble, Lu Chun's mind raced. The spiritual energy in his body was too chaotic, and the only thing he could use was some low-level cultivation methods. Thinking of this, Lu Chun gritted his teeth and tried his best. 3 lives reincarnation, triple door, entanglement of spider silk. Su Yuan, go! Cobweb entanglement in layer 1. This was the first boss skill that Lu Chun had obtained. Lu Chun would never have dreamed that he would actually use this skill to deal with an exotic beast comparable to a 5-star Sengoku. However, although the entanglement of spider silk's level was low, it had the advantage of catching the beasts off guard. Or perhaps the beasts weren't on guard against Lu Chun at all. It actually managed to trap the beasts in the front row. The beasts were enraged and broke free from the entanglement of the spider's silk. However, as soon as they broke free, they discovered that the traitor exotic beast had already escaped the encirclement with the human in its mouth and was teleporting away. Roar! Tens of thousands of exotic beasts pounced in the direction the two of them had escaped. With such a low-level teleportation skill, it would not be easy to escape from their clutches. Lu Chen's spiritual energy was slowly recovering, at least enough for him to continue using the triple door. A few minutes later, Lu Chen finally sorted out the spiritual energy in his body and quickly withdrew the suboriginator. 9 void steps. Lu Chen's speed suddenly increased. However, the army of exotic beasts behind him was in large groups. Wherever they passed, the dense forest was flattened and the ground rumbled. Their momentum was mighty. After all, Lu Chen was seriously injured, and his speed could not be any faster. If he wanted to completely get rid of the army behind him, his only chance was to find the guy he had only met twice. He took out the traction talisman again. However, the battle on the other side of the crack should have lasted for half an hour. Was that guy still there? Lu Chen did not care so much. He pressed one hand on the talisman. This time, the talisman glowed slightly, waiting for the response of the person thousands of miles away. The battle on Lu Chen's side was extremely fierce, and the battle on the other side of the crack was not easy either. Mu Long and a woman were surrounded by 8 exotic beasts. That woman was the one who had supported Lu Chen to join the team. At this time, Mu Long and the woman had been hit in many places. Their long robes were stained with blood, and their strength had been greatly reduced. Mu Long, there are more and more exotic beasts. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave. The woman said anxiously, Feng Wu, you go first. I promised Solipsistic to wait for him for 2 days. Mu Long forced back an exotic beast with his sword. At the same time, it affected the wound under his ribs. He hurriedly swallowed an elixir and pressed on the wound. Don't joke around. Who can last 2 days here? Feng Wu shouted. We've waited for him here for almost half an hour. We've done our best. Since I promised him, I won't break my promise. Mu Long said firmly, You go first. Don't stay here and die with me. Mu Long's words seemed to indicate that he was prepared to die here. Feng Wu was angry and anxious. Why must you wait for him? We've known each other for 200 years, and I've never seen you sacrifice your life for someone. Because he's our hope. Mu Long suddenly said the reason. I used to be a genius, but after becoming an immortal, I realized something. Even after becoming an immortal, you and I are nothing more than Jiuqian playthings. We've indeed become stronger step by step, but think about it. Do we really have the ability to change anything? No, we haven't changed anything. We're just following the Jiuqian rules. But that person is different. He's walking a different path from us. I just want to see if he can find the answer that I've been looking for. The ultimate answer of the Jiuqian. Feng Wu fought off 2 exotic beasts as she spoke, but her mind wasn't on the enemy at all. Mu Long's words were like an electric shock to her. It turned out that Mu Long really admired Lu Chen, but that was his real purpose. Mu Long stumbled after fighting off 2 exotic beasts and smiled. I've lived by the rules for hundreds of years. So what if I die? I'm not afraid of death. What I'm afraid of is that I'll continue living like this. In the distance, a large exotic beast had just torn a Sengoku to pieces. Seeing that there were 2 more prey here, it ran toward them on all 4s. Seeing this, Feng Wu came back to herself and cried out, Shit, it's the leader of the exotic beasts. That guy is as capable as a level 7. Mulong, run! Just then, Mulong was dazed for a moment, then quickly took out a traction talisman. The talisman lit up. That guy! Mulong's eyes widened, and he immediately injected spiritual essence into the talisman. Thousands of kilometers away, the two of them activated the traction talismans at the same time. Instantly, a dazzling white light burst out. The next second, all the exotic beasts in front of the level 9 altar looked ahead in bewilderment. The prey they had been chasing had suddenly disappeared. The rocks under the altar were finally blasted away. Seeing the white light, one of the beasts roared. Arg! At the same time, the large exotic beast pounced, only to realize that it missed its target. That white light had blocked its vision, and the woman had taken the man far away to avoid the attack. However, there was another person in front of the man. Mulong was still there. Luchan looked around and saw that everything was in chaos. Mulong had used up too much spiritual essence and was on the verge of collapsing. Luchan carried Mulong on his back and said to the woman, "What are you waiting for? Run." After saying that, he grabbed the woman's hand and ran toward the crack without giving her any chance to explain. Chapter 1306. Luchan wasn't in a good state either, but it wasn't hard for him to escape from a dozen beasts. After a few leaps, Luchan had already reached the crack. The beasts behind him couldn't catch up anymore. Luchan didn't even look back as he charged into the crack. In less than 2 minutes, Luchan brought Mulong and Fengwu out from the other side of the crack. The humans and demons formed a line of defense. Many people were helping Sengoku, who was returning from the crack. At the same time, they were guarding against the beasts coming from the other side. However, even though they were defending the crack, the humans and demons were defending their own areas. Even the major forces only cared about receiving their own people. Luchan didn't belong to any force, and no one was helping him out. He brought Mulong and Fengwu into the humans' immortal realm, found a place where no one was looking, and used the teleportation talisman to return to the immortal spirit grotto heaven. "Hey, you can let go of my hand now." Fengwu stood in place, unwilling to move forward. Luchan was stunned. Only then did he realize that he hadn't let go of Fengwu's hand, and now his hands were sweaty. I'm sorry, I was nervous and forgot that you and Mulong are immortal partners, right? I didn't mean to." Luchan was a little flustered. While Mulong was unconscious, he took advantage of his immortal partner. This was a little inappropriate, and he had to explain it clearly. Mulong's cave residence and mine are not far from each other, and our strength is similar, so we often spar or team up. Fengwu said he can be considered my only friend in the 7th layer of heaven. Luchan frowned slightly. "You're willing to stay with him until the end, so you're also a friend of life and death." Fengwu smiled helplessly. In the 7th heaven, it's already rare to have a friend of life and death. Everyone wants to climb the path of immortality. How can there be a friend of life and death? Luchan felt that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary, but since she told him so much, he didn't ask any more. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Fengwu looked up at the cave in front of her. "Is this the cave you took from Mulong?" Luchan smiled. "Yes, I originally wanted to send Mulong back to Grand White Grotto Heaven, but I was a little worried, so I decided to bring him to my cave abode first." Luchan didn't understand the feelings of these immortals and said, "Let's go back to the cave abode first. The cave abode is full of spirit power. You and Mulong can have a good rest." Fengwu didn't want to go to Luchan's cave, but seeing the unconscious Mulong, she was a little worried. In the end, she entered the cave with Luchan. in the immortal spirit paradise, Jiu, Yifan, and Ling Long were all cultivating in the cultivation room. When Li Shang and the others saw Lu Chen carrying one and carrying another back to his cave, they hurried over. This is… Li Shang looked confused. When Lu Chen left, he was alone. Why did he come back with 3 people? Moreover, putting aside the unconscious person, although the other woman was just standing on the side, they could feel the terrifying pressure coming from her. Sengoku! Jin Luan's eyes widened. Lu Chen brought back 2 Sengoku. Lu Chen said hurriedly, "Uncle Li, hurry and bring Little Green here." "Okay, I'll go now." There were many chambers in the immortal spirit grotto heaven. They found a chamber, and Lu Chen put Mu Long down. Lu Yi came back from the herb garden. As soon as the little furball saw Lu Chen, it excitedly jumped onto Lu Chen's shoulder and rubbed its furry little head affectionately against Lu Chen's cheek. The little guy had been following Lu Chen's orders to keep Lu Yi safe. Now that it finally saw its boss, it abandoned Lu Yi. Little Green checked Mu Long's condition. The external injuries weren't serious, but his spiritual core was slightly damaged because of the lack of spiritual essence. Lu Yi fed him some pills, and he would be fine after some rest. Little Green looked at Feng Wu. "Miss, you're injured as well. Do you want me to take a look at you, Miss?" Feng Wu was surprised. It had been a long time since anyone had called her that. She didn't refuse. Little Green checked her condition and gave her some pills. After taking them, Feng Wu nodded at Little Green. "Thank you very much." Mu Long and Feng Wu settled down for the time being. Lu Chen led Little Green back to his room and summoned Originator. Although Originator still looked like a beast, both Little Green and the little fluffy ball could tell from its gentle eyes that it was Originator. Seeing that Originator was covered in wounds, the little fluffy ball jumped to Originator's side and rubbed its head against Originator, as if to comfort it. Lu Chen said anxiously, "Little Green, Originator was hit by a lot of elemental attacks, and it's recovering very slowly this time." Little Green checked Originator's condition right away. The wounds caused by the elemental attacks can't be healed with recovery pills. Different elements require different pills. Little Green frowned. "Boss, I don't think I can get so many pills at once." Lu Chen said anxiously, "Then, is there any other way?" "Oh, right, I have a lot of herbs here. Take a look." Louie shook her head. "Boss, it's not about the herbs. It's about the formulas. I only have a dozen formulas for immortal elixirs." Lu Chen looked at Originator sympathetically. Normally, its wounds would have healed by now, but Originator had been hit so many times that it showed no signs of recovery. If this went on, even Originator wouldn't be able to hold on. In terms of size, Originator was already a size smaller than when it had first turned into a beast. The essence of nature was nurtured by spiritual essence, and it seemed that Originator was using spiritual essence to fight off the elemental attacks. The wounds are still worsening. Little Green said with concern as he examined Originator's wounds. Lu Chen looked at Originator with tears in his eyes. If it hadn't been for Originator, he would have died in the other world. Stroking Originator's head, Lu Chen said anxiously, "No, I have to save it. Little Green, is there any other way? I don't care what it takes." Lu Yi frowned. She was also worried. There is more than one way. Besides taking elixirs, we can also use spiritual essence to help Originator recover. But these elements are different. There are at least hundreds of them, and I have never seen some of them before. It should be a mixed elemental attack. But where can we find so many people to help us? What? You mean spiritual essence can help Originator recover? Lu Chen widened his eyes. Yes, but there are so many elements. Lu Chen interrupted Little Green and said anxiously, I can do it. Teach me how to do it. Boss, don't you only have ice and fire elements? It's a long story. Just teach me how to heal Originator first. Lu Chen rolled up his sleeves and said to Little Furball, Little Furball, go and call Little Furball. Soon, Little Furball came back hurriedly. Dad, you finally… Originator. Little Furball was immediately attracted by the severely injured beast on the stone bed. He rushed over with red eyes. Originator, is that you? What happened to you? No. Originator. Stop shaking him. Originator is not dead yet. If you shake him again, he will be in danger. Lu Chen didn't have time to explain. Little Furball, support Originator. After that, Lu Chen sat behind Originator and pressed his palms on his back. Little Green, let's start. Lu Chen concentrated. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.